Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I
am. Gambit in sending the National Guard to break up the protests in Los Angeles. Now, I'm not a huge fan of sending in the National Guard to break protests, but what I am saying is that you have to understand that California is not a legitimate state, right? It's and in the title it called it an apartheid state, but really you have one population that's comfortable organizing and thinking for themselves and fighting for their rights, and another population that knows to kind of hush because their papers aren't right? California runs on illegal labor in a way that isn't just specific to California, but is explicit in California, right? I grew up in California. I grew up in LA proper. You know, I'm one of those guys who grew up in LA proper because I know who Shaka is. And if you know who Shaka is and you're about my age, then you know what I mean, right? So, and then I moved to Orange County in junior high school, but I grew up in LA proper, and I don't think I saw a white guy mow a lawn until I was deep in my 20s and I moved out of California, right? So California's been run on labor with dubious papers for as long as there's been a California, since California's been Mexico. So it's not really a legitimate state. So Gavin Newsom thinks he can fight this ethical battle saying like, well, I can control my state and I can police your state. Yeah, California could have put down, the police in California know their job, which is putting down people that rich Californians don't like, especially Angelenos, know their job, which is putting down other Angelenos that rich Angelenos don't like. But the problem is you don't want to make this a nationwide issue, because if anybody else who's not from California looks at California too quickly or like pulls that thread, they'll find out it's a wholly illegitimate economy and a failed state insofar as we're a nation of self-governance, and California has a governing class and a governed class, and the governing class has papers and the governed class does not. And the governing class has property, or at least grandfathers had property, because with Prop 13 things get a little complicated, and the governed class doesn't. So there is no identity between the governed and the governing in California. So I think Trump is savvy enough to know that the more people look at the labor relations of California, the more his kind of nativism works, right? So Gavin Newsom, this isn't like the Newsom nuptials where Gavin Newsom was on the right side of the argument and he just kind of married people who wanted to be married, and that was a good fight against national power. This isn't the good fight against national power because California is a wholly illegitimate economy that we've just looked the other way about. We've normalized a quality of illegitimacy in California that's undermined labor rights, and that's undermined a lot of ethical authority in the nation, right? So, and in the state, and confuses what a state is. Right. So we need to understand that Gavin Newsom, in fighting Trump about the National Guard putting down this rally is drawing attention to California's dubious labor practices, normalized dubious labor practices, and the way in which California is not an actual, like a responsible state and should be taken in receivership because they cannot run without, they cannot run with borders. It's a state that cannot run with borders. So I do think nationwide, Trump is going to play better than people in California and LA might assume he is, or like liberal resistance Democrats assume that this is going to be a problem, but it's not going to be a problem. It's not going to be a problem nationwide because people nationwide either know of or they know enough about California to know that it is not an economy that is just. It is an economy that runs on an apartheid system where you have a governed class and a class that doesn't talk too much, lest they have their papers revoked or looked at too closely, right? And so Trump enforcing the law threatens California's economy. And that's not necessarily the bad thing about Trump enforcing the law. It's a bad thing about California's economy. Plus, California's blue no matter who. At this stage, now remember, I'm from California long enough to remember when it was Pete Wilson and, even Arnold Schwarzenegger. But it doesn't matter. Trump can lose all of California and still win the nation when the nation doesn't want the labor relations of California. And the nation should not want the labor relations of California. And so he could run on that, saying that I'm trying to bring California back into the self-governing fold by saying basta, with their two-tiered economic system of legal and illegal workers. Enough with that. And don't let that metastasize into your state. Don't let the California normalize this lawlessness and this disorder of opening borders. It's fine for them. They can keep it in their weirdness as long as it doesn't metastasize. Because California is not a place. It's arguable that California is a failed state, a kind of failed state. Now, I mentioned, I went over some of this on a Facebook post, and someone mentioned a Chris Rock bit, which I had never heard, but is right. And I'm just going to read the Chris Rock bit. And Chris Rock apparently said, but forget whether Hollywood is black enough. The better question is Hollywood Mexican enough? You're in LA. You've got to try not to hire Mexicans, Rock said, saying that it's the most liberal town in the world, but there's just an acceptance that there's a slave state in LA, which is true. Like I said, I never saw white people mow a lawn or even sweat. And I think that they might be 2 generations away from sweating in Los Angeles because their grandparents moved here in the 60s and own a house, and now they're just millionaires. So white people are 2 generations away from sweating in Los Angeles. And I'll keep going with the Chris Rock bit. There's just this acceptance that Mexicans are going to take care of white people in LA. That is Chris Rock saying it, and that's what I put together way before. There's this acceptance that Mexicans are going to take care of white people in LA. Exist anywhere else, and I haven't seen it anywhere else. I mean, there are hinky relationships other places, but not this casual laziness among the whites and casual acceptance of this, maybe not so casual acceptance of their duty and their role of dubiously documented immigrant laborers from Mexico to take care of the whites. And then Chris Rock goes on and say, I remember I was renting a house in Beverly Park while doing some movie, and you just see all of the Mexican people at 8 o'clock in the morning in line driving to Beverly Park like it's General Motors. It's a weird town. Yeah, they come in, clean, do all of the work, and then leave or scatter. And I'm sure the Bay Area is like this now too, but I think that's a problem. That's not a just economy. That's not a just economy. That's not a balance of power. There you go. All right, so LA born D Club in the comment is living my life. So that's what I saw when I lived there. That's what I saw when I lived there. And he's saying that's absolutely correct. Ain't nobody worked in LA except for the business owners and Mexicans. That is true. That's just what I saw. And I like him. My parents moved there from the Great Migration, moved in the 70s. I was born in 77. My parents moved in the 70s, got a house in Baldwin Hills. Mom's a nurse. And the only people who worked were people who owned businesses and then Mexican laborers. White people, like a lot of their sons and grandsons, they haven't worked for generations in California, like actual work. And my parents got those jobs in the 60s through affirmative action. That's true. That's same with my mom and my uncle. He was a parole officer back when time when LA born D Club is a she. All right, well, I'm sorry for misgendering you, but you're living my truth. You're living my truth. That's what I saw. That was my LA. Now, I grew up in Baldwin Hills, went to school in Culver City, took a lot of buses through Fox Hills Mall to get there, but like that was my LA. That was the LA of the 80s, and I don't think it's gotten less that. I don't think Baldwin Hills is as black. When I was there, Baldwin Hills was all like, black semi-professionals, pretty much black people working in government jobs. And the woman from black people working government jobs and the woman from Good Times, Esther Roll. But I don't know if that area is still as black as it was, but that is she's speaking my life. Like that is the LA I grew up in. And I don't know. I don't know if it's not legitimate. So the more people look at it and think and try to make the argument that immigration is some sort of holy like writ, that and open borders is obviously the right moral plan, they're just not serious about the conditions of self-governance, and they're not serious about the caste, the entrenched casteness of many parts of Los Angeles. It's like the third largest city in the nation. So when it's all run by dubiously papered folk. You want to come say hi to the people? I'm on summer vacation, so my people are here. All right, come say hi to the people.
Hi, people.
Hi, people. This is my daughter Graham. Yeah, so let me finish this. I'll be done in about 5 minutes, and then we'll get going.
Okay.
All right, kiss on my forehead. Love you.
Love you too.
All right. See you soon.
See ya.
Bye. All right. So Trump's gambit is that he can ask Gavin Newsom to show receipts that LA is a just economy, and Gavin Newsom won't be able to show those receipts because LA has not been a just economy. Hasn't been a just economy since the 60s. Hasn't been a just economy since like black people weren't homeless because we had jobs. Hasn't been a just economy in a long time, but possibly never. But definitely since the 70s, like it hasn't been a just economy. So the more people look at the economy, the more people who are not from California and haven't enculturated and normalized all the excuses we make for this like wholly weird dynamic where like Mexican laborers take care of the feckless whites. Wholly weird dynamic. It's not great. The more you move away from that actual zip code, from the 9,000 zip codes, the weirder it looks and the more legitimate Trump looks for like just ending that nonsense, which is the California labor policy, the California culture around labor, right? So Gavin Newsom, don't get high on your supply. Don't get over your skis or get lost in your own sauce. This isn't the weddings in San Francisco. This is you trying to defend and ending up making excuses for a labor economy which runs on illegal labor in a nation that's actually trying to figure out what to do with real borders. So he could say that you are unwilling to enforce the law and be right. I lived in 9008. Adric Hapore says 90210, but everyone who knows what I know, I'm in LA when it was only 213. Before it was 312 or 323. So you have to understand that Gavin Newsom, if he doesn't watch out, will have to find himself defending an economy that runs on slavery or second-class citizenship, where there's one laws for the people with papers and de facto one set of laws for the people without papers. Because if you don't have papers, you don't have those same rights. You never really have. Right? So if your immigration status is dubious, and Los Angeles depends on that dubious status. So, by the way, if you appreciate what I'm saying, because I don't think anybody else is making this argument. I haven't heard this argument today, and a lot of people are talking about this. I haven't heard the problem Gavin Newsom's going to have defending LA's slave state dynamic to everyone else outside. People in California are they've normalized to it, but outside of California, it looks weird. It looks bizarre. Outside of California, the labor relations in California look like a racialized mess where we're just comfortable with an entire class of Latinos taking care of an entire class of whites, while black people are homeless. Black men, especially black men, they're just homeless, right? So if you appreciate what I'm saying and laying it down plain, you should go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, because this is how I keep my daily bread, and I need you to support me, giving you a quality of honesty that you don't get everywhere else. And, I'm not going to get the sponsorships or the corporate money. I talk in the way I talk, but I think you need to hear it, because when Trump becomes more popular, as people think about the California labor dynamic of having an entire state that explicitly runs on illegal labor, not even hiding it around the edges, explicitly runs on illegal labor, then every other state that's not California is going to look at that and say that's actually Trump was doing the right thing. So you have to be very careful when you knee-jerk his gambit here, when you knee-jerk react and assume that Trump's on the wrong and unpopular side of this. Newsom won. Newsom thinks he'll win in the long term, like he won with the Newsom nuptials back in the aughts when the nation decided against gay marriage, but he was like, I'm going to marry these people anyway. Newsom was right, and history would show him to be right, and that was just he made the right call. He made the right gamble. This isn't right, because the arguments will say that California is an illegitimate state. And actually, Newsom is trying to defend an economy that cannot sustain borders, and that's bad for the nation. That's bad for the nation. So the more people look at this Los Angeles situation in California more broadly, the more people are going to actually just kind of not take California's side, because this is going to be California versus America, or Los Angeles at least versus America, maybe even California versus America in the cultural imagination, and California is not going to do as well as they think it is. The problem is the people in the Democratic Party in California are the Nancy Pelosi, Barbara Boxer types, and they are so far gone and surrounded by themselves with either people they own or other white people who haven't worked in a few generations, and they're not going to understand that they're on the wrong side of the argument, trying to defend California labor practices. You have an economy that, Newsom's argument is going to be that California can take care of itself. We didn't need the National Guard. The problem is California manifestly cannot take care of itself with regard to this issue because it runs on slave labor and it's a compromised state. So that's how Newsom's going to fall. And like I said, this isn't the This isn't the argument you're going to hear everywhere. You're not going to hear this argument unless they get it from me and you tell other people. You're not going to hear this argument anywhere else, because everyone on the Democratic side assumes that Trump's going to win, that is going to look bad, and everyone on the Republican side, well, who knows, right? This isn't just a borders argument. It's a states' rights argument held by a state that is markedly irresponsible about this issue. So you can make the argument that the only reason Trump had to go into California was because Californians don't take care of their own business with respect to this issue. And the problem is that argument's going to land because Californians don't take care of business with respect to this issue. They expect everyone to be okay with their two-tiered labor system that depends on explicitly illegal immigrant labor, where if you shut down the border, like the fifth largest economy in the United States, which is in the world, which is California, like becomes untenable, like shuts down, right? So you just have to understand that ignore the Democratic knee-jerk response to Trump's overreach and just think what it looks like to defend California border policies with respect to its economy and its way of life. And think about where the defense of California's border policies and its way of life is going to come. It's going to come from all the annoying liberals who got outvoted last time, but just because they like the Latino slaves. All right. Thank you for your time. I appreciate what you do for me. And if you appreciate what I do for you, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com and click in $5, $15, and $50 a month. Peace.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the world. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Also, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you share it out. Every now and again, the channel has good shows. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I did wind up getting around to clipping the Brer Rabbit story and premiered it overnight. So please make sure you have a look at that. It's not as funny to me the second time around, but it does have a couple funny moments. And unfortunately or fortunately, I've been sipping on some Bud Light, so I tend to be a little bit more loose apparently. Was a little overboard, but I think it's worth at least another watch. If you have, well, it's worth a watch if you haven't seen it already. It's not as good the second time around. So a couple things on Irami's video here. I actually agree with him. I have not seen a take like his, being a native to LA, and being the type of, thinker he is. It's not surprising he would have this take. However, I'm surprised no one else has seen it this way. I never would have come up with the argument because I don't know California that well. However, no take is perfect. I think that Irami talking, well, he kind of did say this, but the governed and the governing, the governing and the governed, that's been the American way since before America was founded. That's basically capitalism. There is a class system in this country, and I think the closest equivalent I can think of maybe to California today would be something like the Confederate South or pre-Confederate South, where you have fabulously wealthy people and you have a class of people that is pretty much just by default gonna mow their lawns or do their gardening or take care of their kids. There are some actual parallels. He calls it a slave state, which I kind of think is hyperbolic, but not really. It's a good parallel. Um, I think that the only difference is that the Trump card here, pun intended, is that a lot of the workforce is not um, legal. And it's been a California trope, that all the gardeners are illegal for fucking decades. It's really just come to a head, I guess, because of this upsurge of immigrants through Texas and the other border states. In California, I mean, if you ever get around to revolutionary, what is it? This is Revolution. It's a pretty big entity, a progressive set of shows, maybe outright communist, but mostly progressive. Hell, their lead host lives in Tijuana. That border in California has always been porous, and to be honest, I think it will continue to be porous. It'll just be tightened up a little bit. My next point, I heard me talking about a just economy. um, Capitalism is not necessarily built. It's a zero sum proposition. It's not built to be just. Um, and Army wants a more socialist form of government, like a social democracy. So it's just California's just one particular form of capitalism. There is always a governed, meaning a capitalist, and a working class. So that's tantamount to governed and governing. Um, yeah, I see you, 12th man. I'll bring you up when I'm ready. Um, my third point, there was a time, and I'm not trying to do a whataboutism, but I am bringing up a historical point. Mainly, there is a tradition of a borderless state in the desert Southwest. There was a time, especially when you look at Texas history. Texas became independent in 1836. There was a time, way back when, and again, I don't mean to be whataboutist about it, but there is a tradition of the quote badlands down there, the no man's land. That border has always been porous, and it's going to take extraordinary effort. And I guess Trump is putting in that extraordinary effort to control the border. If it can be controlled, I'm not that sure. If you don't maintain a military presence down on that border, it's just going to revert back to the traditional, hey, it's kind of the Badlands down there. And then lastly, I want to make a comment on Ireme's numbers. I would say over the last 2 years, uh, Ireme had like over 100 people at one point in his chat, which used to be like, maybe 20 or 50. Um, to be honest, since Trump has come into office, Ireme's numbers have actually soared because he, like much of the left, actually doesn't have a problem with Trump. It's really the liberal Democrats that they hate more than anything. And I've never been able to figure out why, being a liberal Democrat myself. But I'm honestly shocked. I think the only reason the left wing of the Democrats have not gone over to the Republican side is capitalism. The Republicans are staunchly capitalist. That's probably the only thing holding the progressive left back. So, bear that in mind. Um, uh, I'm about to get into news stories, 12th man, but I will put it to you this way. I'm not going to be able to deal with a whole lot of interruptions. Covering these news stories, as long as it's constructive, fine. But I'm just not going to deal with the spontaneous, uh, outbursts. So, and Dolomite, you had some comments on Irony, which Irony actually did explicitly mention the two groups that actually are working in California are the business owners and the Mexicans. And he did talk about, all the black people being homeless. Now, my only comment on that is California. I don't know about LA proper. I can't remember because I know I've looked it up at least once or twice. But California only has a 5% population that identifies as black. So while the homeless problem is a problem, especially in LA, maybe those black people should just come back to the South. Do what Charles Blow wants. Black people, and y'all will probably fuss at me, but in my opinion, blacks do better in the South. Um, and I know this from personal experience because I've lived in Rhode Island. I've spent a lot of time in upstate New York, and even Virginia was too far north for my taste. Um, I think in the deep South, blacks do better. So maybe all those homeless Californians, we can put together some money and have them have them do a legal migration back to somewhere like Mississippi or Alabama. Texas, by the way, which is kind of like the border between the deep South and the Southwest, has the largest black population. So by number, so and I'm sure there has been some migration from Texas, from California to Texas. So y'all come on farther east, and all those homeless people can be voters, which will allow blacks to pretty much take over the deep South. It's about time that we do. Okay, have they? Dolomite, are you in California? Blacks have been leaving California for a minute, and I agree. Stanley, blacks do better. Yeah, they. It's kind of like our, it's kind of like our origin point. Dolomite. I've often said that my mother's family, my maternal side is from the Sea Islands of South Carolina. It's not mansions, it's not Beverly Hills over on St. Helena Island, which I'm intimately familiar with because I had my mother's aunt, my great aunt, lived there, and we used to visit every weekend for years. Um, it's not, it's not, it's not fancy, but I remember my great aunt literally lived a 10-minute, 5-minute, 10-minute walk from marshes where there was open water. I mean, you could literally, if you had a map, you could get from her house out to the fucking Atlantic Ocean. It was a little bit of a ways. But my brother learned to throw a cast net, and you can literally feed yourself if you like fish. You can literally feed yourself every day, just a 5 or 10 minute walk from her house. There was crabs, there was shrimp, there was all kinds of seafood, just 10 minutes away from her house. So there's a lot going on in the South, but people don't like mosquitoes apparently. So there's that. So we will be moving on to some news stories, and as I promised yesterday, I do have an interesting, almost an hour long, Wilfred Riley talking about Thomas Sowell. And we need to bring more Wilfred Riley into our lives. He is while I vehemently disagree with a lot of his points, because he is, pretty staunchly right wing, I haven't really kept up with him that much. I don't know how MAGA he is, but there are some things he will agree with. Definitely immigration. So we need to start hearing from Wilford Riley more. And he's young. He's younger. He's probably might be maybe close to my age, maybe younger. He's probably in his 40s or 50s. But he is, a more in touch with reality black conservative. He's a professor, lawyer. He's a bunch of different things, and he's good with numbers, which is the scary part. So let's go ahead and move on to news. The first story naturally is going to be about the 700 Marines deployed in a move Newsom calls un-American. He is suing. Not sure that suit's going to go anywhere because the statute, and I can't think of the name of it, to protect federal assets. Trump's going to win this one, though I don't think Trump needed to do it. But I think the one thing that is also true at the same time is that these riots are going to fizzle out a lot earlier than they would have ordinarily. And frankly, LA is equipped to deal with riots, but they don't do well at putting them down quickly. And I think Trump's move will kind of, limit the damage and bring it to an earlier end. Just, with the shock and awe of calling in the National Guard and the Marines. I don't necessarily agree that he should have taken over the National Guard. He should have just basically given Gavin Newsom an offer he couldn't refuse. And maybe he did, because I know Newsom and Trump actually talked. So anyway, we'll listen to this 1 minute recap here.
Got thirsty strands? Quit your curls with the new Honey Dip Butter Gel from the Dude Big Girl Collection. The ultimate treat for curls that crave moisture and definition. Infused with supercharged honey, this rich formula, no dryness, no cap. Just nobody does styling like we do. Now available at Target stores near you.
Man, they're doing 30 seconds.
You're listening to LA Protest Live Updates. 700 Marines deployed and move Newsom calls un-American. A news story written by Washington Post staff and read by an AI-generated voice. The Pentagon is sending 700 Marines to Los Angeles to backstop the National Guard as President Donald Trump escalates a feud with California Governor Gavin Newsom, Democrat. The Marines will join National Guard troops whose deployment Trump ordered this past weekend to quell clashes between demonstrators and law enforcement after a series of immigration raids in the city. The protests spread to cities nationwide Monday as civil rights activists called for the release of a prominent union leader who was arrested during a raid, and Trump defended his extraordinary deployment of U.S. troops to American streets.
This hold goes bananas, literally. Sculpt and define your curls with the new Bananas Extreme Hold Gel.
We'll go a little bit farther. You know what? I'm going to have to, if they keep up these commercials, I'm actually going to discontinue my subscription. I don't pay all this money to subscribe to the Washington Post to hear ads. So apparently there's a journalist, says journalists come under fire covering LA protests. Naturally, what did they think was going to happen? Sergio Olmos has covered hundreds of days of protests in his career as a journalist. He estimates he's been hit a dozen times by what are known as less lethal rounds, a broad category that includes rubber bullets, plastic bullets, and pepper balls. Still, he says he's never seen police so trigger happy with these munitions. Los Angeles Police Department Chief Jim McDonald said the agency has not received any formal notification that Marines are heading to the city. However, the possible arrival of federal military forces in Los Angeles Absent clear coordination presents a significant logistical and operational challenge for those of us charged with safeguarding this city, McDonald said in a statement Monday afternoon. He urged open communication between all responding agencies. So, this union leader they were talking about, David Huerta, released from federal custody. So, California labor leader David Huerta was released from federal custody Monday after a court hearing in Los Angeles. Union leader said he posted a $50,000 bond. Force of 700 Marines escalates Trump response in Los Angeles. The Pentagon ordered 700 active duty Marines to join National Guard troops marshaled in Los Angeles, a significant escalation in President Donald Trump's feud with California Governor Gavin Newsom over unrest in the metro area. Gavin Newsom rebuked the Trump administration's decision to send 700 Marines to L.A. U.S. Marines have served honorably across multiple wars in defense of democracy. They are heroes, Newsom posted on social media. They shouldn't be deployed on American soil facing their own countrymen to fulfill the deranged fantasy of a dictatorial president. This is un-American. Well, kind of what Irami said earlier, this is not a fight. Given the nature of, illegals in California, this is not a fight he's going to win. He can't say they're Americans because just yesterday on this show, everybody was complaining about, Mexican flags. And I even heard something on another show yesterday. Somebody made the claim that Mexico's president called for riots in the U.S., which it was so egregious. I usually don't do much in the chat on this show, but you know me, I had to go, hey, you need to post that link. And her response was, well, it's on X. And I'm like, well, I don't have an X account, but just a quick Google, tells me that the Mexican president called for the opposite of riots. So these fucking MAGA people are just as histrionic as Trump can be sometimes. So, no, I'm afraid, 12th man, Gavin Newsom is well within his rights to criticize the president. He thinks he's the opposite of the commander-in-chief in that the National Guard is under the command of governors unless they're federalized. And usually there's coordination or actually traditionally, a call for, hey, Mr. President, federalize. So Trump, Gavin Newsom, while he has many faults, he doesn't think he's commander in chief. So let's move on to the next story. Musk backs Trump amid ICE battle in California. So Elon Musk has shown public support for President Donald Trump's response to protests against U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement raids in Los Angeles, despite a prior feud online and in the Oval Office. President Trump instructed the National Guard to act without the governor's permission amid protests that started in downtown Los Angeles. Trump plans to direct officials to end what he termed the migrant invasion, asserting that order will be restored in Los Angeles. California Governor Gavin Newsom criticized Trump's involvement, stating it breaches state sovereignty and inflames attention. Well, the thing is that maybe Newsom should have anticipated this. Maybe ICE should have coordinated better. I don't know what could have been done, but in my opinion, Trump picked this fight. And with a purpose. Trump is going to be doing a lot of things like this in blue states because he basically, wants to turn blue states red. So governors need to be smarter than the president, and that shouldn't be too hard. And Musk supports Trump. That's no big surprise. Musk has a shitload of government contracts. You don't want to mess with a president who can just, Trump's already shown he will terminate federal contracts whether Congress has approved the money or not. Musk knows this personally. And believe this or not, one of the black leftist shows called for nationalizing SpaceX and Blue Origin and all those space companies. And even I had to laugh. I'm like, have you ever heard of NASA? NASA, while laudable, has never been known for its efficiency. So why would we nationalize SpaceX? We'd just be creating another NASA. So that was just an outright dumb idea. But content is king, apparently. So let's see here. This next one is basically an opinion piece about Elon Musk. WJ Hennigan basically says, don't overlook the reality of Elon Musk's contracts and their importance to the U.S. They said it wouldn't last, and it didn't. But one part of Elon Musk and President Trump's public breakup should not get lost in the spectacle: the threat to Musk's business contracts and the hard reality of his importance to American national security. Trump threatened on Truth Social to cancel billions and billions of dollars worth of government contracts with Musk's various companies, including SpaceX and Tesla. In a counterpunch on X, Musk wrote, "Make my day," threatening to immediately decommission SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft, which shuttles NASA astronauts and supplies to and from the International Space Station, essentially leaving NASA without a ride. Musk later backed off the idea. The reality is SpaceX is the leading launch provider for the United States. There simply aren't any other American companies that can do all the things SpaceX does for Uncle Sam. Sure, it ferries astronauts, but the crux of the firm's partnership with Washington extends beyond NASA. It has more than 24 rocket launches slated in the coming years for the U.S. military and intelligence agencies. These rockets carry spy satellites for the National Reconnaissance Office, GPS satellites for the U.S. Space Force, and batches of Starlink satellites, which remain crucial for Ukrainian forces in their fight against Russia. To put SpaceX's outsized role in perspective, it was responsible for 138 out of 145 of America's military, civil, and commercial launches last year. And the year before that, the company executed 98 of 109 launches, according to Jonathan McDowell, an astronomer at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, who maintains a public catalog for space launches. We can argue about whether it makes sense for one company to have that much power over America's future in space, but for now, it's our reality. It remains an open question whether Musk or Trump can unilaterally end this business relationship. For existing contracts, I think the Trump administration has limited options, said Todd Harrison, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and a former space industry executive. The government cannot just revoke a contract for political purposes, so if Trump attempted to do that, it would certainly end up in court. If contracts have already been signed and the money has been allocated, it's very difficult to end them without a breach of contract. SpaceX has a little more discretion than the government because the company could withhold bids on future awards for existing contracts, Harrison added. But if the company did walk away from its existing contracts, it may be forced to pay back money it already received. Trump isn't wrong to point out that SpaceX's business relies heavily on the federal government's coffers, which is ironic considering Musk's almost religious push to slash government spending. The moguls companies were promised $3 billion last year in contracts with 17 government agencies. Clayton Swope, a senior fellow at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, said the imbroglio between Trump and Musk calls into question how much the government should rely on private companies to provide critical services going forward. These threats will probably make Pentagon officials less willing to trust a company to provide a service critical for the U.S. military operations. For now, any immediate break in SpaceX's relationship with the government would have a severe impact on national security operations and take years to recover. There's probably a lot that future generations will learn from Trump's and Musk's transition from amity to enmity, but chief among them is that commanders in chief shouldn't let business get personal when national security is on the line. So that's an opinion for sure. Let's see. Let's have a look at what's going on in the chat here. Solid Snake, good morning. Let's see. Steve Bannon bothers you? Why does he bother you? I think Bannon is an instigator somewhat. Somewhat? My Lord. Competition is great for progress, you commie. No idea what that means. I guess that would work if you kick NASA to the curb. It's outdated and has run its course. I don't think. Well, number one, I've already said privatizing SpaceX would just create another NASA. So, I'm definitely not for that. To be honest, there probably should be a couple different companies that are capable of doing these launches. Elon Musk getting into government in the first place was obviously, in my opinion, problematic. Having someone like Elon Musk, who is more pro-Musk than pro-country, I think was a bad choice. To be honest, and it's a counterfactual, but I honestly think Vivek should have been the one to run Doge. Believe this or not, I would have a lot less problems with Vivek running Doge because I think it would have been run better. And frankly, Vivek is smarter than Elon Musk. So, in my opinion, and he would have been a better choice. It was a bad decision to get Vivek out of there and keep Elon Musk. So let's see here. Still groggy and bothered about these riots. Yeah, well, you keep being groggy and bothered, Solid Snake. That's actually your natural state. So that you're groggy and bothered, not surprising. All right, so let us move on. Coal and gas plants were closing, then Trump ordered them to keep running. So let's hear this story. Where is this? I bet this is in Michigan, Ottawa County. So let's hear this story. Apparently, we're going to keep coal for a while longer.
Coal and gas plants were closing. Then Trump ordered them to keep running. This article is by Claire Brown and Harry Stevens and read by an automated voice. A 63-year-old coal-fired power plant was scheduled to permanently close its doors in Michigan on June 1st. So was an oil and gas-powered plant that was built in the 1960s in Pennsylvania. But at the last minute, the Trump administration ordered both to stay open. The orders came as it pursues a far-reaching plan to boost fossil fuels, including coal, by declaring a national energy emergency. The grid operators in Michigan and Pennsylvania said they hadn't asked for the orders and hadn't planned on using the plants this summer. The costs to keep the plants open, which could total tens of millions of dollars, are expected to fall on consumers. Experts have said there's little evidence of a national energy emergency, and 15 states have sued to challenge President Trump's declaration, which was issued the day he took office. The emergency orders, which came last month, surprised the companies that operate the plants, and they are now scrambling to delay some workers' retirements and reverse nearly complete plans to shutter their facilities. In Michigan, the plant operator raced to buy enough coal to power operations. The episode marks a highly unusual use of the Energy Department's emergency powers under the Federal Power Act. In the past, the department has typically issued emergency orders at the request of regional grid operators to stabilize the power supply during extreme weather events and blackouts. Dan Scripps, chair of the Michigan Public Service Commission, said he estimated that the 90-day order to keep the coal plant open would cost ratepayers tens of millions of dollars. What was surprising about this order is that nobody was asking for it, he said. The grid operator wasn't asking for this plant to be kept online. The utility that owns and operates the plant wasn't asking for the plant to be kept online. The state wasn't asking for the plant to be kept online. Dana Nessel, Michigan's Attorney General, a Democrat, said she was certainly considering challenging the order affecting the coal plant in her state. We think this is par for the course with the Trump administration, Ms. Nessel said. They're abusing emergency authorities and really manufacturing an emergency that doesn't exist, in a way that's really unprecedented. Public Citizen, a consumer advocacy organization, also plans to challenge the orders, according to Tyson Slocum, the group's energy program director. In a statement, Ben Diderich, a spokesman for the Department of Energy, said the department under Mr. Trump was ensuring Americans have access to all forms of reliable energy, including coal, and that the administration was committed to ensuring access to, quote, reliable, affordable, and secure energy that isn't dependent on whether the sun shines or the wind blows. The Energy Department did not respond to a request for comment. Consumers Energy, which runs the J.H. Campbell coal-fired power plant in Michigan, learned about the emergency order on the Friday evening before Memorial Day, just before the announcement was made public, the company's spokesman Brian Wheeler said. In a statement, Consumers Energy said it planned to comply. The plant was just 1 week away from closing. The order prompted a rush to replenish the giant coal pile that feeds the plant, which had dwindled ahead of the planned closure. Coal is the dirtiest of the fossil fuels in terms of planet-warming pollution. A week later, near Philadelphia, the oil and gas-powered Eddystone plant was 1 day away from closing when it received similar news. In order to keep the affected units available, Constellation Energy, the facility's parent company, is, quote, currently focused on securing the staff and performing the maintenance necessary, a spokesman said. In its official order, the Energy Department cited projections showing potential summertime electricity generation shortfalls as the basis for the emergency action. Electricity demand is typically higher during the summer when temperatures rise and people use air conditioning. Overall, electricity demand is projected to increase because of data center construction and the adoption of electric vehicles. All told, 108 plants with a combined capacity of 31.5 gigawatts are set to be retired by the end of Mr. Trump's term. That list includes 25 coal plants with a combined capacity of 18.2 gigawatts. 1 gigawatt is roughly enough to power the city of San Francisco. In an April executive order, Mr. Trump directed the Energy Department to develop a process for using emergency powers to prevent coal plants from shutting down. It's not clear whether such a process informed the Michigan order. Mr. Trump attempted something similar during his first term, but the idea faced fierce opposition from grid operators, power companies, and consumers, and the White House eventually backed down. The April order was one in a wave of executive actions aimed at reviving the coal industry by slashing regulations and opening more land for mining, among other things. Coal use in the United States has been declining for more than a decade, and coal plants now produce less than a fifth of the nation's power. Despite Mr. Trump's vocal support of coal during his first administration, the period saw more coal capacity retired than the Biden era did. Research has shown that it costs more to operate most coal plants than it would to build wind and solar power replacements. 30 power plants with a combined capacity of 12.2 gigawatts are scheduled to retire just this year. Of those facilities, 10 are coal plants with a combined capacity of 7.7 gigawatts. Another 12 plants set to retire this year are powered by natural gas or oil. These facilities are generally being replaced with renewables. But grid operators have raised concerns that new sources of energy are not coming online fast enough to meet supply shortfalls left by retiring plants. Companies that generate power typically work with grid operators, often years in advance, to ensure that a planned retirement will not increase the risk of blackouts or other power failures. Grid operators have broad power to reverse or delay planned retirements if they forecast an electricity generation shortfall. Because of electricity reliability concerns, PJM Interconnection, a grid operator affected by the Energy Department's emergency orders in May, separately called on 2 power plants that burn oil and coal to stay open 4 years past their retirement dates this year. Because the Michigan and Pennsylvania plants were set to close at the end of May, keeping these plants open will involve spending money on maintenance, staff, and supplies, and these additional costs are expected to be borne by consumers through higher bills. In Michigan, Consumers Energy rushed to buy more coal. The plant uses 15,000 tons of coal per day, bought from Wyoming and Montana. And then there were other costs. Employees who had planned to retire or transfer were suddenly needed for at least another 3 months. A spokesman for the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, which operates the grid in Michigan, said that it expected to have sufficient capacity to serve projected summer demand. However, extreme weather and overall tighter conditions may force it to use emergency procedures, like asking people to conserve energy or buying power from other grids, according to the operator. In Pennsylvania, PJM Interconnection issued a statement welcoming the emergency order. The operator found that it had adequate reserves for the summer, but may run into trouble in an extreme scenario. The Energy Department's orders keep the power plants open for 90 days, the maximum allowable under the Federal Power Act. Under the law, the federal government can temporarily exercise controls over the electricity system during emergencies, and orders can be extended. The Energy Department has issued several dozen emergency orders since 1935. These orders have typically come in response to acute weather emergencies, like extreme heat, hurricanes, wildfires, and extreme cold. In May, the Trump administration issued 3 such orders. 2 kept fossil fuel power plants open past their retirement dates, and a third added more fossil fuel generation to Puerto Rico's ailing grid.
All right. Well, for the coal miners out in the audience, you'll be working for a while longer. All right. Well, this next story truly made me kind of wince. Doctors were preparing to remove their organs, then they woke up. So I'm just gonna play this and
Doctors were preparing to remove their organs. Then they woke up. This article is by Brian M. Rosenthal and read by an automated voice. 4 years ago, an unconscious Kentucky man began to awaken as he was about to be removed from life support so his organs could be donated. Even though the man cried, pulled his legs to his chest, and shook his head, officials still tried to move forward. Now, a federal investigation has found that officials at the nonprofit in charge of coordinating organ donations in Kentucky ignored signs of growing alertness not only in that patient but also in dozens of other potential donors. The investigation examined about 350 cases in Kentucky over the past 4 years, in which plans to remove organs were ultimately canceled. It found that in 73 instances, officials should have considered stopping sooner because the patients had high or improving levels of consciousness. Although the surgeries didn't happen, the investigation said multiple patients showed signs of pain or distress while being readied for the procedure. Most of the patients eventually died, hours or days later, but some recovered enough to leave the hospital, according to an investigation by the Federal Health Resources and Services Administration, whose findings were shared with the New York Times. The investigation centered on an increasingly common practice called donation after circulatory death. Unlike most organ donors who are brain dead, patients in these cases have some brain function but are on life support and not expected to recover. Often, they are in a coma. If family members agree to donation, employees of a nonprofit called an organ procurement organization begin testing the patient's organs and lining up transplant surgeons and recipients. Every state has at least one procurement organization, and they often station staff in hospitals to help manage donations. Typically, the patient is taken to an operating room where hospital workers withdraw life support and wait. The organs are considered viable for donation only if the patient dies within an hour or two. If that happens, the procurement organization's team waits 5 more minutes and then begins removing organs. Strict rules are supposed to ensure that no retrieval begins before death or causes it. The investigation criticized Kentucky organ donor affiliates, which was coordinating donations in the state. Now called Network for Hope after a merger, it has said it always follows the rules and never removes organs until a hospital has declared a patient dead. But the investigation found that the organization's employees repeatedly pressured families to authorize donation, improperly took over cases from doctors, and tried to push hospital staff to remove life support and allow for surgery even if there were indications of growing awareness in patients. Some employees failed to recognize that hospital sedatives or illegal drugs could mask patients' neurological condition, meaning they might be in better shape than they seemed. In December 2022, a 50-year-old overdose victim began stirring less than an hour after being taken off life support and started looking around. The retrieval attempt was not immediately ended, nor was the patient given any explanation. The patient had no idea what was going on but was becoming more aware by the minute, records noted. After 40 more minutes, when the patient's organs would no longer qualify for donation, the attempt was called off and he was moved to an intensive care unit. He later sat up and spoke with his family before dying 3 days later, the investigation found. Overall, the investigation flagged 103 cases as having, quote, concerning features and said problems were more likely to occur at rural hospitals. It noted more than half of transplants arranged by the Kentucky organization were from circulatory death patients, above the national average. Nationwide, officials recovered about 20,000 organs from this type of donor last year, nearly double the total in 2021, according to the Organ Procurement and Transplantation Network, which oversees the transplant system. Federal regulators told the network last week that the Kentucky organization must increase training for staff and conduct neurological assessments on potential organ donors every 12 hours, among other changes. On Thursday, the organization said it had received a report about the government investigation. "We will fully comply with all of their suggested recommendations," it said in a statement. The federal inquiry began last fall after a congressional committee heard testimony about the Kentucky man, Anthony Thomas Hoover II, who had an overdose in 2021. He was unresponsive for 2 days before his family agreed to donate his organs. Over the next 2 days, the procurement organization moved towards surgery even as his neurological condition improved, the investigation found. During one exam, records show, he was thrashing on the bed. He was sedated to prevent further motion. The hospital staff was extremely uncomfortable with the amount of reflexes patient is exhibiting, case notes read. Hospital staff kept stating that this was euthanasia. A procurement organization coordinator assured them it was not. When Mr. Hoover was taken for the retrieval, records show he cried, pulled his knees to his chest and shook his head. A hospital doctor refused to withdraw life support. Mr. Hoover eventually recovered. Now 36, he has lingering neurological injuries. In interviews with The Times, 2 former employees of the procurement organization said higher-ups tried to pressure the doctor to continue the retrieval attempt. "If it had not been for that physician, we absolutely 1,000% would have moved forward," said one of them, Natasha Miller, who was in the room. 3 other former Kentucky employees said they had seen similar cases. The investigation did not say if there was pressure on doctors who treated Mr. Hoover. Network for Hope did not respond to a request for comment on that case. The Kentucky Attorney General's office also launched an investigation into Mr. Hoover's case. On Thursday, the office said the review was ongoing.
I don't know. This brings to mind, what would Edgar Allan Poe have to say about this? This is like the telltale heart in a hospital. So, back in the day, people probably already know this, but way back in the day, they used to put like bells inside of coffins, because every now and again you'd bury somebody and they would actually be alive. And, you ring the bell and hopefully somebody hears it and digs you up. So, very Edgar Allan Poe and very scary. There are going to be a lot of people who hear this story and change, on your driver's license, you can elect to be an organ donor or not. A lot of people are going to be changing their minds. So next, this is former governor and mayoral candidate of New York City, Cuomo. These are some of the women that made sexual harassment allegations. And I have to say, most of them are kind of older now, but I can imagine back in the day they were fairly fetching. So let's hear about this, since last I heard he's the leading candidate. What the fuck are New York City people thinking? Putting this guy, or thinking of putting this guy back into office.
Cuomo was contrite about his sexual harassment scandal. Not anymore. This article is by Dana Rubenstein and Alice McFadden and read by an automated voice. 4 years ago, no one, not even Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, disputed that he liked to hug his staff, or that he would sometimes use terms of endearment, such as honey, when addressing the women among them, a habit he acknowledged was outdated. When a member of his security detail said he had touched her in a sexualized
YouTube
manner,
panels.
He claimed to have no memory of it and denied any sexual intent, but added, "If she said I did it, I believe her." And when the weight of roughly a dozen sexual harassment complaints helped force his resignation, he acknowledged the women who I truly offended. "For that, I deeply, deeply apologize," he said in his resignation speech. Mr. Cuomo, now the frontrunner in the Democratic primary for mayor of New York City, no longer seems to be as sorry. As Mr. Cuomo charted a path toward resurrecting his political career, he began challenging the accusations more aggressively. He suggested in interviews and in speeches that he was a victim of cancel culture, and said that if he were guilty of anything, it was being, quote, old-fashioned and out of touch with today's norms. He filed an ethics complaint and a lawsuit against the state attorney general, whose investigators had found that he sexually harassed a number of current and former New York State employees and, quote, created a hostile work environment for women. He began a legal action for defamation against one of his accusers, Charlotte Bennett, days after she dropped her federal lawsuit against him. She cited a desire to avoid further, quote, abusive filings and invasive subpoenas that were meant to humiliate and retaliate against me. One of his sisters, Madeline Cuomo, quietly steered a group of women targeting her brother's accusers on social media, and told them she was doing so at Mr. Cuomo's behest, an assertion both she and her brother denied. Where he once expressed respect for some of the employees who said he had harassed them, he has since sought to portray them as dubious political actors motivated by greed and a desire to destroy him. Now, in Mr. Cuomo's telling, everyone has it backward. He is the victim. His changed posture, he argues, simply reflects a better understanding of his accusers and their motives, and of what he says was a flawed, politically motivated report by the Attorney General. "I know it's not true now," he said in a recent interview with the New York Times. His defiant stance seems to resonate with many New Yorkers. With the June 24th mayoral primary less than 3 weeks away, Mr. Cuomo's sexual harassment allegations are little more than background noise on the campaign trail, one element in a decades-long governmental record that includes both accomplishments and serious questions about his ethics, honesty, and handling of nursing home residents during the COVID pandemic. A recent Marist poll of likely Democratic primary voters had Mr. Cuomo leading by double digits among both women and people who identify as liberal. Many who called for his resignation as governor now support his mayoral bid. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who describes herself as a champion of women, has suggested that Mr. Cuomo might deserve a second chance. Over the course of the scandal that precipitated his demise, women accused Mr. Cuomo of giving them unwanted kisses and hugs, grabbing their buttocks, commenting on their appearances, and fondling their breasts. The willingness of some to overlook the allegations may point to the cresting of the #MeToo era and the backlash against wokeness that arguably helped re-elect Donald Trump as president last year, despite his having been found liable for sexual abuse. It also may reflect a dearth of attractive candidates for centrist Democrats whose concerns over the city's direction helped propel Eric Adams into office. I'm disheartened by the fact that the powers that be, whether they're Democrats or Republicans or influential voices, that they're shrugging at this whole situation, said Anna Liss, a former aide to Mr. Cuomo who spoke up in 2021 because she found the former governor's treatment of her demeaning and wanted to support other women with more egregious complaints. She questioned whether New Yorkers had the bandwidth or energy to care if Andrew Cuomo is creepy with young women now that Mr. Trump was flooding the zone with apocalyptic new developments every day. And she lamented that this whole toxic strongman political ecosystem would most likely, quote, continue to persist. Brad Lander, the New York City comptroller now running for mayor, offered another theory for many voters' apparent apathy about what once seemed like a seismic political event: pandemic memory repression. The evolution of Mr. Cuomo's stance may, as he has said, stem from an honest belief in his own innocence. His earlier remarks might also have reflected a belief that, in order to keep his job, he needed to express at least some remorse, something that his advisors urged him to do. He is not sounding contrite, so let's get back to that, his former longtime pollster, Jeffrey Pollack, wrote in a group chat among senior aides as Mr. Cuomo, then still governor, held a news conference in 2021. The chat was cited in the Attorney General's report. Lindsay Boylan, the first of Mr. Cuomo's staff members to go public with complaints that he had harassed her, said that whatever gestures he made toward contrition, including his resignation, were motivated by politics. He knew that it was the way to salvage his future, she said. Mr. Cuomo rarely makes himself available to reporters, but when he does face questions about the allegations, he brushes them off as curious relics from the overheated peak of the #MeToo era. During a recent interview with The Times, Mr. Cuomo said his resignation reflected his desire to avoid creating a, quote, distraction to government functionality, that they would all be involved in impeachment proceedings, blah, 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 a decision he now regrets. Mr. Cuomo was referring to the legislature's pending impeachment inquiry, which could have barred him from running for state office again. He casts aside critical reports from the New York State Assembly, which found overwhelming evidence that the former governor engaged in sexual harassment, and the Department of Justice, which echoed that assessment. He suggests that the investigations were largely based on incorrect findings from the state attorney general. Yet Mr. Cuomo's casual dismissal of the claims represents a striking contrast to the ferocity of his late tenure and post-resignation legal strategy, one fueled by more than $25 million in state funds. Victims' advocates say Mr. Cuomo seems to be following a well-worn playbook deployed by men accused of sexual misconduct, which is known as DARVO. Deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. He filed a complaint against the Attorney General, Letitia James, accusing her of professional misconduct, and sued her office for refusing to release more of her investigative material. The lawsuit has been dismissed, as has the ethics complaint, her office said. His team, in accusing Ms. James of being politically motivated, frequently points out that she mounted a brief run for governor after her report helped force his resignation. The former governor bears responsibility for his own actions. A spokesman for Ms. James said, "We stand behind this investigation and its findings." During litigation with Ms. Bennett, Mr. Cuomo sought her medical records, including those from her gynecologist, something his team said was a routine request from a prescribing doctor, even though her complaint involved no allegations of forcible touching. Nearly 4 years after he said Ms. Bennett had every right to speak out, he moved to sue her, an act that victims' lawyers said seemed designed to muzzle her while he runs for mayor. More than 5 months later, he has yet to file an actual complaint. His lawyers sought to make public the full name of one of his accusers, whom investigators referred to only as Caitlin, during a legal battle involving another. They also asked for 3.5 years' worth of Caitlin's phone records. Mr. Cuomo's surrogates argued in a recent interview that it was only fair to publicize her full name, so that people who knew her could come forward with relevant information. The insistence on exposing Caitlin's identity was obviously retaliatory, her lawyers wrote in a court filing. And he has sought, above all, to make clear that despite the volume and consistency of the allegations, the people arrayed against him, the Attorney General, her investigators, the complainants, are all political actors with axes to grind. Governor Cuomo's political opponents and those eyeing the governorship and 2022 Democratic primary, including New York Attorney General Letitia James, seized the opportunity to mortally wound the popular governor, who was running for a 4th term, his lawyers wrote in 2022. Complaints about Mr. Cuomo's behavior extended beyond the circle of women who worked for him. "If you have enough money, you can create your own reality," said Stephanie Miner, the former mayor of Syracuse, who said Mr. Cuomo kissed her on her cheek against her will at public events, which she saw as his attempt to assert dominance over her. "He doesn't have to answer to people, he can refuse interviews and debates," even when Mr. Cuomo was still in office. And expressing some contrition, it was clear he had other tactics in mind. His team immediately attacked the credibility of his first accuser, Ms. Boylan, and released unflattering personnel records to reporters. After Mr. Cuomo left office, his allies highlighted Ms. Bennett's time in college, when she and other students accused a classmate of sexual misconduct, and the classmate was ultimately expelled. The accused student sued the school, denouncing its disciplinary process and describing the other students' complaints as false. The case was ultimately settled. Karen Hinton, a former consultant to Mr. Cuomo, who has known him for decades, said she had never known him to take responsibility for his misbehavior. In 2021, she detailed a decades-old episode during which she said an aroused Mr. Cuomo held her in an intimate hug. Mr. Cuomo denied the encounter, adding that it would have been virtually impossible. More than a decade later, she would go on to work for one of his former friends turned chief antagonist, Bill de Blasio, who, as mayor of New York City, publicly decried Mr. Cuomo's vengeful tactics. "There's always been this pattern of, 'I didn't mean to hurt your feelings,'" she said. "We just need to make clear that we can't treat girls and women that way." Susan C. Beachy contributed research.
Yeah. I don't really have comment on that, other than Trump did it. Why can't Cuomo? So let's see what we got here. This is actually kind of surprising. The investigation into Thomas Crooks's life. He's the kid who made the assassination attempt on Trump. So this is a speech he made, apparently. Let's see here.
Today, I want to tell you a little bit about myself and my academic goals, my passion for building things, my love of cooking with my family, and lastly, what I hope to achieve in this course. Hello, my name is Thomas Crooks, and it has always been my passion to create and build things of my own. Today, I want to tell you a little bit about myself and my academic goals,
All right.
my passion for building things.
We'll go ahead and explore. Let's see. Less than 2 years later, he mounted a roof and fired 8 bullets towards Donald Trump. What changed? How did his goals change?
Hi, I'm Steve Eater, and I'm an investigative reporter with the New York Times, shooting and mine for more details. And finally, we were able to access quite a bit of unreported information about Crooks using public records laws. Material from his college years that normally would be protected under privacy statutes was no longer protected because Crooks had died. And so we had access to emails, coursework, and logs of his internet activity from his time in college.
Hello, my name is Thomas Crooks.
We even found a video Crooks made for a speech class where he talked about his family and his interests in computers and cryptocurrencies.
Ever since I got my first Lego set when I was a little kid, from model airplanes to gaming PCs to 3D printing, I've always had a passion for building things with my hands and problem solving.
Much of this information was previously unknown, and in the story you're about to hear, we illustrate the kind of split screen that emerged of an engineering student who managed to live a quiet, keep to himself sort of life, living with his parents while simultaneously planning this attack. He was using aliases to make gun purchases, stockpiling explosive materials, and visiting the gun club about once a week. Many people in Crooks' orbit, including classmates and neighbors, were reluctant to speak with us. They were still shaken by what had happened and felt traumatized. But as we kept making phone calls and knocking on doors, a lot of what we were able to learn surprised us. I was struck by the degree to which it's possible for someone to present like nothing's really wrong while also planning something so disturbing, a near-fatal attack on a presidential candidate that also killed a bystander and wounded 2 others. There had been previous speculation about Crooks' mental health, and we uncovered new details about that. But I think there was also a misunderstanding that he had been bottled up in his own world, living pretty anonymously leading up to the attack. And what we found was that that wasn't entirely the case. Crooks was going to classes, interacting with classmates, going to work in the lead up to July 13th. People who knew him generally liked him, and they said they were shocked and surprised to see him as the shooter. One classmate said Crooks didn't seem like he could hurt anyone, let alone do something like this. Crooks is now one of a fairly small number of people in modern American history who have made an assassination attempt on a president or presidential candidate. This was a major moment in American history and in the arc of President Trump, and it's been commemorated in a statue that appeared in the Oval Office. The FBI has yet to release a final report on what happened that day. It's unclear when they will. And what emerged from our reporting is the fullest portrait yet of the man who was responsible for this. So here's the story I wrote with my colleague, Tonnell D. Hobbs. Thomas Crooks was acting strangely. Sometimes he danced around his bedroom late into the night. Other times he talked to himself with his hands waving around. These unusual behaviors intensified last summer after he graduated with high honors from a community college. He also visited a shooting range, grew out his thin brown hair, and searched online for major depressive disorder and depression crisis. His father noticed the shift. Mental health problems ran in the family. On the afternoon of July 13th, Mr. Crooks told his parents he was heading to the range and left home with a rifle. Hours later, he mounted a roof at a presidential campaign rally in western Pennsylvania and tried to assassinate Donald Trump. That scene has been etched into American history. After a bullet grazed Mr. Trump's ear, he lifted his blood-streaked face, pumped his fist, and shouted the words, "Fight, fight, fight." Mr. Trump has said that God saved him in order to save America, and the White House recently unveiled a statue in the Oval Office commemorating the moment.
It makes me laugh every
The
time.
near miss revealed alarming security lapses that allowed an amateur marksman, barely out of his teens, to fire at a former president less than 500 feet away. And it galvanized support for Mr. Trump, inspiring voters who saw him as a righteous hero triumphing in the face of smear campaigns, relentless prosecutions, and even an attempt on his life. Now, nearly a year later, with Mr. Trump in his second presidential term, much of the world has forgotten about the 20-year-old who set out to murder him. Mr. Crooks, who also killed a bystander and wounded 2 others before being shot dead by the Secret Service, had kept to himself and seemed to leave little behind. His motive was a mystery and remains the source of many conspiracy theories. A New York Times examination of the last years of the young man's life found that he went through a gradual and largely hidden transformation from a meek engineering student critical of political polarization to a focused killer who tried to build bombs. For months, he operated in secret, using aliases and encrypted networks, all while showing hints of a mental illness that may have caused his mind to unravel to an extent not previously reported. Although many aspects of Mr. Crooks's background and mental health are still unknown, the Times' reporting is based on thousands of pages of his school assignments, emails, and logs of his internet activity, as well as text messages, government reports, and interviews with dozens of people who knew him or were familiar with the case. Mr. Crooks followed his dark path with seemingly little notice from those closest to him. He stockpiled explosive materials in the small house he shared with his parents in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. When his face was plastered across the news, his classmates couldn't believe it. Investigators later found a crude homemade bomb inside his bedroom, not far from where his parents slept. His parents, Matthew and Mary Crooks, did not respond to interview requests, and their lawyers declined to comment. But on the night of the shooting, Matthew Crooks told federal agents that he had been concerned about his son's visits to the gun club. "I should have known better," Mr. Crooks said, one of the agents later told congressional investigators. Before his deadly assault, Thomas Crooks's only record of trouble was a lunch detention in middle school for chewing gum. In high school, he earned a top score on the SAT, 1530 out of a possible 1600, and received perfect marks on 3 advanced placement exams, according to his academic records. He didn't socialize much, but came out of his shell in a technology program in which he built computers. His teacher, Xavier Harmon, nicknamed him Muscles, an ironic nod to his slight frame, which made him laugh. One school classmate said Mr. Crooks enjoyed talking about the economy and cryptocurrencies, encouraging others to invest. On the rare occasions when the conversation turned to politics, he seemed to be in the middle of the road. On President Joe Biden's inauguration day in January 2021, Mr. Crooks donated $15 to a committee backing Democrats. But when he turned 18 that fall, he registered as a Republican. His family's political affiliations were as diverse as the swing state they lived in. His older sister, Catherine, and his father were registered as libertarians, and his mother was a Democrat. Mr. Crooks enrolled at the Community College of Allegheny County. He was the kind of student others sought out for help and a regular member of a math book club, though he didn't appear to hang out with his friends outside of school. He endeared himself to his professors not just with high marks, but also for showing up at office hours and trading emails about how to improve his work. "He seemed like a really intelligent kid," said Trish Thompson, who taught Mr. Crooks engineering. "I thought he would be able to do whatever he wanted." In her class, he designed a chessboard for visually impaired people, like his mother. Mr. Crooks was close with his immediate family, according to a video he recorded in the fall of 2022 for an oral communication class. He described preparing Thanksgiving turkey with his father and baking Christmas cookies with his mother, saying, "I don't think there's any better way to spend time with family than cooking meals together." Another assignment in that class required him to speak in front of 5 adults. He asked the professor for an exception, as he had only his parents and possibly his sister. "I don't have access to any other adults," he wrote. In April 2023, Mr. Crooks showed a glimpse of his frustration with American politics. In an essay arguing for ranked choice voting, he lamented, quote, "divisive and incendiary campaigns which are pulling the country apart." He wrote, "As we move closer to the 2024 elections, we should consider carefully the means by which we elect our officials. We need an election system that promotes kindness and cooperation instead of division and anger." Around the time he wrote the essay, Mr. Crooks began using an alias to buy from online firearms vendors, according to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He would make at least 25 gun-related purchases before the fateful rally. Mr. Crooks bought a membership in August 2023 to the Clairton Sportsman's Club, a shooting range about 30 minutes from his home. This was not unusual in his community, and his father was a gun enthusiast. By the end of the year, he was visiting the range roughly once a week, including on Christmas Day. Through a public records request, the Times obtained logs of Mr. Crooks' internet
Santa
activity
Claus.
while he was signed into the community college network. The records are somewhat limited. They show website domains rather than specific pages, and Mr. Crooks often used an encrypted connection to obscure his online footprint. Still, the digital trail suggests that he was focused on Mr. Trump, the news, and guns. On December 6, 2023, about 7 months before the shooting, he rapidly cycled through about a dozen news websites, including CNN, the New York Times, and Fox News, before visiting the Trump administration's archives, the logs show. Minutes later, he visited 7 gun websites, including one that focused on the AR-15, similar to the rifle he would use in the attack. Later that day, he paid a visit to the shooting range. The next month, he placed a $101.91 order online for more than 2 gallons of nitromethane, a fuel additive that can be used in explosives. He gave his home address for delivery. The package did not arrive promptly. "I have not received any updates of the order shipping out yet," he wrote to the seller on January 31st, 2024. He used his community college email account, but included a screenshot of his order confirmation showing he had provided an encrypted email address. "I was wondering if you still have it and when I can expect it to come." On February 26, a couple hours before a physics class, he visited a series of websites, including an ammunition manufacturer, the Trump campaign site, and NBC News, as well as YouTube, Reddit, Spotify, and a site for Xbox users. Interviews with his teachers, friends, and coworkers suggested that many people who interacted with him regularly didn't know he was troubled, let alone capable of premeditated murder. He had worked for years as a part-time dietary aide at the Bethel Park Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. Employees said Mr. Crooks was punctual and dependable, though he didn't talk much. He showed up for work in the weeks before the shooting, and nothing seemed amiss. Reggie Brown, a former human resources manager at the center, told us, "What I heard from people in his department is that there was no clear indications of changes in his behavior or routine." After back-to-back semesters on the dean's list, he earned his associate's degree in engineering and was set to transfer to Robert Morris University. He had told classmates he hoped to have a career in aerospace or robotics. His father noticed his mental health declining in the year before the shooting, and particularly in the months after graduation. He later told investigators that he had seen his son talking to himself and dancing around in his bedroom late at night, and that his family has a history of mental and addiction issues. That's according to a report from the Pennsylvania State Police, parts of which were shared with the Times. Investigators found that the younger Mr. Crooks was also making the depression-related queries online. Representative Clay Higgins, a Republican from Louisiana who worked on a congressional task force on the shooting, told the Times that he learned worrisome information about Mr. Crooks's mental health while investigating the case on a trip to Pennsylvania. "He was having conversations with someone that wasn't there," Mr. Higgins said, adding that many questions remained unanswered. "There was a mysteriousness to Thomas Crooks's descent into madness," he said. In the final month before the shooting, Mr. Crooks conducted more than 60 searches related to Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden, the FBI said. And yet, there were hints that he hadn't fully committed to an attack. "When can I expect the diploma to be mailed?" he wrote his college registrar. About a week before the shooting, Mr. Crooks's internet searches became especially focused, the FBI said. On July 6th, he registered for Mr. Trump's rally at the fairgrounds in Butler, Pennsylvania, and searched, "How far was Oswald from Kennedy?" In his remaining days, he looked up where Trump would be speaking on the site. Just after 6 p.m. on July 13th, Mr. Crooks fired 8 bullets toward Mr. Trump. Investigators later found 2 explosive devices in the trunk of his car that he had driven there. As word spread the next day that he was the gunman, one of his few friends from community college reached out. "Hey, Thomas, you weren't the person who tried to shoot Trump and then got killed, right?" texted the friend who was interviewed by the Times but requested anonymity because he feared being associated with Mr. Crooks. "I really liked you as a friend, and I desperately don't want you to be dead." Shortly before 11 p.m. on the night of the shooting, Mr. Crooks's father called 911, saying he had not seen his son since that afternoon. "We've gotten no contact from him, no text messages, nothing's been returned, and he's not home yet," Matthew Crooks told the operator. "That's totally not like him," he added, "so we're kind of worried, not really sure what we should do." Agents with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives had begun surveilling the 1,000-square-foot house, according to a transcript of agent testimony provided to Congress. Around 11:40 p.m., the agents approached the house. Matthew Crooks opened the screen door and asked, "Is it true?" They entered and noticed Mary Crooks sitting with the family cat in the living room, television on. The agents swept the house for potential dangers. Down a short hallway was the young Mr. Crooks's bedroom, door open. The room was fairly organized, with a made bed and a large 3D printer. An empty pistol belt and holster lay on the floor. At the room's threshold, an agent looked down and saw a .50 caliber military-grade ammunition can with a white wire coming out, according to the testimony. The agent also observed a gallon jug labeled nitromethane in the closet. The agents immediately evacuated. While they waited for the bomb squad, they interviewed Mr. and Mrs. Crooks outside late into the night, asking about their family and what made their son tick. The parents were calm and polite. They said Thomas loved building things like computers and visiting the gun range. They didn't think he had any friends or girlfriends. His father said he didn't know anything about his son, according to the testimony. On the subject of politics, Matthew Crooks said his son would, quote, go back and forth and kind of argue both sides, an agent testified. The father said Thomas would talk about Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden, but, quote, never really indicated that he liked one or the other more. Mary Crooks, who had been mostly quiet, spoke up to ask if her son was really dead. The agent told her yes, and she began to cry. Her husband, the agent testified, put his hand out and said, you know, it's okay. It's not true until we see the body. The couple has kept a low profile since the shooting. This spring, Ms. Crooks left the job she had held for 27 years as a rehabilitation therapist for the visually impaired at a state agency because of the shooting, according to a resignation letter obtained by the Times. She wrote, certain circumstances have left me with no other option. Matthew Crooks had been in social services for over 2 decades, first working with spina bifida patients, and later managing the medical care of patients in a Pittsburgh health system. The health system declined to say whether he still worked there. Madeline Frizzy, the mother of Ms. Crooks, was short when asked about her daughter and son-in-law. I do not have any contact with them whatsoever, she said, declining to elaborate. The FBI has led the investigation into Mr. Crooks, working with the ATF and the Pennsylvania State Police. In the weeks after the shooting, the FBI released preliminary findings based on details gleaned from interviews and Mr. Crooks's devices, suggesting that he had been planning an attack for over a year. In a news conference late last July, FBI officials said they had not found evidence of mental health treatment, institutionalization, or medications. The next month, the agency said Mr. Crooks had begun searching online about how to make explosives as early as 2019, when he was 16, but did not elaborate on the timeline. Investigators said they hadn't uncovered a motive or any co-conspirators. In the absence of new information, conspiracy theories about Mr. Crooks have grown. Some have claimed that he had an accomplice or that he was an agent of the so-called deep state. Kelly Little, who lives across the street from the Crooks house, said that another theory floating around claimed that she and other neighbors had built underground tunnels to aid the shooter. In February, in front of a large crowd at the Conservative Political Action Conference outside Washington, Elon Musk asked, "Why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler?" Cash is going to get to the bottom of it, he added, referring to Mr. Trump's FBI director, Kash Patel. The crowd cheered. But in a recent interview on Fox News, Mr. Patel at his side, Dan Bongino, the deputy director of the FBI, said there was simply no, quote, big explosive there. He added, if it was there, we would have told you. Helen Comparator, an avid Trump supporter whose husband, Corey, was killed by Mr. Crooks, still wants to know more. She told the Times she had not received any official updates from investigators in months and felt she was owed a fuller explanation of what had happened. She said, I'm praying the president gets to the bottom of it and keeps working on this case for me and him. This article was read by me, Steve Eder, and the audio was produced by Adrian Hurst. Thanks for listening.
For all the folks who are Trump fans, which I assume is everyone in this chat, there's a little bit of follow-up there. So I dropped the link for you, Dwali. That's what we're talking about. Feel free to click that link and save for your records. So I was going to do a little bit more in depth about these last week's Supreme Court decisions and just never got around to it. So here's a 5-minute recap of the decisions so far for this term. And it's from NPR, so you know it'll have its own style.
In a flood of Supreme Court decisions, 6 last week alone, with lots more to come as the court continues to weigh in on President Trump's many executive orders. There are huge stakes for the future of his administration and the country. Leah Lippman teaches law at the University of Michigan. She's also a host of the Strict Scrutiny podcast and author of the just-released book, Lawless. Leah Lippman joins us now. Good morning.
Good morning.
So before we get into the high court, I want to ask you about Los Angeles. President Trump's deploying National Guard troops. His advisor, Stephen Miller, is calling demonstrations against the immigration sweeps there an insurrection. And Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is threatening to mobilize active duty Marines from Camp Pendleton. But there's a big difference between nationalizing California Guardsmen and what Hegseth is talking about, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. So nationalizing the Guardsmen doesn't actually give the Guardsmen additional substantive authority. It just allows them to basically protect those law enforcement officers, in particular ICE and DHS officers, who are already deploying and enforcing federal law there.
And so what is Hegseth talking about when he says he'll mobilize active duty Marines? Is that allowed?
Honestly, it's very hard to tell what legal authority they might possibly be gesturing toward. You cannot just deploy the military against civilians or use the military to enforce federal law. It's possible that they are gesturing toward the Insurrection Act, but it's hard to know exactly what they are contemplating. Right now, it seems like it's a combination of threats and a combination of them trying to create circumstances and an emergency that would justify their using additional force and legal authority.
Okay, well, let's move on to the Supreme Court decisions. Last week, there were decisions on guns, employment discrimination, and a tax exemption that was denied to a Catholic charity. What stood out to you?
I think that these decisions, which were unanimous and several of which were written by Democratic appointees, were significant because the Democratic appointees found common ground with the Republican appointees to stave off more significant rulings. So they tried to reach narrow decisions that wouldn't change the law as much as some of the Republican appointees or some of the litigants wanted the court to do.
Well, what does that tell you about the court? Because as we know, the liberal justices they don't have the majority. They don't have that much power. So there have to be some conservatives that are willing to go along with this, right?
Yes, but I hesitate to draw too much of a conclusion just yet about what this says about the Supreme Court in general until the next spate of rulings come down. We're still waiting on more than 20 decisions and argued cases. Oftentimes, the decisions that break down along traditional ideological lines and make the most significant changes to the law don't come until the end of June. And you add to that the shadow docket decisions that the Supreme Court has been issuing, which have divided along ideological lines and allowed President Trump to do a lot of what he's been trying to do. And I don't think that the decisions last week suggest the court is moving slowly or more united than people might think it is from the more divided decisions.
Well, talk to me about this, because a number of Trump's recent executive orders are stalled by lawsuits and they stand before the court, and the Supreme Court will have to make decisions on presidential power. On Friday, the court allowed members of the Doge team to access Social Security records. So given that ruling, what will you be watching for as the court continues to make decisions about executive power and Trump's power?
I think what I will be watching for is the extent to which the court allows Donald Trump to implement some policies that are truly difficult, if not impossible, to roll back. I think allowing DOGE, the Department of Governmental Efficiency, access to the Social Security information is one of those important decisions where once you give them access to that data, there isn't much courts can do to actually roll it back in the event that they conclude DOJ's actions are unlawful. So I will be watching to see the extent to which the Republican justices allow Donald Trump to do things that will be impossible to wind the clock back on.
In the 30 seconds we have left, do you have thoughts on the new travel ban from Trump and the legal ramifications there?
I think the new travel ban is just like the previous iterations of the travel ban. It is trying to conceal animus under the facade of national security. The fact that the Supreme Court allowed Donald Trump to get away with it in the first Trump administration is an indication that he was going to try again, and they'll let him do it.
That's University of Michigan law scholar Leah Lippman. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thanks for having me.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Most protests have dwindled overnight in Los Angeles.
All right, well, that's a quick summary. Eventually we will get to Wilfred Riley, which will be a bit more lively, but, I want to remind everybody or ask everybody to please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure if you're new to the show, you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to my channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I did premiere a new a new video clip last night. It's that clip where I'm reading the Brer Rabbit tale, and had one too many Bud Lights. It's pretty funny and worth a look. So please feel free to comment on it, because on hearing it, I probably should have either gone less hard or way harder. This is the problem with kind of being a centrist. Being a centrist, judicious, and actually thinking critically sometimes is awfully boring. I should have just been, a little bit more harsh. But so we go. Let's see, Stanley, you should have seen John make the immigration be about the blacks. You know what, CK? I was going to watch a bit of it. And I think I did about 10 minutes when he was talking about his realtor. So I didn't watch the beginning of it. As a matter of fact, after my show yesterday, I actually took a nap because I was a bit tired. But I don't know how it could be about blacks. As a matter of fact, I was going to show a Lady Boulay video at the start of this show, talking about, this isn't something blacks should even be that involved in. And quite frankly, the first video I showed in this show, Irami was talking about LA, and he nailed it, probably better than any analysis I've seen. I forgot to say, Irami has actually grown over the last couple years with more or less Trump's rise, because he's a progressive, but he's more Trumpy than a lot of people would give him credit for. His analysis, this is the weird thing about him. He has odd takes on things, and when he nails it shut and tight, and everybody just goes, God damn it, why didn't I think of that? Now, to get to that state of, oh shit, this dude's smart, there's going to be about 2/3 of his takes that are kind of frivolous. But, if you think about baseball, he's hitting about 333. So That's not a bad average. So I tell me about John's take. Hit the link. Was it interesting at least or funny? So let's see. Ryan, you're back. I'm going TL. What does that mean? To yell? Stanley Cross center left is a better description. I don't think Irony center left. It's my description. We know Irony's a lefty, but he is a pretty particular lefty. Irony's actually said he has no problems with capitalism, and he talked about a just economy. So, he and I would like to hear him talk more about economics. He's not the kind of lefty that's just, your rank and file, that sort of, he is an, excuse me, he is an unusual lefty. Somewhere he is between black radical, progressive, and then just straight line liberal. He's a philosophy instructor working on his PhD. So he is not going, he's going to be hard to categorize. And that's what I appreciate about him. He is not a party line guy. Well, all the other leftists think this, therefore I am going to support what they think. He's not that guy. As a matter of fact, I think he likes blowing up ideological stances for the fun of it. And that's kind of why I appreciate him. I like blowing shit up just to see what happens. Rhetorically blowing shit up just to see what happens. I do that a lot on this channel. It's one of my daily activities that I enjoy the most. So let's go ahead and move forward. Haiti reels as Trump severs lifeline. I actually was kind of surprised that Trump added Haiti as one of those countries. However, I actually can kind of see his point at this stage of the game. Haiti is definitely a failed state. And there's so much gang activity going on there. You run the risk of having that bleed over into the United States. So while I feel bad for Haiti because, being the first country to make a stand against slavery in the Western Hemisphere, I have kind of a sentimental for its beginnings, and then it just got totally swindled. Part of the reason it is the way it is France was just France. If any country owes reparations to another country or group of people, it's France. If you know anything about the history of Haiti, you'll actually understand my point. Basically, Haiti built France's modern banking economy. And if you're surprised to hear that, you need to learn just a little bit about the history of Haiti and France's relationships. It's kind of fascinating, actually. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, man. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, nothing much. Just
feet on the ground. Feet on the ground.
Well, good for you. How was it?
Yeah, it's just interesting. It's a totally different environment, different climate. I always go south. So
well,
I went north.
It is north. I mean, would you live there?
Oh no, I never. Absolutely not. It's too cold. But but I never seen.
There were no cute Greenland girls.
No. Well, I don't. They're all covered up.
Are they? It's still
there are a lot of
there.
Nah, now it's getting a little warm. It's getting warmer now, but it's
I would think there are a lot of Danish girls there, or Danish oriented. And I dated a Danish woman for like 3 years, so I have a thing.
They're tall, dude. They're tall, man. You know how tall these people are.
This one was short. She was maybe 5'1", so she was apparently she was the runt of the litter.
Yeah. Well, they're. I mean, what's weird is you have the Danish. And that's the tallest country in the world. Like, if you just look at the average, right, they're like 6'1". So the Danish that were there were taller, and they have
women.
Well, just overall, like the dudes are tall. Everybody's tall, right? And most people are shorter than me. So as I walk through a mall or whatever, like it's pretty. But when everyone's staring at in my eyes, or on average slightly taller, it's just kind of weird. It's freaky. And I'll tell you something else. They've married in, or they've been up there for a while, so they have the native population, the Inuit or whatever. And so there's tall Inuit there. I mean, some of these Inuit are like 6'3", and they look very Asian. They have Asian features,
right.
And it's just kind of weird, man. It's like it's. I mean, on average, most Asians I bump into are shorter. So when you see tall Asians,
I don't know that I've ever seen anyone like on TV or video from Iceland. Did you take pictures or videos or anything?
It was green. It was Greenland. I'll email you some of the pics.
What did I say? I said Iceland because I'm thinking about Bjork. She had like Asian features with blue eyes, and it's really just a real
weird.
exotic look.
It is.
That's a little disturbing.
Okay, 12th man. This is not going to be a state that I'm going to be able to deal with. Just the constant interruptions and stuff. It simply cannot happen. Okay, no. Let's start. Let's start with saying hello. Slow down, and then we go from there. I'm dead serious. I will drop your ass in a heartbeat. I'm not in the mood for it.
What did I do wrong?
Okay, you're already being disruptive, and let me be very clear. I already know at this stage of the morning you're going to come in hot, you're going to be disruptive, and I'm predisposed to get rid of your ass. So yeah, call me prejudiced, but I'm prejudiced for a reason. So all I'm gonna ask you to do is be polite. Take a breath between sentences. Do not to my satisfaction. Okay, this isn't a 12th man standard of politeness on my panel. This is a Stanley standard of politeness. So that you think you're being polite means nothing to me.
Well, I heard that. Well, I haven't heard from Ryan in a while. So
well, good. Well, then let Ryan speak then. Let Ryan speak then. So I was commenting on, that odd Asian, kind of Asianish look, Eurasian look, but with blue eyes. It can be just real. So it can be very attractive, at least to me.
Well, to me, it's just kind of weird. I'm like, what are these tall Asian and blue eyes? Just strange, right? But there's nothing there. They got about 50,000 people there. There's really no development.
Really?
Yeah, it's.
I thought it was more than that.
No, it's not many people. And the thing is,
fuck! No wonder Trump wants. If it's 50,
I learned a lot about that issue, man, and I'm going to tell you, all parties now. Trump, of course, comes off like an idiot, and I'm going to annex it, all this stupid stuff. What it is the Russians are building out their Arctic fleet times 10. They got like 50 icebreakers. They got a bunch of bases they're putting up there.
Yes. I know about the icebreakers.
They got all these icebreakers. They're running, I mean, under the Arctic ice, they're just running missions. So Trump is probably getting debriefed by his security people. And then, of course, he's going to present it as, hey, we're going to annex them. But I'll tell you that, of course, he can't communicate at all. But it would actually benefit all parties because the Danes can't patrol it. They have no military presence there. We have the biggest base up there. And they're essentially sending a stipend to the population there who probably want to immigrate to, Europe, I would guess, because there's no trees, you can't grow crops there. Like it's just, there's nothing there. You know what I mean? So
I want to immigrate to Greenland.
So I think all parties would benefit if we took control of Greenland and then just said, hey, any minerals we discover, well, you have mineral rights, but it's going to be our place now, or some deal like that. And the Danes are paying a stipend to these people that it's just costing them money. So, and I think it would help the Greenlanders because they literally have nothing there. Everything has to be shipped.
Well, I mean, maybe, and I'm kind of half kidding. Maybe you should just volunteer to be the ambassador to Greenland.
I'm gonna tell you right now,
because maybe
check this out.
And I'm half kidding, but I'm also half serious. You may know more about Greenland than Trump does.
Stanley, check this out. There's like a little store, right? And there was helium balloons. There was a line. There was a line with kids in the helium balloon. In America, we got helium balloons. Just kids could care less about helium. Everywhere, right? Like there was a line of kids, 50 deep, for several hours. I walked by it. The kids just kept showing up and getting helium, as if helium was magic. It was crazy. I'm like, do these people never see helium balloons before? This line was never. It was crazy.
We keep telling the clowns to stop making helium balloons that kill the fish and wildlife, yet people keep allowing it to happen.
Well, they have them in Greenland. The kids love the helium balloons up there, and it was the weirdest thing, man. Like they have them at the drugstore, like you said, right? Like if they're just kids could care less. Like, oh, it's a balloon, right? But it was like
let me ask you another question.
These kids were amazed by the helium balloons. They were.
Have you heard? Is it lutefisk? It's like I can't remember whether it's Iceland or Greenland where they take like sharks and bury them till they rot and then they eat it.
No,
have you heard of that?
Stanley. That's Japan, bro.
No, it's not Japan.
Yeah,
okay, what you're gonna do? I've literally, the reason I bring this up is I've actually seen a documentary or two. I can't remember whether it was Iceland or Greenland, but yeah, there's just some weird. There's some weird thing that they do with sharks, like they bury it, they let it rot, and then it's like something they eat.
I wouldn't doubt it. I ate some of the.
And I've heard the smell is just so bad. Like it's almost like one of those. You've heard of the 1,000-year eggs, like where they take duck eggs and let them rot and ferment.
Samurai used to eat that shit.
Yeah, it's these.
So
foods,
anyway, you know what?
Here.
Let me look it up right quick. Because I can't even remember if it's called lutefisk. It's something with an L, and it was so disgusting. They didn't show it. They just hauled the shark up like on a winch or something.
Buried it. Good Lord. Well, all these regions though are on Siberia, the whole Arctic Circle. They got some weird customs. You can't grow anything, so it's just all meat. Right, everything's meat.
What are you talking about, Ryan? I live in the Arctic.
You do not live in the Arctic. The Arctic, you live south of the Arctic Circle, dude. Yeah. This is exactly why maybe you would consider going back.
You know where I live, motherfucker?
Maybe you would consider, and see, I'm trying to be polite. Maybe you would consider going back to the chat. You know, typing's going to be a bit better communication wise.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Did he go back to the chat?
No, he's still
south.
here, but
if
he
in
will
Fairbanks,
at some
south.
point. Yeah,
I don't think the Arctic.
let's see. Yeah. Is that what it's called?
Hakari.
Okay, I'm thinking of something else then. Cool, broke genius. Thank you for that. See,
Well, he said fermented. I think that's rotting, isn't it? Fermented is rotting, right?
Well, not exactly, because fermented, the bacteria kill the bad bacteria. And I'm glad you're here. Because I would have been looking up the total wrong thing. Yes.
Stanley, the fermenting of fish originated in Japan and all kinds of cultures like the Mongolians. They all knew
No, 12th man. Fermentation has been around for thousands of years. I understand.
That's what
Now
I just said, motherfucker.
that is, dude, man. There is a Greenland shark. Okay, so I might have conflated some things. The Hakarl.
They have a Greenland shark, though.
Right, there is a Greenland shark. I'm looking at this, and there's a fermentation. It's got an ammonia smell and a fishy taste, making Hakarl. And I'm probably not even pronouncing that right. Oh my God! Look at this fucking picture. Eek.
And by the way,
my God.
Oh God, that's just,
you play with that shark.
Holy shit! You know what? It looks smoked.
There it is. It's known for its strong ammonia smell. It's an Icelandic dish of the Greenland shark. So maybe not Greenland.
So that's where I'm conflating it then.
Yeah,
but do they eat that? Do they eat that in Greenland though? I guess that's my
I think just Iceland. It's a Greenland shark.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear about it. I know that much.
Okay, well maybe the Danes have a better palate.
Yeah, dude, there's some weird stuff, and it's all they have is meat. I mean, you can't grow anything up there. You're talking the 66th parallel, right? Like you're way up there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's there's no trees. There's no fucking trees. I'm like, how do you build with no trees? Like you got to bring in all your lumber, you know. Like,
well, you build an igloo, right?
Well, there's structures. Like there is structures, but you got to. I mean, look, there's concrete half constructed because you got to be at 30 degrees and rising for concrete, right? So they pour concrete about 2 months a year. I mean, what do you, 2 months a year? Like everywhere, you know, in the United States, you can pour concrete, 8 months, and then they got different stabilizers. You can even go below 30, sometimes. But I mean, literally, they stop when it gets cold, and all the buildings sit. They're all short buildings, 2-3 stories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's just it's just a different place. But I think if we took Greenland, we could.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there, Ryan. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, you know what? If you can't, how about just use soft power and say, hey, Greenland, we can take over the financial burden and all that stuff. You can come visit. You can come visit whenever you want. I think there's a way to do it, especially the way you present it. And
instead of
Ryan, I'm dead fucking serious. Maybe since you've been there recently and have this, at least sane well
Same
thought
viewpoint.
out argument, maybe you ought to offer your services.
I don't know.
I'm not kidding here.
I don't know. I don't know if I could be a diplomat like that. It's not. I think
Hey,
you got to have a
just be
public policy
just be a
degree or something.
special consultant. Just be on staff.
I feel like Trump wouldn't listen.
Ryan, you could be the foreign minister to Greenland. Think about it.
Well, they would. I will tell you that they were. I think some of them would probably want to be a part of the U.S. because the Danes don't really do much with them. They send them money and that's about it. So
well, yeah, but I mean that's going to be part of the bargain. I don't know that you get. I mean, the U.S. has territories. I think this is a doable deal, and I'm more inclined to hear what you have to say about it than the Trump administration. But that's just me. I'm kind of like not the best, advocate. But if you said it, Ryan, I would go, hey, let's do it. I at least know it's well thought out.
yeah, it is. I mean, really, it would benefit everyone. But when you present it and say we're going to annex this country,
right?
It doesn't. It kills everything, right? Because it's or we're going to annex Canada. We're going to go ahead and annex Canada.
I mean, you know what? Is that too long for a fucking show title?
I don't think it is. It's a great show title, actually.
I think.
I know next Canada, right? Like it's been our ally. It's literally.
I only have one show, like today's show schedule, because I didn't have any more show titles. And just like that, there is a show title.
Force all of Quebec to speak English. We're going to force Quebec to speak. I feel like we could really do a lot because Greenland would be good, like in terms, geopolitically, militarily, but when you present it like he does, it just kills it. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, and there's a lot of that, like, playing around in the Middle East, what's the messaging? It's just insane.
There's nothing left in the Middle East, Ryan. So,
I mean, other than about 50 countries that have most of the world's fucking oil. I mean, there's nothing. By the way, that are heavily invested in our country financially. I mean, all these nations over there have tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars with our in our stock market. So, I mean, other than that, 12th man.
Well, we don't really need their oil. We got our own natural gas. We can build pipelines and all that.
Okay, well, that is basically, where the understanding goes wrong. We have a type of oil. There are grades of oil.
Yes.
And we don't have an oil that is, well, not only is it not quickly refinable, and I don't know the details of it, we don't have a lot of refineries. So
well, ours are set up for a lot of our refineries are built around Venezuelan and Mexican oil and Gulf oil, and not like the tar sands shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
So that oil we're getting rid of.
That's gonna be a whole nother process.
Yep.
You had to separate the oil from the silicon and the other minerals.
In Alaska, we're wanting to build an 800-mile natural gas pipeline to heat our own state and plus export like several hundred millions of cubic feet or however they measure that in large quantities.
I don't think it's going to work, 12th man, because I mean the Pacific is saturated with LNG, whereas the Atlantic is desperately in need of LNG because of Europe. So you really want it coming out of the East Coast of the U.S. if possible.
Well, if they're so
LNG.
saturated with it, Ryan, then why are they bidding on Alaska gas line to run it from the North Slope all the way down to the Kenai Peninsula? I mean, you got Asian countries wanting to buy our natural gas all over the place.
Well, Norway.
All right. Well,
Russia.
I'm gonna steer this back to.
Hey, Stanley, let me ask you
news
something.
stories.
Let me ask you
Sure.
something. When you were in the Navy, did you ever see these LNG ships? Like how
Yeah.
they transport this shit? Isn't that crazy?
I'm pretty sure. You know what? I don't. It was mostly oil tankers. I don't. LNG. Now we're talking back in the early '90s. I'm gonna say no, and if I did, I
It's
didn't
nuts.
recognize what they are. LNG has to be. It has to be refrigerated, right? It's kind of
It has
it's
to be
cold. It gotta be
liquid.
cool.
It has
If they
to
can
be liquid.
yeah, they
It
got to
has
bring
to
it
be
to like negative 200
liquefied
degrees or something.
and then put on the ship. And then
But it gets compressed.
So I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure I can say I have. I've never boarded one. I'll put it that way. I've been on. I boarded a lot of ships, like you know, enforcing embargoes and shit like that. I know I've never been on one.
Yeah, they're pretty. They're just pretty wild. The whole process with that is like they're essentially taking. If you take like a basketball size area of natural gas, by the time it's liquefied, it's like the size of a marble. It shrinks it all the way down. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty crazy how they do it. So it's just pretty neat.
Well, I can, I can only imagine having a, how about just put a captain on top and a few sailors of sailing a fucking bomb across the Atlantic?
It's amazing, isn't it? Fucking amazing. Crazy.
You'd probably do good on one of those, Stanley. Remember that one guy that was on that oil barge?
No, I would. I don't know that I would ever want to do that job. You know what? You probably have to pay these shits. You'd have to pay the deck seaman fucking $200,000 a year.
I bet
to do
that.
The captain's gonna be a millionaire. It's like, dude, there is no way I'm sailing a bomb. It's like the equivalent of a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, man, the fucking tanks, like just one of them goes, it's gonna blow up a whole ocean.
It's like there will never be fish in this part of the ocean again.
Never. Yeah, it's pretty neat process though. Pretty neat process.
Stanley, come on, man. We gotta love our fish.
All right. Well, we're gonna go into this Haiti story because I really, like I said, I can actually kind of understand Trump's point, but I don't know. I just wish we had a better version of Trump. You know what? You can do cruel things, but okay, motherfucker, dude. I will not be interrupted every sentence I speak. 12th man. I warned you. If we could have, like I said, I don't have a problem with a lot of Trump's goals. It's just the method is just abrasive and just unattractive.
Like the way he goes about it.
Okay, I just don't know why every fucking comment I make needs a counter comment. And you know what? Here's the other thing that I realize. When I do it, it's okay. When anyone else does it on this panel, it is not okay unless it's really smart, well timed. See, this is the problem, 12th man. I don't necessarily have a problem with counter comments, but your timing your conversational timing is off
Yeah, I
due
know.
to the alcohol consumption, and it just does
I'm
not make
imperfect,
it does
Stanley.
not
I'm
make for
sorry.
pithy it doesn't make for pithy much of anything. The timing is off.
I'm imperfect, Stanley. Please forgive
Okay,
me.
no. You're not imperfect. You are inebriated. There's a difference.
So are you.
So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and listen to this Haiti thing. We're not going to listen to the whole thing because it's kind of longish, but I want to get the point across at least.
Haiti reels as Trump severs a lifeline. This article is by
Severs?
Francis Robles and read by an automated voice. Born in Northeast Haiti with a heart defect, Brad Mertens Joseph is 6, has difficulty walking, and is still in diapers. His parents, accustomed to a dangerous 9-hour overnight bus ride to see cardiologists in the country's violent capital, had finally found a solution to their son's medical ailment caused by a hole in his heart. It involved open-heart surgery in Akron, Ohio, arranged by a nonprofit. Those plans collapsed this week when President Trump issued an order banning people from a dozen countries, including Haiti, who don't already have valid travel visas, from entering the United States. When I heard that, I was really upset, and I wondered, what are we going to do? The boy's father, Dieudonné Joseph, said. I was panicking, and I'm still panicking. The Josephs are among the many Haitians who are caught in the middle of Mr. Trump's sweeping travel ban. From young professionals to medical residents to longtime visitors whose visas had lapsed, Haitians are bracing for the consequences of having a lifeline abruptly cut. With its proximity to Florida, a long, often difficult history with the United States, and grave political and social upheaval, Haiti has strong family and economic ties with its northern neighbor. People have businesses in both countries, and most middle-class Haitians have close relatives in South Florida or New York. The ban was the latest in a series of blows the United States has dealt to Haiti, a nation currently overrun by gangs and in the throes of a security crisis, and which is heavily dependent on international aid organizations and remittances from migrants in the United States. We feel like not only Haiti has been hit very hard, but also the whole world has been hit very hard by this decision, especially those small countries who believed the United States of America were their best friends, said Mr. Joseph, 42, who works at a bank. If Brad does not receive the surgery, he is not likely to live past 30, said Dr. John Clark, a pediatric cardiologist at Akron Children's Hospital who was set to treat the boy this summer. More than 300 other Haitians, mostly children, are on waiting lists for surgery and are now unable to get treatment because they are barred from traveling to the United States, said Owen Robinson, the executive director of the International Cardiac Alliance, a nonprofit group based in the U.S. that arranged for Brad's treatment in Ohio. Finding enough doctors and hospitals in other countries to make up for the sudden loss will be extraordinarily difficult. If we could, we would, Mr. Robinson said. Haitian Hearts, an organization in Illinois, was hoping to secure travel for Suze LaPierre, 46, who had cardiac surgery in the United States 21 years ago and needs a valve replaced. She is unemployed, was forced to flee her home in Port-au-Prince, the capital, because of gang violence, and, with most hospitals in the capital closed, is out of any other options for her heart problem. In announcing the ban, Mr. Trump said that he had decided to, quote, fully restrict people from Haiti because visitors from there overstayed their visas at least 25% of the time. I cannot be mad at Donald Trump. He is building his country, and he has the right to do it the way he wants, she said in a telephone interview. I believe we have to fix our own country. Haiti is engulfed in an extraordinary political, humanitarian, and security crisis. Its last elected president was assassinated nearly 4 years ago, and the resulting power vacuum created an opening for gangs, long supported by the country's political and economic elite, to thrive. The armed groups joined forces last year in an explosion of violence that forced more than 1 million people from their homes and killed more than 5,000 people last year. The Trump administration recently declared the gangs terrorist organizations, a designation that helped land Haiti on the list of banned nations. The Trump administration also rescinded an immigration designation, known as temporary protected status, that shielded more than 500,000 Haitians from deportation. and revoked a program that had allowed more than 200,000 Haitians to move to the United States. Mr. Trump's proclamation said the Secretary of State could issue travel waivers in cases that were in the national interest of the United States. Asked to clarify if that could apply to children with medical conditions, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security offered a statement that did not answer the question. President Trump's action to limit the entry of foreign nationals from countries who have a significant terrorist presence, inadequate screening and vetting processes, and high visa overstay rates will help secure the American homeland and make our communities safer.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much, we get the gist of that. Like I said, it's not so much the goal or the ends as much as the methods. Look, I don't know how you can just suddenly do this. There's something like a ramp up time, and maybe what Trump is doing is, hey, if I say I'm going to do this in a few months, it'll all get bogged down in court. But there is no way you're going to be able to, I think it's a problem when you suddenly stop something. These processes get gummed up with little kids, needing heart operations and all this stuff. And if you start presenting stories like this, Trump, I don't know why Trump's team just doesn't go, hey, let's do this smartly.
What do you mean?
Okay, motherfucker, you know exactly what I mean. Okay, I was speaking English. This cruelty is the point mindset. This 12th man and John Galt and everybody fucking going, hey, you know what? Let's just be cruel without thinking about it. It's got to go. It's not the American way, believe it or not. So that's what I meant.
Why doesn't we have to worry about kids and other countries?
Okay, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about any of that. When you make an argument to me, 12th man, you need to be much more aware of yourself. I'm just gonna patently ignore your argument. It's slurred and not worth my time. You're not going to be able to make a cogent argument. You're not going to be able to make a cogent argument. You will not be able to make a cogent argument in your current state.
We're supposed to worry
You
about
will not be able to make a cogent argument in your current state. We can talk about this later. We can talk about this later. We can talk about this later. What were you going to say, Ryan?
Well, he's done the same thing with India and the like. Here's another snap decision. Hey, we're going to go ahead and throw out all the foreign students. So you got India that has the most students in the United States, and we're trying to buddy up to them. Okay, let me finish, 12th man, please. So like we're trying to use them to counter the Chinese and come alongside of them and be buddies with them. But now we're going to throw out all these Indian students and just revoke everything. I'm like, who thought this through, right? Like, you don't think that's going to piss the Indians off? So he makes these snap decisions. I don't think he thinks through any of them. He just goes, yep, let's do this.
Well, I mean, he personally doesn't. Someone mentioned the other day, I can't remember where, maybe it was on this show or in a chat somewhere, that Trump had some really mediocre to horrible advisors. The bottom line is and I didn't even know this. Even me. I have friends who were actually able to go. You don't want to, the H-1B that whole universe of types of professional and expert visas, it all needs reforming. But the problem is what Microsoft is no longer an American company. It is a multinational, and it will make just as much money if it moves all of its headquarters to India as it would if it stays in the United States, or roughly the same. Everything's better in the United States. But if you piss off the multinationals, the technology companies, they can move and they will be just fine. You want these companies to, because they have American roots, to stay in America.
Sure.
When you start saying, hey, you can't
Why
hire
wouldn't
who
he
you
want
want,
to stay
when
in
you start
America?
saying you can't hire the best, regardless of where they're coming from, you're going to provide disincentives to want
Well,
to be
there's
headquartered here. Okay, motherfucker, I
beaches.
do not see. I've tried to be patient, 12th man.
Stanley, there's
You will
beaches
not
for
be
that,
able to
though.
say that I am not being patient. So
Why
stop
you
it.
mad at me,
No, I'm not
Stanley?
even. You can be on the panel, 12th man. Your timing, your conversational timing is off. You're slurring and you're too loud. This is not conducive to a polite, civilized, critical thinking, erudite panel
I
experience.
thought I've been pretty
You are.
fucking
I don't,
polite.
motherfucker. What you think is inebriated. It is altered. What you think is not what everybody else is thinking.
Well, you're drinking
You are
chicken. Come
motherfucking
on, hand
in
me
a
that
state,
bit.
dude. It doesn't matter if I'm drinking or not. You have lost. You have lost the bubble. What we in the Navy, you don't know what's up, you don't know what's down, you do
I
not
love the
know
Navy.
what it's
You
like.
know that,
Okay, dude,
Stanley.
I'm motherfucking done debating this. I tried. I've tried. You can be on the panel and shut the fuck up unless it's important to hear, or you cannot. 12th man, this is more patience than I had with you yesterday because I'm trying to be patient. You are not making this easy. You don't seem to realize that almost nothing you say is adding to these discussions. Sorry to be mean, but that is my impression as host of this panel. And you know what? I just totally forgot what I was saying. Ryan, anything else before we just move on?
We're good. We can move on. We can move on.
Okay, this is your very last chance, 12th man. And I'm dead serious. This is it.
Come on, Stanley. I thought we were
No,
friends,
don't come.
goddammit.
Don't tell me to come on.
I thought
So,
we were buddies. Stop picking on me, Stanley.
What? Did you say I'm picking on you?
Yeah, you are a little bit.
All right. So,
anyway, Stanley,
so
carry on, brother.
So this next story, gun deaths of children rose in states that loosened gun laws, study finds. So presenting this to this audience, I'm sure will result in comments, but numbers don't lie.
I'm guaranteeing that.
Gun deaths of children rose in states that loosened gun laws, study finds. This article is by Roni Karen Rabin and read by an automated voice. Firearm deaths of children and teenagers rose significantly in states that enacted more permissive gun laws after the Supreme Court in 2010 limited local governments' ability to restrict gun ownership, a new study has found. In states that maintained stricter laws, firearm deaths were stable after the ruling, the researchers reported, and in some, they even declined. Guns are the leading cause of death in the United States for people ages 1 through 17, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Dr. Jeremy Faust, an emergency room doctor at Massachusetts General Brigham Hospital in Boston, who was the study's lead author, said he was dismayed to find that most of the children's deaths were homicides and suicides. "It's surprising how few of these are accidents," Dr. Faust said. "I always thought that a lot of pediatric mortality from guns is that somebody got into the wrong place, and I still think safe storage is important, but it's mostly homicides and suicides." John Comerford, executive director of the NRA Institute for Legislative Action, called the study "political propaganda masquerading as scientific research." The study, published Monday in JAMA Pediatrics, examined the 13-year period after the June 2010 Supreme Court ruling that the Second Amendment, which protects the right to bear arms, applies to state and local gun control laws. The decision effectively limited the ability of state and local governments to regulate firearms. The researchers classified states into 3 categories based on their gun laws: most permissive, and strict. They used a Centers for Disease Control and Prevention database to analyze firearm mortality trends from 1999 to 2010, before the Supreme Court ruling, and compared them with the 13-year period afterward. Nationally, they found that the number of people under 18 who died from firearm injuries in the period after the ruling exceeded the projected figure for that time by about 7,400, with a total of about 23,000 fatalities. But in the 9 states with the strictest gun laws, youth firearm deaths did not increase. In 4, California, Maryland, New York, and Rhode Island, they dropped significantly. The average age of those killed was 14, according to the study, which was authored by researchers from Yale New Haven Hospital, the University of California San Francisco School of Medicine, and the Schools of Public Health at University of Pittsburgh and Brown University. Advocates for stricter gun laws praised the study, saying it expanded the evidence that gun safety laws save lives. "We have shown in the past that states that have the strongest laws when it comes to gun policy have a gun violence rate that's 2.5 times less than the states with the weakest," said Nick Saplina, Senior Vice President for Law and Policy at Everytown for Gun Safety. "Lawmakers that refuse to take action or further loosen laws are putting kids' lives at risk." He also said that gun safety laws had multiple benefits, reducing accidental shootings while also preventing youth suicides and school shootings. 3 of 4 school shootings are committed with a weapon taken from the home of the family or a close relative, Mr. Saplina said. Black children and teenagers had the highest firearm death rates before the 2010 ruling, as well as the largest increases in death rates in permissive states after the ruling. In states with strict gun laws, however, the pediatric firearm mortality rates in the black population did not increase after the ruling. Dr. Faust said he became interested in the subject when, curious about gun deaths in his own community, he looked up children's gun fatality rates in Massachusetts and noticed that they were relatively low compared with national rates and had not increased in at least 25 years. "I wondered if that was an isolated thing, or is it something else," he said, adding that it did not appear to be a random phenomenon. The research team found that there was a flurry of legal activity in many states after the 2010 ruling, with some moving to tighten gun restrictions under the parameters of the ruling, and many others loosening them. Stricter steps taken by New York included expanding an assault weapons ban, implementing limits on magazine capacity, requiring background checks for ammunition purchases, and passing a so-called red flag law that allows family members and law enforcement officers to petition courts to remove firearms from people deemed at risk. California passed a number of laws, including prohibiting the possession of magazines capable of holding more than 10 rounds. It was like a natural experiment, Dr. Faust said, adding that he was shocked by the stark disparity in firearm deaths, depending on whether a state tightened or relaxed its gun ownership laws. In states that took the more permissive approach, he said, "You've got an epidemic that's really getting worse."
All right. Well, I don't actually have much to say, but to me, it's kind of, obvious. I just, and this is, I will go on and on ranting about, parents need to do a lot better in tightening, battening down the hatches, of their, and it sounds horrible when I say that, but battening down the hatches of their family ship.
Can I
I
say
agree.
something?
Okay, I don't know why you need to interrupt me. Again,
Way
your
back in
timing
the
is
day,
off. God damn it, your timing is off. I again, there's nothing wrong with having guns and rifles and all that stuff if you cannot secure them. If I look, there was my father isn't so much these days, but has always been kind of a gun enthusiast, as in this motherfucker would be buying like, these Winchester like guns worth thousands. Okay, I do not know why. Can you just mute up, 12 man? That way you can comment.
Can I
That
say
way you can comment and I don't have to hear your comment.
Well, Stanley,
I am
back
being
in
way
the
more
day,
patient than normal, 12 man. I don't care
so
what
I'm
your
not allowed
excuses
to
are.
say anything.
Please. Okay, let me mute you for you. All I have to say, and I was getting to it eventually, that there's nothing wrong with having guns. You gotta secure them. You gotta let the kids know that, hey, don't fucking touch the guns. They are locked up. They are here, but motherfucker, don't touch the guns without me there. Okay, if you gotta have a gun room with a lock on it, whatever you need to do to secure your weapon. And I'm gonna tell you, I grew up with a father who is a retired policeman. His service revolvers were in his closet on the top shelf. My sister and I imagine my brother, when he came along, knew where it was, but fuck, motherfucker, don't even look at him hard. Okay, it just was not something you do. So I'm not just fucking some, blue-haired liberal whistling Dixie and afraid of guns. I'm saying weapons, firearms, pistols, rifles, if you're gonna own them, you can't be flippant about the responsibility. Parents have to parent. You have to make sure that all that stuff gets stored safely. And that's my spiel. Do it the right way, and you know what? Hey, dude, I was shooting like these little 22s. Shit, my father and I took his boyhood 22, the rifle. We fucking dismantled it, sanded down the stock, revarnished it, basically rebuilt the weapon. So it's a project he and I did. I don't even remember if it was in a summer or not. That rifle is still in a gun rack somewhere, and it's fucking beautiful. Familiarize,
Can I get
but
a
motherfucker, I do not know why you have to speak. Literally, I need you to.
back in the day,
I
Stanley,
don't want to hear your voice. I'm leaving it up to you to voluntarily leave the panel and sleep it off.
Well, what's wrong
I
with
don't want to
teaching
eject
kids
you.
about
I
guns?
do not want to eject you, but I do want you to know how much I do not appreciate your input right now.
Well,
I literally do not appreciate your input at this point.
In school,
Stop
we
it.
used to teach.
The motherfucker, you see, what the fuck is it with you, 12th man? You know you're fucked up. I keep telling you you're fucked up.
Kind of
Your
fucked
conversational timing is off
why
to
are
a
you
point.
against
Okay, this
children?
motherfucker, I've given him every chance. So you have a good morning, 12th man. Come back when you're in a better state. I'm fucking done with it. So all I'm saying, and maybe I'm long-winded, but guns are fine. Bad parenting and guns do not mix. Kids are kids, and you know what? The numbers are the numbers. The correlations are there. People beware. So, and speaking of kids, this is a DC story. Something about truancy. Empty desks. How the district's failure to curb truancy in middle schools fueled the biggest youth crime surge in a generation. This is DC, and
hey, Stanley, are you JGHB?
Yeah, it's Stanley at JGHB for John Galt HB.
Got it.
Not
Okay.
info.
Yeah, I was going to
That's
send
my
you some pictures. That's all. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So I was gonna say this is a long story, and we're not gonna listen to it, but it is kind of something that's near and dear to my heart, and it intersects with some points that John Galt's made about, you know, curfews and kids just kind of being in places they shouldn't be. So you know, we'll play a little bit of it until it gets redundant, as these news stories get too long and too redundant these days, if no one's noticed.
You're listening to How D.C. quote, "Failure to curb truancy fueled a surge in youth crime." A news story written by Robert Samuels, Lauren Lumpkin, and John Harden and read by an AI-generated voice. As the first bell rang at Brooklyn Middle School on April 3, 2024, Irving Laborde's desk sat empty. An hour earlier, police had found his body in Fort DuPont Park. He had been shot and killed. Irving was 14, an 8th grader. Growing up, he was a strong reader who loved tossing footballs, playing the piano, and analyzing the deeper meaning of Marvel movies. But in the last year of his life, Irving was detained in Maryland after being accused of stealing cars, then arrested and charged in the district with theft and unauthorized use of a vehicle. Weeks before his death, Nadine Younger, Irving's great-aunt, had been looking for any clue that could help explain what had gone wrong with him. She found a letter from his middle school, dated February 1st, that said Irving had missed 47 days of class, half the school year. How can you miss all those days? She recalled thinking. Irving was one of nearly 16,000 DC public school students, 1/3 of its K-12 enrollment, who were truant that school year, meaning they missed at least 2 weeks of classes without an excuse. For more than a decade, district leaders have linked school attendance to youth crime, saying tackling one will curb the other. But a Washington Post investigation found that the DC Council and Mayor Muriel E. Bowser, Democrat, have failed to follow through on key initiatives that promise to keep students in class and out of trouble. The district's child welfare agency has largely abandoned the early warning system that city leaders set up more than a decade ago to find absent students and help return them to the classroom. More than 18,000 reports of truancy went uninvestigated in the last 3 full school years, the Post found. "We're just basically reporting into a vacuum," said Corey Chapman, a math and special education teacher at McFarland Middle School. More than 40% of the approximate 570 students at the Petworth Neighborhood School were truant in 2023 to 2024, the most recently completed school year. "We saw something. We said something." Meanwhile, the number of DCPS students who missed at least 2 weeks of class in a school year increased 110% over the past decade, according to a Post analysis. In the district and across the nation, High schoolers have the highest rates of absenteeism. Still, a post-analysis found that DC's truancy problem has been growing the fastest among middle school students, an age group that helped drive the city's spike in carjacking and other serious crimes in 2023. Last school year, 30% of middle schoolers, or 5 times more students than a decade ago, were truant. City leaders blamed the coronavirus pandemic for an uptick in unexcused absences, as well as the rise in youth crime. However, the Post found that the truancy rate began rising for DCPS middle schoolers before the pandemic, from 10% in the 2014 to 2015 school year to more than 30% in 2018 to 2019 and one-third last year. Truancy rates increased most drastically in the historically underserved black neighborhoods east of the Anacostia River. Last school year, more than 20% of Sousa Middle School's 268 students missed at least a month's worth of class. When you ask the child why they missed school, the child will shrug their shoulders, said a Sousa teacher, who spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retribution from the school district. It continues to happen because there's no consequences. The DC Council passed anti-truancy laws intended to address youth violence after a series of shootings in 2010 left 5 young people dead. The legislation established a process to identify at-risk students before they ended up in the court system, and directed the mayor to create a plan to staff schools with mental health specialists. Additionally, DCPS leadership set goals to ensure every campus had enough extracurricular programs to keep students engaged. The Post found that these initiatives fell apart in the years before the 2023 youth crime spike, the very scenario they were designed to prevent. That year, DC police made more than 500 arrests of people under age 18 on robbery charges, which include carjackings. This marked the highest one-year total for such arrests since the 1990s, according to police reports. DCPS, which serves 52,000 students at 117 schools, including 24 with middle school students, answers directly to city leaders, and ultimately, Bowser. In 2007, amid scrutiny about test scores and graduation rates, the Council and U.S. Congress both approved legislation that took control of the school system from the city's school board and gave it to the mayor. Bowser, who was elected to the city's top post in 2014, declined multiple requests to be interviewed for this story. She did not respond to written questions from reporters. Phil Mendelson, Democrat, chairman of the D.C. Council since 2012 and a council member for nearly 3 decades, pinned the responsibility on government agencies. He said it was not the council's job to enforce the laws it passed. The laws that we have in place have the right framework. Identify kids, identify their needs, and then address their needs, Mendelson said in an interview. It's clear to me that the persistent problems with absenteeism are a result of poor quality implementation, not of something missing in the law. Council member Zachary Parker, D. Ward 5, a former middle school teacher elected to office in 2022, criticized both his colleagues and Bowser for what he described as a bureaucratic blame game that too often leaves students behind. On this mayor's side, there is low performance, and bad performance has been allowed for many years, Parker.
So I told this bitch, said, look, go grab me a Hawaiian punch. Gave the bitch $5. And told her, go walk down to the corner store and go grab that shit right quick. She was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So the bitch walked to the whoop-de-wop. She walk in. She know she looking good.
Oh, I'm sorry. Man, I was on a tear. Damn it. 12th man. The firearm safety classes in school is totally crazy. Kids, go ahead and look into your desk, pull out your Glocks, and let's go to firearm safety class. We have a problem with guns and knives and stuff like that in school to a point to where there are metal detectors. Firearm safety classes in school, no. Schools are there to educate about kind of academic stuff. Parents should be the ones teaching gun safety. John Galt, hey John, good morning. No, I don't know who the they is you're talking about. It's a news article. Kids who are not in school, if they're homesick, they probably won't be committing a crime. If they are cutting class and are truants, which is what this article is about, it's about truancy, which implies the kids are, not telling their parents, not showing up at school or cutting class. I think those kids, if they're willing to flout, hey, you have to be in school rules, going to be a little bit more prone to committing, crimes or, just mischief than, having been a kid myself, kids can do mischief. And anyway, how is truancy linked to crime? I'm sure that's probably common sense. I won't answer that kind of question. I'm not a sociologist, but it seems to me common sense that, a truant student, which may be a crime, I guess, maybe being truant is a crime. Let's see, what else is robbery mischief? Fuck all that. John, hit the panel and ask me stupid questions in person. Um, Truancy, I don't know. I think in some places, excessive truancy, I know it'll get parents in trouble. Might be a crime, might not be. I'm not a truancy expert. I literally never skipped a class or skipped school when I was in high school because the high school kept very close tabs and would call your parents if you weren't there. Is robbery mischief? Is crime mischief? I think you could probably classify crime as mischief. It's just crime is mischief, criminal mischief.
Parker said in an interview.
I think there's actually
on the council side, there's been not so great oversight, or at least not oversight that's leading to change. And our schools and our young people are the ones that have paid the price
it's
here.
The wicked
in recent
racist.
Years, both the DC Council and the Mayor's office have taken steps to reduce chronic absenteeism. Last fall, education officials signed onto a national pledge to cut the school system's 2022 to 2023 truancy rate in half over the next 2 years. The rate of truant DCPS students ticked down the next school year, from 35 to 33%. The Bowser administration has spent more than $30 million over the past 5 years on a safety program that stations adults around campuses in high-crime areas, and recently expanded the effort to include a bus service for about 300 students who would otherwise feel unsafe getting to school. Schools have introduced tutoring and vocational programs, as well as a messaging system that reminds at-risk students to come to class. DCPS leadership also started a program called the 6th Grade Academy, designed to ease the transition to middle school, which data showed decreased chronic absenteeism last year at 9 of the 11 schools that participated. We have a plan and we're working the plan, said Paul Keene, the deputy mayor for education. It's not the case that everything is broken in this system. It is the case we have to reinvent some of what we're doing. The reasons for truancy are varied and complex, and the vast majority of students who miss school do not commit crimes. They help to raise young siblings at home or take care of sick parents. Some don't have clean clothes. Still, most young people who wind up in DC's court system have a history of poor school attendance. A study by the district's Criminal Justice Coordinating Council reported that children who were arrested between June 2019.
If anybody needs this article, I can put it into the chat, but apparently there's some folks in the chat who don't understand what mischief is. let's look at mischief. Mischief, basically the first definition, behavior that causes annoyance or difficulty. Yeah, I think crime could fit that definition. Mischief, second definition, damage, destruction, or injury caused by a specific person or thing. Number three, it's an archaic definition, a specific injury or harm done. Now, it could be that people don't understand how synonyms work. That's an English thing, synonyms. So, yes, crime is mischief, crime equals mischief. People need to be able to understand English well enough to know that there are degrees to English, there are nuances to English. Mischief, crime is mischief, but mischief doesn't have to be a crime. Like all crime is mischief, but mischief doesn't have to be a crime. See, these are the subtleties of English that apparently anti-black blacks and anti-black Hispanics can't fucking fathom and are too afraid to come up and discuss with Stanley on a panel because Stanley will get irritated and be mischievous in calling out their stupidity. So let's move on to the next story. And again, I think we just get the drift that the adults in Washington, D.C. are failing their kids. What the fuck are DC adults doing? Hopefully they're not contributing to the mischief. And I won't comment further. You know, these cops could be out fighting mischief if it wasn't for having to fuss at people parking their scooters on sidewalks. You know, parking a scooter on a sidewalk is mischievous. So here we go with the next story. This is actually kind of not that counterintuitive. Apparently this group, the homeless, is the most vulnerable to heat-related illnesses by far, and for, I would think, very obvious reasons. Let's listen to this story. Mostly a desert Southwest sort of thing.
You're listening to This Group is the Most Vulnerable to Heat-Related Illnesses by Far, a news story written by Josh Partlow and read by an AI-generated voice. Last summer, Taylor Weckstein was driving around rural New Mexico in a van delivering medical care to the homeless in the sweltering heat. The Harvard Medical School graduate came across people with severe dehydration, kidney disease, and third-degree burns from being seared by the pavement, she recalled. Honestly, it was pretty horrific, she said. The suffering she encountered during her rotation with the Indian Health Service providing medical care from a van led to research on the implications of extreme heat on homeless people across the country. That research, published Monday in the journal JAMA Internal Medicine, found that the rate that homeless people visited an emergency department for heat-related illnesses was 27 times that of others in the United States. While Weckstein expected that homeless people would be at greater risk for heat stroke or other heat-related illnesses, she found the size of the disparity alarming. That difference was much higher than even I expected, with some clinical experience, she said. That felt pretty striking to me. As the climate warms, driven by humans burning fossil fuels, homeless populations have faced increasing dangers from exposure to extreme heat. Summers in Southwest cities have set records in recent years for prolonged heat waves that can be life-threatening for people who cannot find places to cool down. There were about 600 heat-related deaths in Maricopa County, Arizona last year, about half of which were of people experiencing homelessness, according to a report from the county's health department. Temperatures in Phoenix last year surpassed 110 degrees Fahrenheit on 70 days, a record. Weckstein and her colleagues analyzed emergency department data from 2021 and 2022 during the months of May to September across the country, when nearly 60,000 Americans were treated for heat-related illness. The rate of homeless people visiting emergency rooms was 604 per 100,000 people. For non-homeless people, the rate was 22 per 100,000 people. Homeless people who did visit emergency rooms were also twice as likely to be hospitalized as non-homeless people, she said. The study broke down the country by region, but did not provide more granular geographic data. It reported that the largest proportions of emergency visits for homeless people with heat illnesses came in the West, 50.8%, and South, 31.5%. Earlier research has also found that extreme heat has an outsized impact on the health of the homeless. A study last year looked at how temperature impacted mortality among the homeless in counties surrounding Los Angeles and Las Vegas between 2015 and 2022. It found that nearly half the deaths of homeless people in the Las Vegas area in that period were attributable to heat, and about 5% in the Los Angeles area were orders of magnitude greater than in the general population, the study said. Jonathan Jay, an author of that study, called the new research an important contribution because it uses a national data set and shows the vast differences between people experiencing homelessness and the general population in their vulnerability to dangerously hot weather. Jay, an associate professor at the Boston University School of Public Health, who was not involved in the new research, described emergency department visits as really just the tip of the iceberg of the health effects of heat on the homeless. My colleagues and I found that hotter days had huge effects on deaths from all causes because heat makes people more likely to die from common causes like overdoses and heart attacks, he wrote in an email. Weckstein, who will soon start her residency in internal medicine at the University of California at San Francisco, said she wants to be a practitioner working mostly with homeless individuals.
Interesting.
She noted the need for more affordable housing and better access to shelters and cooling centers. Her research points to the disproportionate impact of climate change on vulnerable groups, she said, and the need for policies that protect those at greatest risk.
I guess it's not that surprising that any sort of stress, environmental stress, is going to make you more prone to other stresses. So we are gradually winding down to Wilfred Riley. So let's see, what is next here? This I actually found fairly interesting. This is a story about a former Israeli hostage in Gaza, and wasn't very religious until his hostage experience. So I think this is very worth hearing.
Finding God and Nietzsche in the Hamas tunnels of Gaza. This article is by Isabel Kirschner and read by an automated voice. Each morning, Shelley Shem Tov would enter her son's empty bedroom and recite chapter 20 from the biblical book of Psalms, an ancient plea for deliverance. All the while, she was unaware that her son, Omer Shem Tov, happened to be uttering the very same verses of Psalm chapter 20. May the Lord answer you on a day of distress. He had adopted the same daily ritual about 130 feet underground, alone, in a Hamas tunnel in Gaza. Mr. Shem Tov was 20 when gunmen seized him during the October 7, 2023, attack on southern Israel. He had grown up in a largely secular home and was living a relatively carefree existence after completing his compulsory military service, waiting tables in a steakhouse to earn money for a post-army trip to South America, a popular rite of passage for many Israelis of his age. He was captured while fleeing the Nova Music Festival, a rave party attended by thousands near the Gaza border. A few days into his captivity, he said, he began to speak to God. He made vows. He began to bless whatever food he was given. And he had requests, some of which he believes were answered. You are looking for something to lean on, to hold on to, Mr. Shem Tov said in a recent interview at his family home in Herzliya, north of Tel Aviv. The first place I went to was God. I would feel a power enter me, he said. Faith kept me going, he said, adding, I always believed I would get home, though I didn't know how or when. He was eventually released in late February as part of a temporary ceasefire deal after 505 days in Gaza. Mr. Shemtov, who turned 22 in captivity, said he had always had faith but had never been religiously observant. Many other released hostages have spoken of similar experiences, finding solace and the strength to survive by connecting or reconnecting with God and recalling oft-forgotten Jewish rituals. Some taken hostage said they found the will to go on in a motto they heard from Hirsch Goldberg Polin, an Israeli-American hostage, before he was killed by his captors. It was a version of a quotation about having purpose in life, from the atheist German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, and often echoed by Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor.
Ooh,
He who
Frankl.
has a why can bear with any how. Among those hostages is Eli Sharabi, who emerged emaciated after 491 days in captivity to learn that his wife and 2 teenage daughters had been killed in the October 2023 attack. He recounted how he had recited the Shema Yisrael, a central Jewish prayer, daily in the dark, dank tunnel space he shared with other hostages, and had tried every Sabbath Eve to make Kiddush, the blessing over wine, though they only had water. Mr. Sharabi told how Mr. Goldberg Pollin's adage inspired and sustained him after the pair spent a few days in a tunnel together. Another hostage, Or Levy, who was later held and ultimately released with Mr. Sharabi, even had the maxim tattooed on his arm after his return home. And like several other family members of hostages, Mr. Shemtov's mother Shelley experienced her own spiritual journey while her son was in Gaza. She too began observing the rules of the Sabbath. She came by Psalm chapter 20 randomly. A group supporting hostages' families handed out cards printed with chapters from the Book of Psalms, and that psalm happened to be the one that had Omer's name on it. For 27 days in early 2024, while Mr. Shemtov was in a Hamas tunnel, he could hear Israeli troops above him. After they moved on, he said that his captors brought him some reading materials the soldiers had left behind, including some religious literature that Mr. Shemtov's captors asked him to decode, thinking they might be military instructions. Call it coincidence, but among the materials, which the captors allowed him to keep, was a card printed with Psalm chapter 20, though without his name on it. The capture. On October 7th, Mr. Shemtov fled from gunmen through a furrowed field near the festival site with his good friend Maya Regev and her brother Itai Regev, who was then 18. Ori Danino, another member of their party whom they had only met a few hours before the festival, had managed to drive out of the danger zone. But he called them, asked them to send him their location, and came back to get them. Back on the road, gunmen shot up their car, wounding the Regevs. All 4 were abducted to Gaza. Mr. Danino was taken separately. He and 5 other hostages, among them Mr. Goldberg Polin, were shot to death by their captors, the Israeli military said, in a squalid tunnel in southern Gaza last year in August. Mr. Shemtov said that as soon as he arrived in Gaza, he was lowered into the ground in a plastic tub by a winch. His first instinct was to try to connect with his captors, he said, by introducing himself and asking their names. One asked if he knew the songs of Eden Ben Zakin, an Israeli pop singer. He sang the chorus of Queen of Roses, one of her hits. He said he was forced to walk through the tunnels and came up into a house with yellow couches and a chandelier. From there, he was driven to the first apartment where he would be held and was soon joined there by the Regevs, who had received some rudimentary treatment for their wounds. Maya Regev was later transferred to a Palestinian hospital, and the siblings were released along with scores of other hostages during a brief ceasefire in November 2023. Mr. Shemtov said he was moved several times, usually at night and once dressed as a veiled Muslim woman. He said he and Mr. Regev narrowly missed being hit by Israeli airstrikes, including one that shattered the windows of their room and filled it with thick black dust. A week after being captured, Mr. Shemtov said he decided to keep kosher as much as he could, eating either the cheese or the canned meat when they were given both, in line with Jewish dietary laws that prohibit mixing meat and dairy products. He promised God that if he got home, he would pray daily with tefillin, the small leather boxes containing scriptures that worshippers tie onto their heads and left arms for morning prayers. He said that the first miracle was that he had survived the initial ambush unscathed. A photo of the blue car showed the windshield on the passenger side, where he had been sitting, shattered by bullets. "Even as I look at it now, I'm shocked that I got out alive," he said. After the November 2023 ceasefire collapsed, Mr. Shemtov was taken back down into the tunnels and spent the rest of his captivity alone, save for the gunmen who would look in on him. In Hamas's underworld, for 50 days, he said, he sat in a small, stifling cell with hardly any food, as little as one biscuit a day and a few drops of salty water. It was pitch dark most of the time. An asthma sufferer, he could barely breathe. His captors brought him an inhaler. One day, at breaking point, he begged God to take him somewhere, anywhere else. 10 minutes later, he said, the captors came and moved him to a larger underground chamber with white tiled walls and electricity. It was paradise by comparison, he said. 2 days later, his captors told him they were taking him back to the previous cell, which distressed him. But he said that the Israeli military struck part of the tunnel network that night, and the passage was blocked, so he remained where he was. Mr. Shemtov tried to keep on good terms with his captors. He prepared their food, cleaned the living quarters, and washed dishes in an unspoken agreement that he believed earned him better treatment. When another part of the tunnel collapsed, he labored 7 hours a day for 2 weeks to help his captors clear a passage large enough to crawl through. Mr. Shemtov clung to his newfound faith. He blessed his food and eked out a small bottle of a grape-flavored drink he'd been given by his captors, saving it for the blessing over the wine on Friday evenings. He said his captors were amused when he placed his hand on his head instead of a skull cap and uttered the familiar prayer. Now home, Mr. Shemtov, like other released hostages, is still recovering. His father said he came back more mature, more focused. Mr. Shemtov wants to study acting, and he recently returned from a speaking tour of Jewish communities in the United States. And he said that he prays daily in his bedroom with tefillin. Natan Odenheimer contributed reporting.
Well, he had me till he said he wanted to study acting. I was about to say, well, goddamn, he might be the first actual evangelist for Judaism that I would actually listen to. So interesting story, definitely interesting. Let's see. This is, a 60-year-old man's story here. My parents were never like huge Sly Stone fans. However, you can't be black from the South listening to WSOK, the premier, and actually, other than gospel, and they used to play gospel on Sundays. WSOK, when I was growing up, and we're talking 70s and early 80s, like it was played in my house. It was just a fucking like ridiculously good radio station, a lot of soul. And I think maybe starting in the 8th grade or so, they did play like rap, Sugar Hill Gang, the stuff that was actually, you could play it in 8th grade dance and everybody loved, all the kids loved. So anyway, Sly Stone has died, and quite frankly, American culture will be the poorer for it.
Sly Stone, maestro of a multifaceted hit-making band, dies at 82. This article is by Joe Coscarelli and read by an automated voice. Sly Stone, the influential, eccentric, and preternaturally rhythmic singer, songwriter, multi-instrumentalist and producer, whose run of hits in the late 1960s and early 70s with his band The Family Stone could be dance anthems, political documents, or both, died on Monday in Los Angeles. He was 82. The cause was a prolonged battle with COPD, or lung disease, and other underlying health issues, his representative said in a statement. As the colorful maestro and mastermind of a multiracial mixed-gender band, Mr. Stone experimented with the R&B, soul, and gospel music he was raised on in the San Francisco area, mixing classic ingredients of black music with progressive funk and the burgeoning freedoms of psychedelic rock and roll. The band's most recognizable songs, many of which would be sampled by hip-hop artists, include Everyday People, Dance to the Music, I Want to Take You Higher, Family Affair, Hot Fun in the Summertime, and Thank You, Letting Me Be Myself Again. A lasting impact. Though Mr. Stone eventually receded from center stage, his vibrant, intricately arranged songs left their mark on a host of top artists, including George Clinton, Stevie Wonder, Prince, Michael Jackson, Outkast, Red Hot Chili Peppers, and D'Angelo, as well as jazz musicians like Miles Davis and Herbie Hancock. As the critic Joel Selvin said, there was black music before Sly Stone, and black music after Sly Stone. His musical legacy was fortified and refreshed in recent years, a push led by the musician and music historian Questlove, who directed the Academy Award-winning documentary Summer of Soul from 2021, which included a performance by Sly and the Family Stone during a Harlem Cultural Festival in 1969. That film was followed in 2023 by a memoir by Mr. Stone, Thank You, Letting Me Be Myself Again. And last year, Questlove released a documentary devoted entirely to him, Sly Lives, aka The Burden of Black Genius. He had a way of talking, moving from playful to earnest at will, Questlove wrote of Mr. Stone in the introduction to Mr. Stone's autobiography, which he also helped release as part of his publishing imprint. He had a look, belts and hats and jewelry. Everybody was a star, as he said, and sang. But he was a special case, cooler than everything around him by a factor of infinity. From 1968 to 1971, Sly and the Family Stone released a defining string of albums, A Whole New Thing, Dance to the Music, Life, Stand, and There's a Riot Going On, that were celebratory but also knowing about the fragile state of the world, complicating the Summer of Love's themes of unity and its sounds of euphoria with a street savvy that presaged the end of the party, even as the band played on. The group stomped, grooved, and shouted its way into the national consciousness in an appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show in 1968, performing a medley of songs that are now regarded as classics. Sly and the Family Stone soon dominated the charts and further established itself as an era-defining act, with similarly jarring, joyous appearances the next year at the Newport Jazz Festival and the Woodstock Festival. Always a standout, Mr. Stone began isolating himself in the 1970s and 80s, with drug use and increasingly unpredictable behavior, retreating to a mansion compound in Los Angeles and often missing concerts. But he still could not help standing out, often innovating along the way. He became one of the first mainstream artists to record with a drum machine, one of his many influences on hip-hop, while becoming more flamboyant in appearance, shiny vests, alien eyeglasses, and more idiosyncratic musically. The title track on 1971's There's a Riot Going On was silent, listed at 0 minutes and 0 seconds, because, as Mr. Stone later said, I felt there should be no riots. Pharrell Williams, writing in the New York Times in 2003, said of Mr. Stone's legacy, he spoke to a generation and ones that followed. He challenged people's perception of normalcy, he wore seriously fly clothes, and to this day, I have no idea how he walked around in those platforms. Sly and the Family Stone were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1993. Mr. Stone, who had by then gained a reputation as a recluse, made a surprise appearance and a brief speech, ending with a cryptic, "See you soon." But it wasn't until more than a decade later, at the 2006 Grammy Awards, that most people caught another glimpse of him. In a silver getup, dark shades, and a blonde mohawk, Mr. Stone joined in during a tribute to his old band, playing a synthesizer and singing on "I Want to Take You Higher." He departed the stage before the end of the song. Mr. Stone performed intermittently, and often bizarrely, throughout his later years. At Coachella in 2010, he played while seated in an office chair, wearing a long blonde wig that hid most of my face, a police hat that hid the rest, he wrote in his memoir. "I was dressed that way because I didn't want anyone to recognize me," he added. He remained an almost mystic presence in his rare public showings, frequently arriving at concerts by family members and past collaborators on a motorcycle, and only occasionally bothering to remove his helmet. Though he was rumored to be homeless, Mr. Stone wrote in his autobiography that he lived for years in the 2000s, by choice, in a white Pleasureway RV, which was everything to me: dressing room, hotel room, transportation, hideout, office. In 2010, he sued his former managers, claiming that they had defrauded him of many millions. A jury eventually awarded him $5 million, but the judgment was soon reversed. "I knew how the system worked, meaning that I knew that often it didn't work," Mr. Stone wrote in his book. But he was insistent that financial troubles were not responsible for his drifter lifestyle. "I like my small camper," he told an interviewer. "I just do not want to return to a fixed home. I cannot stand being in one place. I must keep moving." It started in church. Sylvester Stewart was born in Denton, Texas, on March 15, 1943, the second of Alpha and Casey Stewart's 5 children. Soon after, the family moved west to Vallejo, Calif, north of San Francisco, where Mr. Stewart worked as a cleaner and in maintenance at a department store. The couple raised their children in the Pentecostal church, where they first became immersed in music. In 1952, the Stewart Family 4, a vocal group consisting of Sylvester and 3 of his siblings, released a gospel single, "On the Battlefield," with "Walking in Jesus' Name" on the flip side. The record planted the seeds of the group harmonies for which the family Stone would become known. Even as a child, Sylvester, who sang "Lead," was the star. "People were hollering and wanting to touch him,"
Lead?
his mother recalled of the group's early performances, when he was as young as 5. "You had to hold them back sometimes. It went both ways." Mr. Stone recalled his mother saying that he really came alive in front of a crowd. "If they didn't respond, I would cry," he wrote. In high school, Mr. Stone, who picked up the nickname Sly, thanks to a friend's misspelling of his first name, was a hot commodity as a guitarist for local doo-wop groups. He learned new instruments with ease and moved from a black band, the Webbs, to a more successful mixed-race act, the Viscanes, with whom he released a handful of singles and tasted his first morsels of industry buzz. After a brief stint studying music theory, on and off, at Vallejo Junior College, Mr. Stone, by then a fledgling commodity in the flourishing Bay Area music scene, was tapped by some enterprising disc jockeys to work as a producer for their new label, Autumn Records. There, he helped write Bobby Freeman's "Kimon and Swim," which became a top 10 hit in 1964 and the catalyst of a dance craze. Around the same time, Mr. Stone attended the Chris Borden School of Broadcasting in San Francisco, eventually making a name for himself as a DJ at KSOL and KDIA, local AM stations aimed at black listeners. Never one to be boxed in, Mr. Stone varied his playlists with sounds of the day besides soul and R&B. "I played Dylan, Lord Buckley, the Beatles. Every night I tried something else," he recalled in a 1970 Rolling Stone profile. "Everything was just on instinct. You know, if there was an X-Lax commercial, I'd play the sound of a toilet." On the radio, as in his musical career to come, Mr. Stone rejected racial divisions. "I found out about a lot of things I don't like," he said of his time on the air. Like, "I think there shouldn't be black radio, just radio. Everybody be a part of everything. I didn't look at my job in terms of black." By 1966, he was focused on his own music and was fronting a group called Sly and the Stoners. His brother Freddie was playing at the time with the white drummer Greg Errico in Freddie and the Stone Souls. The two groups fused in 1967, becoming Sly and the Family Stone. The act's initial lineup featured Freddie on guitar. Sly turned his focus from guitar to organ so as not to double up, along with Larry Graham on bass and Valletta Stewart, Sly's younger
Larry
sister,
Graham
singing
on
backup.
bass. I
The
did
lineup
not
would go
know
on
that.
to include the trumpeter
Wow.
Cynthia Robinson and the saxophonist Jerry Martini, as well as the Mr. Stone's sister Rose, who played keyboard and sang. We all quickly realized what Sly was doing when we looked around at each other, Mr. Errico told Rolling Stone in 2015. There were race riots going on at the time, putting a musical group together with male and female and black and white. To us, it felt really natural and cool and comfortable, but it made a statement that was definitely threatening to some people. The band's debut album, A Whole New Thing, released in 1967 by Epic Records, was indeed ahead of its time, so much so that it did not sell well. But the follow-up, Dance to the Music, and its title track, which became a top 10 single, catapulted the band beyond the psychedelic Bay Area scene, which had also given rise to contemporary acts like The Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane. Sly and the Family Stone's message always included acceptance and togetherness. Different strokes for different folks, the band sang on Everyday People, its first #1 record. We got to live together. At Woodstock, early on a Sunday morning, Mr. Stone insisted on a sing-along, making sure to encourage those audience members who might have considered such a feel-good exercise old-fashioned. The harmony didn't last. As the band moved into a Beverly Hills mansion to live and record in the early 1970s, drug use turned the Family Stone dysfunctional. While the impactful songs were still there, There's a Riot Goin' On marked a darker, more experimental progression. Mr. Stone chronically missed concerts, burning bridges with promoters and industry executives, even while the band reached the heights of its popularity. Sometimes you don't feel your soul at 7:30, he told Rolling Stone, after missing 5
that
straight
is
shows
funny.
in 1971. The uneven albums to follow, including Fresh in
Sometimes you
1973
don't feel your
and Small
soul at
Talk in
7:30.
1974, showed more cracks in the
That is
foundation.
hilarious.
Increasingly reliant on stunts, Mr. Stone married Kathy Silva, an actress and the mother of his first child, Sylvester Jr., on stage ahead of a concert at Madison Square Garden in 1974. More than 20,000 people attended. The couple promptly divorced. And while the band's singular sound continued to spiral into new, less radio-friendly directions, the original Family Stone lineup had wilted by 1975, with Mr. Stone increasingly recording solo. He would never marry again. In addition to his son, he is survived by 2 daughters, Sylvette and Novena Carmel. In the decades that followed, there were periodic attempts to keep the Family Stone name alive, and once again put Sly at the front of the cultural pack. His 1979 album was titled Back on the Right Track, but his idiosyncrasies and his legal troubles, including arrests for cocaine possession, held him back. While his second and final solo album, I'm Back! Family and Friends, from 2011, was billed as Mr. Stone's first release in 3 decades, he dismissed it as mostly old hits remade with new guests. In 2019, he cut a deal with Michael Jackson's publishing company, MyJack, which allowed him once again to collect payment from a minority interest in his music catalog. For his part, Mr. Stone said he reveled in his break from fame, having executed a lifetime of musical breakthroughs in less than a decade. If you think about it, what could I do after hire, or if you want me to stay? He asked the journalist Michael Goldberg in the early 1980s. I wanted to go fishing, man, or drive my own car. For a long time, I didn't understand anywhere but hotel rooms, the inside of airplanes, and trying to figure out a way that I didn't come off wrong to human beings. Along with Questlove, Mr. Stone's longtime friend and manager Arlene Hershkowitz helped push a renaissance of recognition in recent years. Even if I stayed out of the spotlight, people managed to locate me, Mr. Stone wrote in his memoir. He eventually moved into a new house, where he passed time watching television, visiting with family, and listening to music. I keep my ears open for songs that connect back to my music, he wrote. I feel proud when I hear it echoing in what other people make. As Mr. Clinton, who inducted Mr. Stone into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, once said, Sly was like all the Beatles and all of Motown in one. Asked in the final pages of his autobiography if there was one thing that people could take from his life, Mr. Stone replied, "Music, just music." He added, "It's been that always from the start. I don't want to get in people's way, and I don't want them to get in my way. I just want to play my songs."
You know, it's rather interesting. I kind of get it. So I've never been deep into Sly and the Family Stone other than, what everybody else knows, but I might have to check out more of this. So that is pretty much the end of news stories, commentary, and all that stuff. So I found this video, which I do want to play, and want to. It's a walkabout in Atlanta, and I will always love Atlanta, but I love Savannah more. So one of these days, I'll find a walkabout in Savannah. Kind of different animals, same state. So let's check this out, and then we'll get into Wilford Riley. Then we will wrap up this show. And Ryan, I don't know if you're still around, but the pictures you sent me, I will show at least one or two of them, but I need you to curate, what you want me to show. Just let me know. I know you're driving, but let's look at this Atlanta thing. This is a day in Midtown Atlanta. I know I don't spend a lot of time. Midtown Atlanta is awesome. And Buckhead is the famous part. Midtown is better. If you like cities. Now, I'd rather not be in Atlanta, but if you have to be. And we don't like the tattoo, so we know that part.
What is up, Nina Nation? Today we are at the Doraville train station in Atlanta, and I will be going downtown Atlanta today. So let me just show y'all the train view. It's a little bit dark.
I actually know where Doraville is.
If y'all could, I'm gonna try to zoom in for y'all, but those buildings down there, that is downtown Atlanta. Y'all, this is a beautiful site. Atlanta is definitely under construction.
That's not beautiful. Those are a bunch of apartment buildings,
So I just want to
townhouses.
say that the trains are very similar in Atlanta, just like how they are in New York. Pretty much the same.
They're
thing,
not like
right?
New York.
So I just wanted to show y'all what that was looking like on the Atlanta side, because we already know what New York is looking like. But this is what it's giving. But you can definitely see Atlanta.
And by the way, I have not watched this video, so don't hold me to it. Diddy's baby oil.
Over here, then you got the highway view over there. The sky
Diddy's
view is
baby
beautiful.
oil.
Another thing that I really want to point out about the trains in Atlanta is the it being clean.
Well, it's not John here, Arctic Timberwolf. It's Stanley. John is somewhere.
This is what it's looking like outside over
maybe
here.
in the chat. So this is Stanley versus the world, not John. It's Stanley. So have fun, enjoy. And stay. Somebody hit the link. I think the link is pinned at the top. Nightish, you especially. Hit the link. Let's talk.
Now, I think this is very significant information because the people who have been following me knows that I've been all over the streets of New York.
Artifacts, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Train stations in New York. So I had to show y'all what Atlanta was giving. Look, y'all, the train is coming.
We are experiencing delays on the north and south. Red and
Arctic Timberwolf, hey there.
We apologize for the inconvenience.
Y'all hear how the ladies sound on the intercom? It's so different. We already know what the lady's voice is like in New York. Oh, that train is coming. Okay.
This video is about Midtown Atlanta, which I don't find that beautiful, but it is definitely interesting. Look at those magnolia trees. Magnolias are beautiful trees, and Marta's actually pretty cool. And I'm from Georgia, live not too far from Atlanta, from Savannah originally, so I will always have an affinity for Atlanta, but Georgia in general.
She just said that the next station was Chambly Station. Y'all look at that train map.
Know right where Chambly is. Hey Stan, how you doing, man? Good to see you, Stan. Stan Autry.
So we're going down.
Stan Autry in the house, folks.
Okay, Lennox. If y'all heard about Lennox, a lot of people don't know about Atlanta in general, but they definitely heard about Lennox. So, for real, look at how clean it is.
Oh, Dolomite. She's not overhyping. Come on now.
They don't play that over here. So, with me being on the train now, I'm about to show y'all the difference.
She should wear a hat.
It reminds me of Long Island in New York.
It does not remind you of Long Island, New York.
Get to the clean, to it being clean.
Not me, anyway.
New York City Transit is.
Next station is Chambly.
I'll be back. They really got cameras on the train, bro.
These people put the camera out here for your protection.
I'm not going. New York need to upgrade.
No, artifacts, it depends on where you hang out in Atlanta. My son goes to Georgia Tech. It's not all ratchet.
I'm convinced that New York is designed for you to go crazy because there's no way in the world that the trains are that small. Like they can definitely make the trains bigger and cleaner.
Why make them bigger if no one's on them and they look perfectly clean?
We are actually headed.
This is your transfer point to the Red Line North Spring. Also exit points from our headquarters and AT&T. Lindbergh Center is there.
For those of you that don't know, if you didn't hear what she said we're going towards Lindbergh Center. Lindbergh is the area that Keyvon was shot and killed.
I think the greatest of stands.
But yeah.
Oh,
so
Stan Musial.
Big shout out to King Von. Everybody know King Von was really that dude. So every time I'm over here, I definitely
think Stan Laurel is the greatest of stands.
Shout out to Chicago. O Block.
Laurel and Hardy, Brian Nichols, Stan Laurel. I think it was Stan Laurel, right?
Now, one thing that I will say when it comes to anywhere city based, the graffiti, like sometimes I really just be wondering how did you get over there, or just the bravery, because there's graffiti all throughout these train stations, and I'll be damned. Now look at the traffic.
I thoroughly disagree, Dolomite. If you're not from it, well, if you're not from Georgia or Atlanta, you were looking for that flavor in the wrong place to begin with. Dude, if you're from a place, they don't show people like you, Dolomite, all the good places. And Dolomite, I'm just fucking with you. You are welcome to the good parts of Georgia anytime you want to go. But, it was Atlanta. When I was a kid, it was Atlanta and the rest of Georgia. Atlanta's Atlanta. There are better places to be. There are worse places to be. Oh, fun in the sun. You want to avoid the sun, Dolomite. You stay in the shade when it's hot.
Period.
That's what black people do in Georgia. We learned that a while
They
ago.
look like they got some wall art up here, so I'm gonna show y'all.
And that tattoo is egregious. It looks like an insect or an infection. So, but she's a good hostess. So let her. I won't overtalk. I don't, I'm not that much of an emasculation of men sort of fan. Ardo, I think only weak men get emasculated by women. If you're strong enough, you'll figure it
Yeah, they don't
out
play that. You
and
see,
assert your
y'all know New York. We probably
manliness.
would have went around
I'm
the
not a
turnstile.
red pill guy.
Well,
I think
he probably want to
most
do that. He not trying
red
to get
pill
arrested, but I
folks are
probably would've
just
took that risk.
kind of pathetic.
Oh, now, y'all look.
Ooh, that's somewhere near
Midtown
Georgia Tech.
Jazz Festival.
Oh, Stan, Artifacts, by the way, I'm a fan, so, I'm not,
And I was gonna say, when you guys see those
being
Real
mean.
Housewives
I
of
just
Atlanta,
think,
and you see all those houses, this
look,
is like
I'm
where
a
they live
goddamn nerd,
right
but,
there in Midtown.
I am
You know
a
what it kind
man
of feels like
and
over
a
here just
nerd.
for a second?
If you're
You know what? It
manly
actually
enough,
really does give that
women
vibe for
will
real, though. Like, be real.
recognize
It gives a
these
Grand Army
roles just
Plaza
kind of
vibe. Like,
naturally evolve.
we
You
just
just
got,
have
we
to
just
have a
got off the
good
train,
relationship.
and I already see what the vibes is. It's definitely in city vibes.
That's not as.
Looks like it's not too much traffic on
She's
this
not
side, but what I
bad
was
looking
showing y'all
though.
earlier, it's probably because of the time of day.
She
What time is
has
it?
potential.
What's that say? Woodruff Arts Center, Fox
Woodruff,
Theater,
not
ATL
Woodruff.
Botanical Garden, and Piedmont Park.
Piedmont
Y'all
Park.
been trying to get to the Botanical Gardens for a while now.
And by the way, Artifacts, I'm an old man. Just let me kind of wander off. But
See, that's the Grand Army Plaza type feel.
there are fucking trees everywhere in Atlanta.
Plaza.
That's why I love
For
Atlanta.
those that don't know, Grand Army Plaza in Brooklyn.
Right.
Atlanta's not
Go
Brooklyn.
search it up. Grand Army Plaza in Brooklyn, or go search it up on my channel. Back in Brooklyn.
And look at this shit.
Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta. Look at the eagle and the greenery. We in Atlanta. This is where like you got the luxury stuff. This luxury. It's really heavy luxury. And I love
And
the art
fucking
down here. I
Atlanta,
really do.
especially that Midtown
Definitely
part,
gives that New
the
York
DeKalb
country,
part.
country. Look, been in the country too long.
There are trees
The
everywhere.
cafe vibe.
And I'm not like the biggest Atlanta fan of the world, but hang out in the parts you like. Atlanta to me, Atlanta does it for me. And hey, I'm a Georgia fan. I am Georgia through and through. Just like Portia is Texas, I am Georgia.
Prime on Peachtree and Prime Cigar.
No, we like to blow them cigars.
What is that? Pop? Is that a club?
Cut it open, then blow them.
That's a club? Pop?
Yeah, it's like a cigar lounge.
Cigar lounge. Okay.
Cigar bar.
Cafe. What does that say over there? Cafe International.
And see, this is the beautiful thing. You can cross that street and you'll survive. Not New York, not New Orleans. You can cross that street and survive it.
You know, I could just give a little shout out to Mother Nature, because at least it's
Shout
not
out to Mother
boiling
Nature.
hot. Like, it definitely is giving summer weather.
Beautiful art.
Oh, look at this beautiful art. Look.
Blowing them cigars down.
I'm back to season 2, y'all, sweating like a slave. Back in season 1, sweating like a slave.
Sweating like a slave? Really?
Because if y'all remember, if y'all watched the other videos in New York,
Oh,
then y'all
such a
know
silly
how I was
statement.
always complaining about being hot. But the New York in the summertime is different. But
Don't hit her.
it is in
Don't
LA.
hit her with the truck.
Talk about high rises.
That's not a fucking high rise. The fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Midtown vibes.
Midtown
Now we're
vibes.
in Midtown.
God
We're
damn.
walking, trying to find
I am not upset at this girl.
I wouldn't say anything too specific.
I'm just upset that I'm not her age.
We are catching some vibes today. Oh, y'all see that lady sitting up on her?
Yeah.
She is chilling.
She is chilling out. And see, this is what you see on television that they always show.
This girl
when they
has
advertise
potential.
Atlanta. This is what they want you to see. But it's really no different than any major big city. It's just
And
people living
shit, she's
downtown.
out, doing something other than, hanging out, drinking,
These are houses,
drinking on a corner.
Oh.
And then you see the sign too. There's the botanical garden sign right there.
Botanical garden. Oh, going that way.
Right now.
I think your bank account can make up your age. Fuck that. No.
Give me some Roscoe's or something.
But I appreciate the sentiment, Broke Genius.
This is giving me like.
No. Bank account should not,
you when you look down
being young and successful is different than being old and successful. If you're young and successful, you should have, especially if you, dude, I'm not gonna, I have a son. I've already given him the speech.
Okay.
Shout out to La Santa Taco Bar. Right here.
This smells good, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Upon arrival, the smell is giving what it needs to.
It's all like village vibe.
I feel like
Yeah, by the way, folks, feel free to hit the link. Don't be scared.
Downtown, New York.
Stan Autry, hit the link. I know you're not scared. So don't be afraid. Hit the link. I'm not going to do this show too much longer. We're almost at 4 hours. But you know what? I've kind of gone off the news thing.
I guess you could say every place has their hustle.
So
what it appears to me
it can be kind of an open panel. I want to do a little bit of Wilfred Riley on Thomas Sowell, but
kitchen and bar business.
It's a little looser than normal.
Japan and Thai business.
There is nothing like small southern towns. The South, places like Cartersville, places like
all my Bronx heads,
y'all just don't know. This is New Orleans, but this isn't New Orleans. There is just
sitting bar.
This reminds me of Marshall, Virginia. Not Marshall. Damn it, not Marshall. Warrenton, Virginia.
Really?
These small towns, these small southern towns are just fucking like black people need to come back to the South, move from California to the South. You know what, Stan? That is so right.
Oh, okay.
I think black people know it better than the Dianne Feinsteins or the Bernie Sanders of the world. There is a time when you just have to kind of sit back and contemplate your life or raise your grandchildren, not raise your grandchildren, but be the stage. And I honestly think black people, especially in the South, just kind of know, hey, I'm not even interested in doing the shit anymore. If you need advice, come talk to me.
I remember when I said this really gives a New York block.
Look at that.
On one of these videos.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Everywhere is different, but it's the same.
Heavy on it.
Nah.
So I just wanted to show y'all
this young lady is attractive. Maybe the sweatier she gets.
In some way.
cover up
We're
that
in
fucking
it's a whole bunch of
tattoo,
different places, but
wear
everything
some
is the
clothes,
same in some kind of way.
and wear a hat.
The structure, the way of moving, the way of living, it's all the same thing in a different font. Emory is one of the most popular hospitals in Atlanta. And we're walking past it now.
Oh, don't I know Emory? She's getting close to that VA medical center.
Yeah. Look at the rooftop. I need some rooftop vibes this summer. Like, I'm so serious.
I fall out like a girl.
You know, I wonder if she's from Atlanta.
Get my money. You won't want to fucking run me over. Taking all the bread. Oh, but this is what it's about.
It's chill. It's breezy over here. It's more trees.
Yeah, wait till we start going on all these other states. They don't even know what they did it for. But this right here, Midtown is a beautiful place where if you want a downtown vibe and you don't want to go out to the suburbs, but just know they're gonna pay for it through the nose. So really, all the New Yorkers, I send a major shout out to you.
If you are a New Yorker, do not come to Midtown Atlanta. Stay in the Bronx.
I'm here now. Let me go ahead and show you the view first. I'm sweating for y'all again, Nina Nation, but I'm out here and I am going towards the legendary place that people come out of their state to come over here and try. JR Crickets, the famous JR Crickets.
Doesn't get any better than this.
The original JR Crickets.
Original.
You will never be better than the original. Oh, look, it says linear.
You gotta get that. It tells you how, the scale of how hot. I'm getting no more Atlanta than that. Unless we go to Magic City, of course.
Y'all, I'm not gonna lie, she just brought the wings out here, and they are looking like something. So let me show you.
Ooh, them wings. I can cook better though.
Yo.
Yeah, she does sound like a New Yorker.
What? Oh, okay.
And nothing wrong with being a New Yorker. Oh, the Waffle House. Dude, the Waffle House is ubiquitous. Shit, there are 2 Waffle Houses in my little town. Waffle House is awesome, but, you know.
You want some? Can't have none.
Oh, look at that little New York girl eating a French fry. What happens if you give her hush puppies? I bet if you gave this little girl a hush puppy, she would just go crazy.
That I just ate has been better than any of the wings I had in like the past year.
Yeah, it's Atlanta. It's the South.
The past
Savannah or Charleston, but especially Savannah. But you have to go. Savannah's kind of been ruined restaurant-wise, but Charleston and Savannah better than Atlanta. But you know, she's not ready for Savannah. That girl is cute though. I will give her that.
French fries.
Oh shit. You know what, Artifacts? God damn it.
Shout out to the Bay Area.
I think
Shout out to LA, shout
that
out to
would
Canada.
make a fine discussion.
Shout out to the UK.
Can your bank
Shout out to
account
Boston.
make
Shout
up
out
for
to
your age?
Maine.
That's a whole fucking show right there, Artifacts. You, God damn it. And when you have that show, or we can have the show here, that is an excellent topic. Somebody better write that down.
And we haven't stepped into the.
Well, Shenard, to me, she does.
Haitian culture food, so.
She's talking Haitian culture, so you tell me, Shenard, is she Haitian?
Believe it.
We devoured that plate.
I know she's not unattractive, except for that tattoo.
So what I would say.
And she is a little rough around the edges.
You get a 10 out of 10. If you guys come to Atlanta.
This woman could fucking really be something.
The first place that I would recommend.
Fucking, first off, don't be doing that in public. Second off, lose the tattoo.
JR Crickets, 10 out of 10. Honey hot with lemon pepper.
It is so
like,
frustrating seeing really potential.
So if you come to Atlanta, JR Crickets.
Yeah, motherfucker, it's hot in Atlanta. It's hot in Georgia.
I'm ready to sleep on the ground right here.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, sorry for the horrible analysis, but I thought it was a good video, and I really should subscribe to this young lady's channel. Who knows what she's got? Nina J. So, you know, I will look at other stuff, but I really do want to get to Wilfred Riley for the people who are lusting for a black conservative with a brain and being younger. Wilfred Riley might be your cup of tea. Oh, wait, hold it. I actually have to do this first. Professor Black Truth, gotta do it. So you'll have to suffer through it.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Because I have not followed your plea bargain agreement. Now, the conditions for the plea bargain agreement, that's something the court gets to decide. You understand? So if for some reason I don't follow your plea bargain agreement and I try to give you more than what you've bargained for, then you get to withdraw your plea. And it can't be used against you if you decide to go to jury trial. You understand? And by that same token, if you withdraw your plea, then the state can say, okay, we're going to have to go to jury trial. We're going to go to jury trial. And maybe they won't be going to jury trial on a Class A misdemeanor. They'll be going to trial on the injury to the elderly. Not maybe, that's what they'd have to do. You understand? Explain to me, what's an in knocked? That's in the, that's in the police report. The officer said, suspect one stated that victim one had in knocked on her door.
And they knocked on their door trying to.
No, I'm asking.
She constantly.
No. What is an in knock?
Nigger knocking.
Yeah, what is that?
No, Brian Nichols. He's not that smart.
Nigger knocking?
That's what.
Why isn't it Caucasian knocking? Why
You
isn't
know
it-
what,
no.
Artifacts?
Why isn't it
100
Caucasian knocking? Why isn't Asian
100.
knocking? Why isn't some other knocking? Why is it called that?
No, that's just the way.
100%
No,
Artifacts.
that's the way you say it because that's what you said.
That's what they. I'm just. That's basically.
Touche.
All right. I don't know what else to tell you.
No, I'm just trying to figure out why.
It's
Why would
not
you
like
call
a
it
race.
that?
It wasn't to be racist. The kids just kept knocking and knocking on my door, constantly doing that to me. They live upstairs. I did not touch this kid, and I really don't even want to sit here and plead to say that I did.
Oh, you can go. We can have a jury trial.
I don't want to do that because he says that's not the best thing to do.
No.
I just lost. Look, I lost a child. My son was 19 years old, was murdered just 2 years ago. I'm under a lot of stress.
Oh,
already.
Deacon Dave hit
So
the
I'm just trying to
link.
out of this and get it as easy as
Just what?
I'm just stressed out enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Shiesty.
So do you want a jury trial?
No, I don't. I just want to get this over with. Do the probation and whatever I have to do.
All right. So what was the race of the?
You asked me that question. If you knew the answer to the question,
What is the race of the complainant?
Hispanic.
Hispanic.
Everyone's Hispanic in the
Huh. That's an interesting question. Why?
If I knew the answer, I don't know why you would say that. That's why I'm trying to figure out why you're saying it, because in the police report, they say you were intoxicated. So I'm trying to figure out.
Intoxicated.
That's what it says in the police report. It says suspect stated V had knocked on her door and she came outside to see who knocked. And victim's family came down the stairs yelling at her, accused her of hitting the victim. Suspect kept saying she did not want to tell her side of the story and tried to walk away to go inside. I detained suspect to investigate further. And it says in here that there was signs of drinking.
I don't see a crime in drinking in your own home. I was in my own home.
I'm just trying to figure out
there
what's going on
can be
because I have to set conditions
a
for you.
crime
Is
if
this an
you're
anger
committing
problem?
one.
Because they want you to get.
What's up, Dave?
And I'm sorry that
Not
you
much.
just you
First
got
judge playing
hold on
stupid,
one
right?
sec.
you asked me. I
Let's.
feel like you're.
I'm sorry. What?
I said, why is this judge playing stupid?
I don't know. Maybe she's playing coy. Do you know the difference between coy and stupid? Coy
whatever.
is whoa. Coy is asking questions you already know the answers to. Do you think this judge knows the answers to the questions he's asking? And is just
okay. He's
basically
playing
do
coy.
you think hold on. Do you think she's
You gotta do the
threading
Stanley thing.
a
I get it.
needle? She's sewing them into the warp and weft of their own stupidity, and then once they're trapped, she's going to spring a trap, right?
Is that
Come on,
really
come on,
necessary,
Dave.
or
I do
what
it
do you
all the
think? What
time.
do you think?
Dave, I just
What do
did
you
it to you.
What do you think? Nah,
I literally,
I can tell you what I think you just did.
just did it to you.
I can tell you what I think you just did. I can give you my
Okay, what do
impression
you
of
think
what
I
that
just
was.
did, Dave?
You were on your
You asked
your
me a
cake got,
question.
Your
You
cake
asked,
got caught
well,
in the door.
hold it. You asked me a question, why is this judge doing it? I just told you why she's doing it. Now, what do you think?
I think
Because you knew
have a
the
cake
answer
on.
in
I
the
know.
first. You knew the answer in the first place.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, then why are you thinking you're?
I'm not
She
thinking at
knows
all. I'm
what
just
she's
reacting.
doing. You're not a judge. She knows what she's doing.
Well, first
And
of
by
all,
the way, this is Professor Black Truth, so he wouldn't be showing it unless there is a like oh shit moment, right?
it's an exhausting tactic. I think they're there
Exhausting
for a
to
reason.
whom?
She's telling what happened, and that's what it's called. Let's play coy with the lady who's what is she?
You just don't like you just don't like a smart woman. Honestly, and I mean this with all due respect because I do respect your intelligence. You just haven't learned to accept the fact that women can be as smart as men. Maybe not all the time, but they're a bunch of dumb men too. The woman knows what she's doing. She is literally a judge, and you are not. So, how about we listen to her weave her web? And maybe I'm wrong, but it is a moment of truth. And, whether you like him or not, Professor Black Truth tends to have a sense of irony.
Kind of a.
Hey, how do I sound by the way? I got
Oh, you sound good.
Well, I'm on my headphones. I don't know how they sound, but I'm gonna have to try this without the headphones.
You sound fine. Clear. Maybe a little low, but that could be, I have the sound because I'm wearing earbuds. I have it kind of down, the volume turned down. So you sound good.
Oh, good.
Question. I understand it's not a word to be used, and I understand that I used it in the wrong word, in a wrong way, and I apologize for that.
And what was the word, Dave? Do you remember?
I believe it was
her,
the hard
her only
the hard
regret
R.
is she's not Shiloh Hendrix.
Yeah, she got unfortunately she drew the short straw and got the black judge. So they're gonna hold her feet to the fire on that.
Yeah, well, this
I
is
think
this
it's
is
besides the
actually
point.
now I'm going to draw a very loose connection between these dots, and I'm wrong, but I'm gonna do it just because it makes me laugh. She is not white. They are learning
Oh yeah.
under Trump. They are learning that if your name is not Shiloh and you have blue eyes and wispy blonde hair and your blue veins aren't showing at your wrist, that you can't say the N word and get
Oh,
like $750,000. You're
oh,
not
that's
white.
your high
You're
appearance
not
society,
white, senora.
So I'm sorry.
There's more in here that you said. You're using profanity. I am trying to figure out, because it says suspect had a strong odor of intoxicants on her. I'm trying to figure out why the state is asking for anger management, because they're requesting that you do anger management. They're requesting that you have a TAP evaluation to see if you have a drug or alcohol problem. They're asking for sober support meetings. Sober support meetings are usually for people who have a drug or alcohol problem. I'm trying to figure out what's going on because you told me that the lady, Samantha, had
Now
assaulted
she's got
you
her
or
wine
still
box with
causing
the
problems
straw
with you.
out.
So I'm trying to read the
Bitch,
room and
you
figure out
are-
what's going on,
you
and I
are
cannot.
getting on my
No,
last
I don't
nerve.
have a drinking problem. Yes, I lost my child on February 5th, 2023.
Oh, she
He was
lost
murdered by
her
a best
child.
friend in a gas station in Austin, Texas. And I lost my fiance 11 days before that. He had a heart attack inside my home. I've
Wait,
been
hold it.
under a lot
What
of
the fuck?
stress.
Did she say Beyonce? That had to have been wrong. Let me rewind this a bit.
her fiance had a heart attack.
Oh, okay. You know
So
what?
you
And
just laughing about everything. You didn't even hear what she said. This lady deserves.
Oh, I
sympathy.
heard what she
deserves
said. That's
sympathy.
why I laughed. Do you think I just laugh
Oh my God,
before
Stanley,
I hear funny
you
shit?
gotta submit some corrective action with you, man. You got a behavioral issue.
No. What we need to do is you already know where this is going. This is that black brown alliance that John was fantasizing about months ago, asking, is there ever a black brown alliance? Of course there are, but not Mexican black. There's a whole even in Mexico, but less so. There are black brown, better than black brown alliances. There are black brown like genetic connections. The silly people about the black brown, most of the racists in America who are honestly, I am beginning to think that black people are, well, when I say black people, the anti-black blacks are the biggest racists in America. Like, the be brave white shades, they're not the worst of racists. It's the black people, the black racists, the anti-black blacks that are truly the worst racists. Have you ever noticed that, Dave?
I don't know why it makes a difference who says it.
No,
That's
it
me.
makes a huge difference.
That's just me,
Racists
though.
make a huge difference.
I'm not one to be caught up on somebody's words.
Well, no, I am one.
Doesn't have any power.
I am one. That's why I'm asking you.
I don't see why it bothers you.
Oh, it doesn't bother me like one to one, but dude, I sit around
Okay, so I may have
reading
said that, but let
books
me
and
say this.
thinking
Let me
about
say it
this
like
sort of
this.
stuff.
I
Why
don't.
is America so racist? I think that the baton has been passed. I think what happened, kind of like that race that John Galt and Portia and all these folks were so fascinated with. some black female runner tapped someone on the head with a metal baton and passed on, these the mantle of racist behaviors, racist logic, and just racism. I think in America, the anti-black blacks like Tommy Sotomayor or John Galt, I think I'm beginning to think that the Ak Nation, I think they're the biggest racists in America, the biggest anti-black racists. And you know what? I'm gonna go, well, good job. The fucking uh the, the David Dukes have created the uh they've created a monster. So it's a
Hey, can
theory.
you show me
I'm not
where
willing.
the
I'm not
damage?
willing to go there just yet, but I'm thinking that's what's happening.
Stanley, can you show me where the damage is done by what they say?
Who is they?
The anti-black blacks. What kind of damage? What are the
Motherfucker,
damages?
have you ever listened to a John Galt show lately?
Yeah, that's my guy.
Okay. And you didn't think that was evidence of damage?
Actually, I
No,
don't
no,
see
no,
it,
no, no. What
go
you're
ahead.
gonna do, what you're gonna
I'm
do is
interested in
not
your response.
waffle
You
away.
want to
No, no, no,
you're
no,
going to
no.
Socratic method me to
Okay,
death.
the
I get it.
motherfucker is drunk and goddamn high, talking about nightshades, which he happens to represent, and criticizing any black person like me who disagrees with him. I think that's I think that's damage.
Do you get better without criticism?
Motherfucker, don't ask me dumb questions.
That's a
Answer
great question.
and address my point. We can move on to your point once you have addressed mine. You asked me for evidence of damage. I presented John Galt.
So he drinks.
Motherfucker, don't ask me so.
I'm
Don't
just
ask me counter questions.
I'm trying
Well,
to make sure I got the
let me
question
make
right.
it easier. Let me make it easier for you. Do you think John Galt, drunk and high, talking about nightshades and property in general, is normal black behavior?
May not be black behavior. That could be John
Motherfucker,
Galt
just
behavior.
answer the question, yes or no. Is it normal? Is it normal to be on YouTube drunk and high, talking N words? Everyone's an N word, coming up with new N words, worshiping white racists, and talking about something no one really cares about. Is that normal black behavior? Nobody motherfucking gives a fuck about property in the hood. Who
Hey,
gives a fuck about
I
any of
don't
that shit? No,
I don't know what
motherfucker.
normal
No, you know
behavior is. So
what?
you're asking me to
You know what?
compare John
This
to
is
normal
gonna be
behavior. I
Stanley
can't do
crosses that nigga right now. And you know I don't
that.
like using that word.
Right.
Who
Don't
gives
break your
a
own rules.
fuck? Who gives a fuck about property in the hood except people who live in the hood? It's not a universal. You asked me for proof that black anti-black blacks, John Galt, all those motherfuckers, Ak Nation, these motherfuckers are so racist, they don't even know the history of American racism and racist, but yet they make it up as they go along. And Ak Nation motherfucking falls asleep in the middle of his racist rants. That's even funnier.
I'm
It's
so
like
racist around so much it don't
this
mean nothing.
motherfucker will be a racist and fall asleep in the middle of it. And this is the funny part. The white people on his panel will fucking run his show while Uncle Remus is asleep. And then this motherfucker goes, what? Thank you, white boys, for saving my show.
You see, my
These
issue is I don't
motherfuckers
see what
are
you
a
see. I really
these
don't.
motherfuckers are a fucking psychological mess. And you know what?
Have you
You know,
experienced racism in your life?
yes.
Okay, was it tangible?
No. Let's not talk about racism because racist behaviors from individuals, yes.
I don't know. This is a little bit stronger than to let some words
Well,
get to
motherfucker,
behind you.
if you
I'm sorry.
don't know, I literally had the presence of mind to go racism is a system. Racist behavior is at the individual level. Everyone has at some point in their life, if you grew up in the South, experienced things that you will go, well, goddamn, that's racist. Racism is not at an individual level. Racism is a system. People aren't systems. They participate in the system. They contribute to a system. They might suffer detriment from a system, but don't say a person does racism. That's just not understanding the point. It's actually not understanding how systems work. So I'm sorry, what were you saying? Yes, I have experienced anti-black racist behavior from people before in my life. I'm 60. Haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, well then
Yes.
if the answer is yes, what's your point?
I was
See,
asking
this is
you.
where dumb motherfuckers
I was asking you.
will read and SKC is actually fairly good, but I'm not even sure he understands the Field Sisters. Racism, racist, and race are three different concepts that are interlinked, but they don't mean the same thing. So, yes, is my answer. I have experienced racist behavior.
From black.
And probably everyone has at some point in time if you're not living in fucking Idaho.
Yeah, I'm talking about from blacks. You
Motherfucker, I
experienced
have
things that
every
blacks
time
raised.
a black person says the N word describing, well, if a black person says they, those people, those blacks, them blacks, the blacks, criticizing a black culture they obviously don't understand, then yeah, they're racist. They're making a racist comment.
Is that
Because
offensive to you?
they don't even understand race in America.
Is that offensive to you when he says the blacks?
Not particularly. Well, no, not on a
That's my
racist
point.
level. Well, hold on. You're not making the point you're making.
I don't really have to.
Your
You explained everything
question
else
to
under the
me.
sun
Okay,
in
let's
between.
not run away from your question, which
Okay.
was, is that racist to me? It's not. I'm sorry. Is that offensive to me? Not offensive on a racial level. It's offensive on a stupidity level. You would think that black
Yeah,
Americans, legacy black Americans, would actually take the time to know American history, how race works in America. It is very disappointing and offensive that black people from the South, especially, would fucking not understand how America works. So, yes, it's offensive if a black person, legacy black man, woman, child, are racist, especially if they're an anti-black black. Yeah, it's offensive. White people like Be Brave being racist, that's to be expected. Given his level of education, I expect Be Braves. I do not expect John Galt's. Well, apparently you are gobsmacked or you're
Oh yeah,
busy.
I'm Godsmack for sure. I don't know where to go from here at the
Motherfucker,
end of
I
the day.
don't expect blacks to be racists.
I don't see why not. We almost have
Okay,
to nowadays.
well, you might have a point. You know, blacks are humans. They can be as horrible as any other human. I would think, but you know, you always hear about blacks. Hey, you have to work hard, harder than whites. I would just think that, you know, a group that has American roots in our kind of history, you would kind of understand how America works better than, you know, than normal. And, you know, if the argument is black culture, you know, can't understand America and how racist it is, that's a whole nother show. So I see John typing in the chat, and I don't really give a fuck what John is typing. He has the keys to his kingdom. He can come up here and argue it. So, next question. You understand that I think blacks being racist are worse than white racists for obvious reasons, I hope.
Actually, no, but that's okay.
Whoa. What you don't understand that a black being an anti-black racist against his own kind is worse than a be brave white trash racist? You don't understand why one is worse than the other?
Well, Stanley, if you're talking
Because
about a particular,
motherfucker, the black people father black kids. They will raise a second generation of anti-black blacks. That's worse. Be
if
brave
you
will never no black woman would ever have a be brave and reproduce. So
bullshit,
the chance
that's not true.
of a be brave having a half black child, especially now, are zero. As if they were ever high. So
I don't know. He got a pulse. He's
okay,
filthy.
I don't give a
I
fuck if
don't
you
know.
don't know. I know.
I don't agree with
Okay,
that.
I don't want to hear the prevarications. I'm not expounding on theory. A black man who marries a black woman, especially one who goes, well, I like American Man, you weren't there. American Man was like, I only uh procreate with black women. Well, motherfucker, you are raising more black racists. American Man. The only black man I can think of that's more racist than John Galt is American Man. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, there's a separating line that most people are being distinct about what kind they're talking about. They're not saying
Okay,
all.
John's
And if you got to tell people we're not all, then we can't really have the conversation.
what the fuck are you talking about?
You said
You know,
anti-black.
the
It's almost as if
really
you're coming from a position of
weird.
all black. It's crazy. We're clearly
Okay,
making the
once
distinction of which
again,
ones they're
you are
talking
skipping to your loo away from my point. Don't expand what I'm saying. Just concentrate on what I'm saying.
There you go, Stanley. Make a point.
Nope. Let's not skip away. And you know what I need you to do is acknowledge what I'm saying and then deal with
I'll
my
do
point.
it in real time.
The
Let's go.
no, the anti-black blacks, the black men who and women, there some women too, who think black culture is toxic, who think black culture is separate from American culture. They are not only uneducated, really not understanding their own arguments or what culture is, let alone black culture. I think they are worse racists. They are more detrimental to the legacy black community in America, and I use community with quotes, than a fucking white trash dumbass like Be Brave. Be Brave isn't a, it's kind of laughable. He doesn't live around black people. The anti-black blacks sometimes live in the middle of a black community, the hood or whatever, and they are contributing to the toxicity they want to laugh about. That's my point. If you want to deviate from that point, let me know when you do. But that's my point. Not more, not less.
So it is still a all argument.
It's still a what? What kind of argument?
You're still saying all.
No. I said anti-black blacks. That's the qualifier. Not all blacks are anti-black. You didn't hear that part?
No, I heard you.
You didn't motherfucking hear the qualifier?
I heard
Dude, when you get me wanting to be precise, if you're anti-black and you are a black, and when I say black, let me qualify that, legacy black American, meaning you have American roots. You're not an immigrant.
They're not a tether.
Okay, you know what I mean.
Say it.
If you are a legacy black American and you hate black people and can't realize that black culture is not separate from American culture, you are worse for the legacy black community in quotes than a Be Brave could ever be, because Be Brave's not motherfucking smart enough. He doesn't have the background or the understanding that makes him an existential threat. Now we can move on to this judge, or but I need you to keep your argument and your rebuttal tight. I don't want to drift off into bullshit. Keep it tight to anti-black blacks are the worst thing for the black American, legacy black American community.
Am I allowed to say this? I get your point, but I still don't agree with you. Is that okay?
You don't have to agree. I wasn't motherfucking asking you to agree. I need you to not
I've been
deviate
got
from
your
it.
point. I got your point last month.
Okay, I'm going to keep hammering it because I need folks to know my position.
By all means, don't stop doing what you're doing.
Oh, I don't plan on it, but I can be stopped.
I feel you.
Fuck it. If it's a torture, Leon, nobody's holding you a motherfucking hostage. I'm uninterested in your fucking feeling like a hostage. All right, so I've said what I had to say. Any rebuttal that is on my point, and if you want to change the topic, we can do that too.
No, Stanley, you ran the table. You made a very, very clear point. I get it. I do act like I don't get it just to mess with you.
Oh no. You know what? Actually, I was actually talking more to the chat than you. I know you get it, but I want to keep it tight so the John Galts don't ask dumb questions.
So you're telling John to
so the
stand there.
Leons, so whoever the fuck Leon is, understands that I'm not holding him hostage.
What you're doing to John while you're up here and you do that, you're like, John, stand here. And I want you to.
I think John is a good guy. John is a good guy. bottom line is I just don't approve of his anti-black blackness. I do not approve of his disdain for black culture. I do not approve of him kissing, the logic of a white trash motherfucker who again, Be Brave is not a threat to the black community. A smart motherfucker like John Galt is literally an existential threat.
But you
And
won't just hit John.
Shenard, hold on one sec. Shenard, don't bother. I'm not interested in what you have
Oh,
to
let
say.
Shenard up, man. He's a good dude. He's a good guy.
DJ,
you're telling.
Mike, because I consider Mike a friend, believe it or not. Kind of wise. I feel strongly in my point. We must all coexist, but I really get bored and kind of tired of I don't get to exactly say what I mean. Anti-black blacks are fine, but motherfucker, at least SKC can fuck. God damn it. This is what I think that SKC is an anti-black black, but it's hard for me to pin that on him because his argument's not emotional. This motherfucker can literally explain why he thinks that way. It's a whole lot harder to hurl, expletives and all this stuff because the motherfucker will go, "Have you read this?" SKC might be the only anti-black black who can fucking justify. And that's important to, an old motherfucker like me. At least I can understand why you are. That's why we don't really talk about this anti-black shit. We talk about SKC and I talk about a lot of other things because we at least understand our points of view. So I keep derailing you, and that is on me. Well, Deacon might be busy at work.
No, you're good. You get the play button. I was just messing with you, honestly.
Hit the link artifact if you want, and let's see what. Now, motherfucker, do you know what gorp is? Why is gorp frickle? Is that fried gorp? There is no black culture. There is only American culture. You know what? Motherfucker, I literally stand by that statement. Why do you see? This is what a dumb motherfucker doesn't understand about Stanley Cross. I'm always consistent. Okay. There is no culture. There is only American culture. Now, there is, if you look at culture as multifaceted, there is a black culture facet to American culture. As long as you understand that black culture is not separate from American culture, then motherfucker is ridiculous as you think. If you think you're making a joke, I have made you better and better understanding of what black culture is. And my name is not Stan Cross, it's Stan Lee Cross. But yeah, you get it, Gorp. So good for you. You're not dumb. I can give you that. And Seven Steel, good to see you, man. Thank you for being here.
Stanley, I really wish
DJ
you got
MFB, I don't think blacks
like
are all the
like
same,
Kobe
and
Bryant.
maybe you're not talking about me, but motherfucker, black culture is not all the same either. Black culture, you could make the argument that there are 45 million different black cultures. It is so weird because all of a sudden I see black culture at an individual level almost like caste. There are 45 million different black cultures. It's hard to explain, because I had a couple sips or two, but um, I'm glad Gorp Frickle gets it now. I'm proud of him. I have
You
trained
never
him
knew
well.
who RBR was, Stanley?
I'm sorry, RBR?
Yeah, you didn't know who RBR was?
What's RBR?
Real Brother Radio.
No, I still don't know what it is. What is it?
No, he was a YouTube creator.
No, I have no clue.
Oh,
Dude, I've really only been on YouTube. Funny enough, I've been on YouTube since like 2015 or something. But I didn't even know I had a channel till about a year ago when the urban landlord got tripped offline. And I'm like, well, fuck, I always have fun on the show. Let's do a backup. So I wouldn't even have a chance. Now, see, this is the other thing. John Galt made me. Okay, I know why I'm even here. It's John Galt and Portia especially. So don't think I don't know this. There would be no Stanley Cross channel if it wasn't for John Galt in the Urban Landlord channel. But you know what? I love the channel. I love the people. I love the space. And you know what? I'm going to criticize it if I want to. And I'm not doing it because I'm bitter. I'm doing it because I expect better. All right. Well, apparently Dave is gone. Oh, we can move. Beef and Brock, you probably know who Wilfred Riley is, right? Beef and Brock, question to you: do you know who Wilfred Riley is? And I'm glad you bring this up because Wilfred Riley is ultimately where I think we're going to go. Talking about Thomas Sowell, I think Wilfred Riley is possibly the smartest black conservative in the country right now, and he's not getting enough attention because I would like to think he's kind of like me. He can be a little abrasive and direct. Deacon Dave, have you heard of Wilfred Riley?
Well, yeah, from you. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, you've probably seen him. Do you know who Charles Love is?
Charlie Love? We call
Charles
Charlie where I'm
Love.
at.
He's a black conservative.
Yeah.
Do you know who Shamika Michelle is? Who, my God, if that woman is like the prettiest black woman in the country. Shamika Michelle, a black conservative. And you know what? She would Brian Nichols, I
She's
would
on the
never go up.
Sportscasters, right? Or she's with what's his name?
No, well, I don't think she was, but she is a black conservative, and she shows up on a lot of not if when you see her, you will know her. She has the most country fucking Mississippi accent, or maybe she's from Louisiana. The most country accent, but it does not matter. She is so conservative,
Well, she
but
does
she's
the
also just
Hopeful podcast or something like that, right?
yeah, I think she probably does have a podcast, which I
think
never
it's called
watch. It's
Hopeful.
much too much conservative for me.
Yeah, I know who she is.
But anyway, ask your last questions. I want to finish this particular video.
Oh, I don't
seeing
have any questions, Stanley. I'm just lingering. I'm at work, you know.
Oh, well, fuck. Let me play this video then. Be right back.
On February 5th, 2023, he was murdered by a best friend in a gas station in Austin, Texas.
And I lost my fiance 11 days before that. He had a heart attack inside my home. I've been under a lot of stress and frustration. These people don't leave me alone from upstairs. It's a constant fight with this lady. So I'm moving myself away from that environment. I've already lost my job because of her, that I had a job with for 6 years, working from home. And
Well, I guess Thomas Jefferson had it right after all. If you want to get screwed, or in this case, if you want to screw yourself, go to court. Now, you see, this case in particular was in Texas, but it has everything to do with what's going on in California, because this is the reason why you don't see black folks sticking their necks out, nor should we be. This woman here was looking at all kinds of charges. Assault, bodily injury is a Class A misdemeanor, and that was the plea deal that she got. So they decided they were going to overlook all this mess that was going on. Let's go ahead and try to water this down, because, you're not dealing with a black defendant, so that's how the system works then. The judge said that if this heifer withdrew her plea, then the DA would upgrade the charges to injury to the elderly. Injury to the elderly. So that's what it was supposed to have been. That's what that means. The charge she should have been looking at is injury to the elderly. So apparently she got into some kind of physical altercation with her neighbors, and apparently there was some sort of elderly person who was injured by her, and there's some other people making complaints as well, and that's what put her in court. So she got into a fight with her neighbors, and then the judge dropped the bomb, the N-bomb, and wanted to know, what did that mean? And this woman sitting here, she already knew that she was stuck, but it's a matter of the judge had every right to ask about that. This heifer had an attitude, though, saying she felt the judge was setting her up. Setting her up? She was indignant that the judge was asking her to explain the circumstances of the crime that she had committed. The judge didn't snatch her off the street and say, you're going to court. She put herself in that situation, and she showed exactly what kind of person that she is. Her Hispanic neighbors were knocking on her door, and she's calling it nigger knocking. And then when the judge does her job in open court and asks for clarification of the police report, this woman sits here being all indignant, phony indignation. This because the judge was actually doing her job, asking her to explain for the sake of her plea deal the circumstances of the crime that she had committed.
You're laughing as hell, man. You didn't understand what I was saying.
Let me just. It's a Hispanic woman calling it nigger knocking. And then, in my weak-minded head, I go back to John Galt himself. This is months ago. This is back like almost a year ago, talking about the Black-Brown Alliance. Is there one? And my response was no, there is not. It tends to be, if it's a mutually beneficial sort of thing. So here we are, and there hasn't been a Black-Brown Alliance for quite some time, but there will still be people, especially like going back to the BLM 2020, persons of color and, all these like, hey, we're all minorities. That is very situational. It's not like a permanent thing. America is fundamentally founded upon race. Derek Bell had it right. Interest convergence. The only time blacks and browns will get together is if it is a mutual beneficially, thing they're fighting for against a common enemy. Just because your skin is not white does not mean you're an ally. And to me, that's like, well, why does this need to be taught? It is literally like something you should get a priori. So nigger knocking from a woman who's Hispanic in front of a black judge, only in America. Only in America. Do you really think a black female judge is going to be objective about a Hispanic woman saying the term nigger knocking?
That's because she doesn't.
Would you, better than that, would you expect, would this Mexican or Hispanic, because I don't know that no, I don't.
I get it. This is like why
so
she would act.
Would
it's a forced,
better yet,
it's a forced ideology.
Would a woman would a woman who is Hispanic saying that term, when it comes out, would she expect objectivity from a black female judge? Should she expect objectivity?
I think it's
That's the question I
situational.
have.
It's situational.
Wait, it's what?
It's situational. She is in criminal
Okay,
court,
so you
so
actually
this
think,
situation won't apply.
you know what? The only way she would expect objectivity would be from an anti-black judge. Like, hey, I don't think I'm black. I don't see black because I'm not black. That's really the only way you expect objectivity from a black judge hearing the term nigger knocking. Y'all are all stupid. I'm
No,
not sure there is a motherfucker who is
that's like
right
Fat
of
Joe dropping the
center.
N-bomb for years and nobody got pissed off about it. And his music,
Yeah.
it's like
That's the
some can get the pass.
other problem. That's the other problem, and it's not just a black problem. I don't give a fuck what your experience is. We're talking not about you, but about this video. I don't care about your experience. Why do you think I care about your experience? Unless you can justify it, unless
Are
you
you
can make
asking?
it
Hold on, are
relevant.
you asking me, or are you just
You
saying
saying Dave, you
Yeah.
saying the N word for all these years doesn't mean anything in regards to this video.
No, actually, I don't use the N-word, but yeah, I see what you're saying. You get your point.
Anyway, this is a better comment. Stanley is obsessed with John Galt. He wants to be John Galt. Well, let me help you out here, Leon. John Galt, if you actually know that it's an Ayn Rand character, a black man named John Galt is pretty fucking offensive in the first place. So no, I do not want to be John Galt because John Galt is a fictional character. You dumb son of a bitch. You really need to be able to think and understand the bad arguments and comments people like you make. I fucking take stupidity, I chew it up, and I laugh when I spit it out. Eek. Such a bad comment. All right. Well, are we ready to carry on with this video? Most people in general like the fact that you challenge their thought, not because you pander to them. That's just been my experience, but I still have to lead with grace. You know what? You are absolutely right, Artifacts. I'm not as good a human being as you are.
I wouldn't mind
Especially
it
in
if
this
it wasn't partially Gish Gallop. He throws a lot at the plate, and then you gotta remember
Ooh,
what he
Artifacts?
said. It's like,
No, wait, hold
talking
it.
about
What was a Gish? Oh no, it's not a Gish Gallop, motherfucker. You need to
you
keep up.
said, why did she? The original question. You danced so far
keep
away
up.
from it. You in that verbal tutu you put on, and now we're not even talking about the same thing by the time you landed.
Oh, we're still talking about the same thing. You
She's
just haven't
mad, and this
noticed.
is that.
You
This is
have
that
not
racial thing. You
noticed
have
we're
to
talking
identify
about.
people by skin color, because any other time you won't even mention the fact
So
that
you
somebody
don't think
dropped.
we're talking about the same thing?
No,
You
I'm
don't
saying
think
by
we're
the
talking about. Wait, hold it. You don't think we're talking about race in America? You don't think I'm talking about race in America?
that's your
Motherfucker,
lane.
we're literally talking about this. I am talking about the same thing I was an hour ago. Come on, Dave, keep up. My Lord. So anyway, I will hear a little bit more of this, and then we'll get to Wilfred Riley.
That's the judge's job, getting details about it. What is it that we're making a plea deal on? What are the circumstances here? The judge explained it. This was about setting the conditions so that she could find out whether this was someone who needs to be in anger management or drug treatment. Hell, I would have sentenced her to both. But the thing to remember is this is what's going on in Texas right now, and not just Texas, other places. You got people who come from cultures that practice rampant anti-black racism, and they bring that mess here. Here she is with her Hispanic neighbors knocking on her door, apparently to hear her tell it, tormenting her, and the first thing that comes to her otherwise empty head is to start throwing around the N-word, where there's no black people concerned, and even if there were, that wouldn't have made it right. But it just goes to show, when it comes to these anti-black racists, you got to go beyond just the people who come from Western Europe, just the Caucasians alone.
Wrong
Everybody
according
has
to the
drank from
Webster's
that particular
definition.
cup. There's a whole lot of people who have been eating good and feeling good and living good off of anti-black racism. That's where reparations comes in, because you got all these other people, especially these immigrants, who will try to tell you, we didn't have nothing to do with no slavery or Jim Crow. We don't owe for nothing. And yet these people are just as racist as any good old boy on any plantation. What they've shown is they know the rules of racism and they love to play along. So yeah, they are every bit as complicit. They came to the United States so that they could take advantage of the world's strongest economy, made possible only by our uncompensated labor. And they also understood that there was a racial pecking order here, one that might allow them to do something that they can't do in Latin America, and that is to claim to be white. So as far as they were concerned, they were going to get an economic and social upgrade at black people's expense. So for all the people out there who aren't paying attention, wondering
Well,
whatever
see,
happens to
I
the great
kind of
black
have
brown
to
alliance.
disagree with this. They didn't come here they weren't thinking about being white at black expense. They were just coming here to be white. And the other thing is that a lot of black women and men want to be white. The assimilation argument, like, hey, the Shelby
That's a tired
Steel,
argument. But
well, I don't even know that they're tired. I think they're still relevant. Assimilate and be a second class citizen. The Shelby Steel, hey, we all know they're, America's racist. You just have to be productive and accept the racism. That's the whole fucking anti-black argument. Hey, we need to take our ghetto, we need to beautify it, we need to form all our own businesses and be entrepreneurs like the white people. We need to get rid of our independence. We just need to be like the white people, and they will go, hey, we like your good behavior. You're not white, but we'll give you our cast off clothing. we will accept you as second class citizens. And hey, that's what black people are here for, to be second class citizens. If your motherfuckers cannot figure this out, and I literally mean the anti-black blacks, not a one of you is smart. Even SKC's not like anti-black. He just has his own way of looking at things. The
I just said he
motherfuckers who
was
want to
5 minutes ago.
oh, no. Don't interrupt.
I'm
The
sorry. I shouldn't
motherfuckers
be over
who
here
want to
noticing.
ask me stupid questions about is truancy mischief, that's like the stupidest question I've ever heard a 50-year-old ask. Is truancy the same thing as crime? Motherfucker, no. It could be, but it's probably not. But where does it lead to? Asking me stupid questions is the quickest way for me to just laugh and not take you seriously. Stop asking stupid questions. Whoever your grade school teacher was, or your parent who told you there's no such thing as a stupid question, that was the first problem. They made you think that asking a stupid question is okay. One should never do that. Made only possible, that's wild. No idea what that means, Free Zone. Hit the link. No, I'm not an anti-white black. Mike, what you don't like is I'm not going to say white is like the highest standard. I'm not anti-white. What I am is understanding that white, it's not a white country. And you white supremacists need to understand that the reason Thomas Jefferson, and he's my favorite founder, the reason Thomas Jefferson had time to fucking sit and do shit is he was too goddamn lazy or not taught. Motherfucker didn't tend his own fields. If you're going to sit around, you might think some beautiful thoughts. All he had to do was the motherfucker didn't do his own work. So don't tell me about that bullshit. You need to deal with American history, Mike. And I value you as a friend. I actually think you're smart, but dude, don't come at me with that dumb bullshit. Dude, it's a white country because whites tend to be more violent and more prone to fucking enslave people. that seems to be the result of history. White people like fucking treating non-whites like fucking chattel slaves. Hey, if that's history, then I guess you have to basically accept that white kids are natural born slave drivers. Stanley is incoherent. Well, foundational white Wakandan, that name, a foundational white Wakandan is coherent. What a dumb motherfucker. Dude, hit the link, white Wakandan. Please hit the link so I can just shit on you for the fun of it. I need amusement now because
Hey, don't do it.
it's like
Stanley's on
this
one, and
motherfucker,
I'm speaking out of number.
foundational white Wakandan, telling me I'm incoherent. Love it, babe. Love it. What a dumb fucking comment. And then he wants to, motherfucker. I watched a show yesterday about the white Black Panther. I'm like, what the? It's a comic book. These were adults. Let's see. Gibbs repare. Yeah. Now see, I'm trying to figure this out. Now I have to give you credit. You're pretty good with writing in vernacular, which leads me to believe you have read either Paul Lawrence Dunbar or Zora Neale Hurston. That's pretty good vernacular English writing. I have to give you that. Who's the clown now, Stanley? Me? Am I the clown? Foundational white Wakandan? Oh, yeah, it must be me. FWW. So, any more comments before I play this? And one of these days I'll make it through this
That was
video.
funny as hell.
What was?
Can you read that comment again, Stanley?
About the reparations?
Yeah.
Okay, well, apparently FWW clipped it. So, glad y'all enjoyed it.
Chat strikes back. That's what's up.
Okay, well, maybe you and your little white buddy are. What did you get out of it that I'm missing?
Nah, you didn't commit fully to the comment. I think you seen what
Well,
it
the
was.
bottom line is I think even the people that are so much into reparations know how, America works. You know, if you press for something long enough, you might get it, you might not. White people like Be Brave want black people to do what some I think Be Brave is fundamentally an optimist. He thinks that if he complains about it enough, things will change. Um, you know,
Whatever the case may
Americans,
be, don't do
Americans in
nothing and wait on
particular,
that.
and
That's
humans
crazy.
in general, tend to be fairly optimistic.
Just because you think they owe you something doesn't mean you shouldn't grind. You definitely got to
Okay, Deacon
work
Dave,
yourself up to a point.
Deacon Dave,
People who
um,
use that as an
Deacon
excuse.
Dave. America actually does. Now, if you don't think they do, you are probably as stupid on this topic as most of the people in this chat.
That doesn't mean you shouldn't
Hey,
be a good
no,
person.
motherfucker, don't interrupt. Let me
I'm just
finish.
saying.
Let me finish.
Let it all crumble
What
because you owe me.
most anti-black blacks and white shades want to do is go, well, my family didn't own slaves, which basically tells me you don't understand the fundamentals of the argument. It's not an individual thing. In this republic, there are institutions that are responsible. Y'all want to personalize it like every other motherfucker. People are very bad at their politics because they want to personalize every point. This is why people, American politics really is bad. Like uneducated, just non-critically, valuable, because people want to personalize everything instead of taking a more Socratic view of what politics can be. It's always been personal, but I don't give a fuck what you think about your experience. Politics is local, but it's not necessarily anecdotal. It can be, but it can also be objective. And most people aren't educated to be smart enough to understand political arguments or make them. No, Thomas Jefferson literally wrote 0% of the Constitution artifacts. Thomas Jefferson was fucking in France when the Constitution was written. This is a perfect example. What the fuck? Thomas Jefferson was in France when the Constitution was written. Why should I take this point? This is exactly what I mean. Motherfuckers will make bold statements about Thomas Jefferson wrote the majority of the Constitution. Motherfucker, he wrote part of the Declaration of Independence, and he wasn't alone. There was Ben Franklin and John Adams on the committee, and they edited what he wanted to write in the Declaration of Independence. God damn it. Why do people do this, Dave? Why do people make these bold motherfucking statements without actually knowing what they're talking about? Why do they do it?
I don't think you know how important you are to people. They
No,
gotta run
I
it through you.
don't, and I don't care. What's important is knowing
Nah,
Thomas
no.
Thomas motherfucking Jefferson wasn't even in the country.
I
So
like to.
where do you learn that Thomas Jefferson wrote the majority of the Constitution?
You're the fact checker.
Where do
What are
you
you
learn
talking about?
this?
You're the fact checker. You wanted to run it through the fact checker.
No, is a motherfucker. I didn't check the fact. Motherfucker, I know it. It's literally everyone knows this.
That's
This
why
is
he
high
came to
school
you.
history class. This is high school history class. Okay, god damn it. This is
See,
disappointing.
you missed my point. They wanted to run it through you so that way you can correct
No,
it.
that's not running it through me. That's telling me. I'm about to read The Privileged Poor. That's interesting. I'll check it out. Let me know how you like it, Artifacts. If it's good, I've never heard of the author or the book, but if you like it, let me know. I'm always up for reading a book.
Yeah, Stanley, you're the all-seeing guy.
No, I am not the all-seeing dude. Fuck all that bullshit. I know some things. I know some fundamentals about American history and have thoughts on how the history affects 2025. Now, Lou, Lou, this motherfucker, he knows how to pluck my strings and make me laugh. Thomas, you know what? I have no clue. I'm YouTube YouTube in 1776 would have been a hoot. Would there have been a black Twitter in 1776? I suspect there would have been. So anyway, god damn it, we're never gonna get through this. I think this woman is problematic. I like the judge. And you know what? I don't hate the Hispanic lady. She's not unattractive. I like her tits. So, but that's pretty much it. So, this is the main event, folks. I have
Why'd
been
you say that and take
going
them off the screen? I
on.
wanted to see what you was talking about.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, you said something, then you took it off the screen. I couldn't even see what you was talking about.
Oh, yeah, I'll drop the link if you want. I kind of. You really want to watch this? Okay.
No, I just wanted to
Yes,
see
first
what
of
you're
all, there
talking
never
about.
was one. And second of all, if you want to know what happened,
Maybe I'm
You talking
more a
about the lady
breast
on the
man
left?
than I think. Yeah.
No, I know you wasn't talking about the divester wig on the right.
The divester? How do
Divester
you know
wig.
she's a divester?
It's in the hair.
It's in the what?
It's the hair.
So, really? Oh my lord!
Never mind. Go to the next video. You good?
Holy shit! Okay, I had no clue. You know what? I'm not even sure I could like. So you think her white husband likes that hair?
Oh yeah.
Motherfucker, do you know how many chemicals
Weaning.
do you know how many chemicals it takes unless the hair is natural? Divestors don't like chemicals.
That's one thing they do. The hair. The hair is a giveaway.
Yeah, okay. You know what? Maybe have you ever dated a divester?
That wouldn't make her a divester, now would it?
Well, I don't know. Do you want to test that theory? Because I I have some answers you might not like.
I'm interested. How do you even test the theory?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, I would ask you, do you want to be white? A divester on divester relationship. You don't like black women, do you? So
I
if
love them.
she acts,
I never said I
so
don't
wait,
like them.
hold on now. You don't like black women. What if the black woman acts more like a white woman? It's possible that could work.
So that's cool.
Yeah,
But I don't know
well,
what you mean by. I don't know what you mean by that though.
see
You would have to define
now.
acts like a white woman. You have to define that part.
Well, you said she's a divester, right?
I love Oreos.
Okay, did you
Black on the
say
outside, white
she's
on
a
the inside.
divester?
It's a mindset.
Did you say that? Yes or no?
No, she has a divester wig. Like
Is
if
that a
oh,
wig?
it looks like it. It's leaning. That's why I said that.
Ah, oh, okay. Cause see, it kind of looks like her natural hair. I didn't care enough to take a close look, but apparently you did.
Now it's a quick glance. Snap judgment.
You think she's cute, don't you?
Nah, I thought she got caught up on the nigga knocking. That's what's always been called that.
Well, that she didn't laugh is kind of a disappointment. There's nothing like sentencing someone for a crime that you think is funny. I would make a horrible judge. It'd be like, motherfucker, this shit is so funny. I'm gonna knock 6 months off because you made me laugh.
I tell you what, Stan, I don't like unfair judgments either way it goes. It doesn't matter which way it goes.
When
But
is the
if she's
judgment
gonna be
fair?
her judgment won't be fair because she's pissed off at the nigger knocking comment. I'm just drawing
Dude,
a line.
you haven't even heard the judgment. I was
Actually,
making
now I'm interested. I'm interested in the judgment, but you was about to skip to another video. Why would you bring this up if we can't witness what the judgment was?
I haven't, dude. I never watch videos before I show them.
Oh, did you actually show the one video I put in the other chat? Well, you had said that there was people who don't like capitalism. Way earlier, it was a long time ago.
You know what? I probably did, but I'm not sure.
I had to get out and come back. Work.
I tend to show what you generally you and CKJ3. If you send me videos, I will show them.
Yeah, that's one Free Zone came up with. It was the AI capitalism versus socialism. And you were saying that there's blacks. I think you had made the statement. I'm gonna try to sum up what you said, but blacks don't agree with socialism. I mean, with capitalism. They're more of a socialistic type people. That's what you said earlier. And that's why I threw that in there.
No. Absolutely, most of the ideas did not come from Jefferson. Artifacts. Most of the ideas came from Madison. Madison is kind of considered the architect of the Constitution. Madison was Jefferson's kind of apprentice, but no. Look, Madison was not quite anti-constitutionalist, but Madison, that strong national government that the Constitution pretty much got the ball rolling on, Jefferson was almost the opposite of that. Jefferson and Washington, Jefferson and especially John Adams, they were on the opposite sides. Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson was not. Jefferson, the idea of the Constitution came about because the Articles of Confederation were not doing the job. The Constitution advocated for a more central federal government. Jefferson was not. No. Jefferson literally, he knew, and I'm sure he made a suggestion or two. It's surprising how much Jefferson had nothing to do with this conversation. It's a counterfactual. If Jefferson had been here, Jefferson probably would be less. If Jefferson had been here during the Constitutional Convention, I guarantee you Jefferson would have never been president. Jefferson was almost anti-Constitution. And Jefferson's probably my favorite. Gouverneur Morris is another favorite founder, but no, Jefferson. It's all pretty much all Madison. Jefferson knew about it, wasn't in the country, would have probably been an anti-federalist, and that's a guess. Oh my lord, where do I go from here?
I know, my bad. Hey, I got to
To it,
jump down
it's
anyway
because
because I
black
got to
people
throw the
realized they were
calorie
All right.
on.
standing out there by themselves.
Well, let's ask someone to come up and take your place as a foil.
Yeah, that's
To
all you got
fuss
to
at
do. Hang up
me.
here and talk shit.
Well, no, artifacts, it's not like an insight, literally. And I'm kind of, an American history fan as I've gotten older and retired and had time to deal with it, or kind of read about American history. It is fascinating. I really think that if I had to actually pick an important founding father, Jefferson was a founding father. There's a separate group of people called the framers, founding fathers versus framers. Some of the founding fathers were at the Constitutional Convention. Jefferson pretty much played no part in the Constitution. Um, I honestly can't think of a framer, maybe other than Madison, because he was kind of like the chief architect. I can't think of a framer framer of the U.S. Constitution that I would be a huge fan of. Ben Franklin was the oldest member, and he didn't have that much to do with it. Other than making pithy remarks and kind of being like you know everyone looked to Ben Franklin, but he was more figurehead than necessary. So since Dave isn't here, let's just go ahead and move forward. Wilfred Riley, folks, and let me preface this: I'm not his politics. I'm not a I am not a conservative in the manner that a Wilfred Riley would be, but he is fucking smart. Like probably the smartest black conservative in the country. The dude is accomplished, and I don't agree with him, but I would never. I'm not in his league as far as a thinker, and you'll never hear me say that. This dude is in a class of his own. Um, I would put him. I actually think if I had to do pound to pound with a Thomas Sowell, Wilfred Riley wins. He's actually that smart. So, Wilfred Riley, and we'll cover more. And I'm not a black conservative, but I don't think that black conservatives are, you know, they must be listened to. Some of their ideas are good, and you do yourself a disfavor if you just fucking, want to ignore some of these arguments.
So I think those who are listening to the show have already familiarized themselves with his work as a brilliant political scientist and scholar. And we're here today to discuss another brilliant, great political scholar, Thomas Sowell. Wilfred, welcome to the show. How are you?
Doing very well. Great to be back.
All right. So we're recording this a week after Thanksgiving. So I hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
It was a pretty good one. I've been very lazy about the holidays the past couple of years. So like last year, I ordered my entire Thanksgiving dinner from the Swiss colony, the kind of preppy, provisions website. Like I got a turkey and a venison roast or something. And it turned out, the stuff's all overpriced, but it turned out very nice. And I had to spend maybe an hour in the kitchen. This year I wasn't quite as lackadaisical. I mean, I made a couple of different side dishes, and I made, my takes on some Asian and African food. But I bought my turkey from Popeyes. Popeyes has an annual deal where you can buy a 18-pound Cajun turkey, I believe, for $50 or something like that. My fiance picked it up, but we got one of these birds. And we actually ended up having to go to this working class neighborhood in another city in Lexington, which is the next city over, to get the turkey because there's no Popeyes in Frankfurt. So we went there and there were a line of people waiting for these damn turkeys. They were getting kind of hostile with one another. And I got, I think, the 6th to last turkey. So I was leaving with this bird and people were kind of looking at me like, how many of those are left and so on. But I got it home. It cooked up pretty well.
All right. So is it like the same Popeyes that make like Louisiana style chicken, right?
Yeah, Popeyes actually, one of the things that's kind of interesting is that if you've ever known anyone that's worked in fast food or fast casual on the executive side, there's a whole lot that goes into these businesses. Like Popeyes has a test kitchen. And one of the things they produced a couple of years ago was the Cajun turkey. So it's not deep fried or anything, too quote unquote hood. It's just a turkey that has their spices injected into it instead of brining. So it's actually extremely good. Like they've been cooked on the Food Network and so on. But yeah, that's one of the things that they figured out how to make. And yeah, I mean, the whole thing's kind of funny, but I thought that would be a good, quick way of just getting an almost 20-pound turkey and just getting the damn thing done, as opposed to, like, I'm actually a fairly good cook, but as opposed to like smoking it myself or something like that. So I let those guys do the work.
Okay. Now, before we discuss the article that you wrote in this month's National Review issue, Why Thomas Sowell Matters, I'd like to briefly touch on a piece that you wrote on Tablet Magazine, which was published in the 15th. It's titled The Politics of Tribal Nonsense, where you discuss at length a connection that certain members of the BLM supporting American population make with what's going on in the Middle East these days, and that they equate white Americans basically with Israelis and Black Americans with the Palestinians. So why this connection in particular?
Well, I think that when you look at wokeness, so I once went on, and sorry, I've had a long day doing bureaucratic stuff. I'm going to snap into focus and start talking about methods and so on in a second. But one of the things that I long ago said about quote unquote wokeness that went fairly viral, and I've discussed with people like James Lindsay and so on, is that I more than half seriously think of all of the theories that make up that woke sector as sort of lower IQ redos of Marxism. So,
oh wow. And this is what this guy is fucking just on his own planet, but you can follow his points. This dude will kick the ass of pretty much anyone because he just fucking knows more. God damn it.
leaving aside the gobbledygook economic theory about widgets and so on, one of the core themes of Marxism is that there's a grand conspiracy behind the world that you see. And I think this explains a lot of the appeal of Marxism to highly intelligent working class people, by the way. But the idea is that things that seem facially neutral, like property law, are in fact structured to help the rich screw you. We don't have a policing and prison system so that we can keep sex pests and wife beaters off the street. The real reason is to oppress Black and Hispanic, and in some countries, Asian. Well, no, Marx would just say poor men, actually. So the system is structured to, in every possible way, oppress the proletariat and the lumpen proletariat to the benefit of the bourgeoisie. And every other critical theory that I've read, and we've both gone to competent graduate schools. I mean, like you read a.
Well, see, this is the problem. It's not structured that way. It became that way, and hey, it works out to some people's favor. Now, this is where Wilfred's gonna get kind of dicey.
A lot of this stuff, at least in the soft sciences, like every one of them is just a reframing of this with something replacing the bourgeoisie. So in critical race theory, for example, the man becomes the rich man becomes the white man. Society is structured to benefit white people. Processes like requiring standardized tests before you can gain entry to any reasonably quality college, those are in fact designed to keep down blacks and Hispanics and so on, what I just said a minute ago. In fourth wave feminism, the evil, the big bad, as I would say as an occasional gamer, is...
Now, see, this is where Wilfred Riley is doing a sleight of hand. They weren't originally designed that way. They were just found useful and were used in that way. Listen to the sleight of hand, folks.
Is men. You just replace the rich man with the man. So society is structured to benefit males. There's a famous essay called something like they call it the cocktail,
Didn't it?
which argues
What?
that all
God
of
damn
society
it! This
secretly
dude.
follows these masculine rules of design. It's actually an interesting piece to read, but I would say probably 7/8 of it is just nonsense. But that's that theme. And this is now going even further afield with like queer theory. So the idea is that heteronormativity is the baseline for society, and that in reality, 40% of women might be bisexual, but this is suppressed. You can't have your kitty friend publicly. So everyone says that they're straight. Institutions like marriage are designed to continue this process. And you get stuff like fat studies, blah, blah, blah. But the basic point is that this oppressor-oppressed matrix becomes something that a lot of upper middle class people, really in every major nation, learn just going through college, going through grad school, so on down the line. And it's very tempting to apply it to all kind of situations. So, I mean, the conservative U.S. commentator, Matt Walsh, said, why do people believe that the Israelis are the oppressors and the Arabs are the oppressed in the Middle East conflict? I mean, objectively speaking, these are two groups of Semites that are among the 3 wealthiest populations in the world. Why do people think this? Well, because the Jews are more white. And I thought it was kind of a glib throwaway line, but when you think about it, that's pretty much accurate. Like, if you're trained in this frame, you look at Israel and the Palestinians, and you look at who's more Western, who is more Caucasian, who follows more American or British modes of dress, and so on down the line. You found the oppressor. And so the other group must be the oppressed, and the reason for the failure of the oppressed is the oppressor. I mean, there's a level of religious catechism to this. Like, it's a very coherent frame for the world. Actually, it's just wrong, but it's extremely coherent. Like, why are people failing? I live in Louisville. I'm from downtown Chicago.
Okay, and again, this is where the commentator needs to step in. If you think it's wrong, Wilfred, tell us why it's wrong. This is why people like Wilfred Riley, as smart as he is, and I think he is whip smart, motherfuckers, these right-wing motherfuckers never go to a left-wing motherfucker who knows what they know, and it's a meeting of equals. This little dude who's reminding me of 111 Theory is just gonna fucking let this motherfucker ramble on without challenging the bullshit. Unimpressive. Wilfred Riley will run over you if you don't fucking challenge him, son. Challenge him, son.
So when you walk down the streets of a big American city, you see people living in tents. What the fuck? I mean, it strikes a lot of people just
You
uncivilized.
misspelled
They start
pain
enforcing the laws again,
for
which is my
starters,
take.
Innate.
But
Farmer,
one question would be, how does someone
Thomas
end
Paine
up
was a
in that
farmer?
perspective
First
as
I've
a
heard of him.
unintelligent, native-born, Caucasian or black male? And wokeism gives you an answer to that. Well, someone else oppressed them. What is it? Do we need to build more housing, which is something that you see constantly on Twitter and similar platforms? Do we need to remove the drug laws? What is the oppressive force that's responsible for this? That's a narrative through line for quote unquote woke people for almost every situation. And that has been applied to the Israel.
Don't let him ramble, son. You need to
segueing
check him.
into our main topic of the hour. Thomas Sowell recently released a book.
Okay.
Social
Oh
Justice
shit.
Fallacy.
Look at this motherfucker. You know what? I will find a better interview for tomorrow. This poor little boy is helpless. Literally, there was a bulldozer where Wilfred Riley goes unchecked, and now this poor little boy wants to bring up Thomas Sowell. This is amazingly. Don't let Wilfred Riley fucking go unchecked, motherfucker. You just failed.
You've read it, and how would you describe it?
I have read it. I would say that Social Justice Fallacies it's not Sowell's best book. It's by no means his worst book, but it's a kind of a summary over about 200 pages of the major points that he's made throughout his career. And I mean, one of them is that the theoretical frame that we just discussed is incorrect. The idea that oppression or racism is the sole predictor variable, I mean, we'd say in quantitative political science for negative outcomes.
Nobody, motherfucker. God damn it.
I mean, there are hundreds of things from culture.
This is the problem. This is the problem with these motherfucking Soul Brothers. They make the John Galt mistake. They think that every argument against Thomas Sowell, dude, there are multiple reasons that Thomas Sowell is wrong. It's not just all one thing. God damn it. This little boy needs to check this man. He's Wilfred Riley. And this is what smart people do. They will fucking run roughshod and you will try to keep up. This kid looks scared.
In genetics, although I don't have a strong focus on that one, to regional background, religion, level of training, so on down the line that predict outcomes for individuals and groups. And historically, there have been two fallacies in the quant social sciences that are essentially univariate fallacies. One is that racism or bias is responsible for every performance gap that we see.
No, it's not responsible. It's the result, which is a feedback loop.
Every gap in performance that we see. And Sowell has devoted a lot of his career to just taking those apart, saying, well, no, even if you say that this is 10%, this is 10%, you have.
Thomas Sowell has literally not taken any of it apart because he went to the quote unquote oppressor. Thomas Sowell has been a failure because he never took his argument into the hood because he was afraid of the hood. If the motherfucker actually had an argument, black people are not dumb, I think Thomas Sowell thought black people were dumb. It is a very John Galt level argument. Oh, the black people aren't smart enough to understand what I'm saying, so I'm going to take that argument to Jason Kessler. Motherfucker, Jason Kessler is too stupid to understand the argument. Thomas Sowell will never, 100 years from now, no one will remember who Thomas Sowell is because he was afraid of black people. Thomas Sowell, afraid of black people. And that's why maybe like a Glenn Lowry, Glenn Lowry's not afraid of black people. As a matter of fact, Glenn Lowry should have been more afraid of black people. But no. Thomas Sowell is a motherfucking failure because Thomas Sowell was afraid of black people. Young man, do not let Wilfred Riley fucking overtake this interview, and he already has. So it's going to be 55 minutes of Wilfred Riley fucking bloviating unchecked.
Haven't explained 80% of the variance. You're completely failing. And it's just an obvious point. You haven't explained 80% of the variance that really not that many other people make. That's one of the reasons I described Tom Sowell as the OG and all this kind of thing. I mean, he's been screaming into the void about this stuff for 60 years now. I mean, the man first started academic publishing in 1970. So, 53 years.
Yes. I read somewhere that says that perhaps the reason why he is not so influential amongst academics is that he does not hold a teaching job after some time. I think for decades, he's been a fellow at the Hoover Institution. He keeps writing and publishing books. And I think the piece says that had he been an actual professor, he could have trained the next generation of Thomas Sowells. So do you find that to be a regrettable development of his?
I think that there are fair critiques of Sowell. I'm kind of a Tom Sowell stan, so I mean it's tempting to say, well, oh, perfect record. He's written 60 New York Times.
Welcome to the whoop-de-wop. The whoop-de-wop is a name. The whoop-de-wop is a place. The whoop-de-wop is a thing. The whoop-de-wop. Yo, hand me the whoop-de-wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the whoop-de-wop. Yo, where you get those? Throw some cool whoop-de-wops. Nigga, I will slap the fucking whoop-de-wop out your ass. The whoop-de-wop. Welcome to the whoop-de-wop.
And bestsellers. But no, I mean, obviously, if you were going to critique Soul, one of the things that you could point to as a
Yeah,
weakness would be the
well,
lack of
probably
an
good you
academic
didn't hear
publication
me.
record. I
Thomas
myself
Sowell
am
is a
more known
failure
as a popular press
and
writer, but try
in the Black
very
community.
hard to work as the methods guy or something on fairly major papers that are coming out in the social sciences. I wasn't the methods guy for this one, actually, but I was one of a pretty good list of authors on Corey Clark's new paper about bias in academia, which tends to be from the left. And you know, you've got to read the journals, you've got to keep productive. And I've written some weird, just entertaining stuff. I mean, I wrote a review of a woke book for Midwest Review a couple of months ago, and I think I actually contributed something to the discourse, even on the humanities side there. So if you want to critique Soul, you would say, well, yeah, he left his university professorship. And Soul, by the way, it's not as though he was incapable of very high level publication. I mean, his first 8 or 9 publications were in the top, I'd say 4 or 5 economics journals globally. Soul began as a very serious quantitative economist and wrote in that field for quite a while. I mean, Soul wrote basic economics. So a lot of his
Listen to
writing,
this
either at a high
motherfucker
level, public intellectual
explaining
level, or an
Thomas
academic
Sowell's
level, was just in
failure.
his field. But I mean, it's famously part of his story. If you've read Maverick and similar books, he became kind of disgusted by the cliquish, very
No, it
left-leaning
wasn't
nature of
disgusted.
academia.
Those
And you
mother
know, the Hoover Institution
his
is
kid,
one at Stanford,
dude.
and two, I
This
assume
is
that a
this
job there
is
pays something like
what
5, 6.
this is Thomas Sowell's failure. This is just my opinion. He was an economics professor at UCLA during the Black Panther era, and they just thought he was uncool. This motherfucker expected to wear a bow tie. Sometimes if you actually care about what you're teaching, you kind of have to adapt to the students. And I know someone like SKC will go fuck it, and I'm the same way. But sometimes you have to meet these kids where they are and sway them to your side. It's like that parenting kids. You have to kind of, be convincing, set an example, and this motherfucker could not connect. And I think it's partially because, well, I'm not going to go there. He wasn't cool enough. He I swear, I think Thomas Sowell is on the spectrum. The motherfucker couldn't do it. He got scared by his little Black Power students. Yeah, the motherfucker should have smoked some pot and listened to fucking Jimi Hendrix. I swear he would have been a better economist. The motherfucker could not adapt. And this is why I don't like Thomas Sowell. Motherfucker, if you actually think your message and your teachings are important, you won't be kind of scared by, some kids that are going right on Black Power. Thomas Sowell is a weakling. That's why I don't like him. I don't give a he is smart, he is an elder, but literally listen to what Wilfred Riley is saying about him. The dude was too scared of black people to talk to black people about black people. That is a huge failing.
$600,000 a year. So when he was offered that position and no classes, I mean, he said what most people would
Motherfucker,
say to it, which is yes. And he took
then
his,
that's a
comfortable
bigger
leather-bound
shame,
chair in that
SKC. A
institution. I
fucking
believe now called the
Marine
Soul Chair.
was too
So yeah, I
afraid
mean
of his students.
that definitely did affect some perceptions of him. One thing I will say though is that I think that's a bit of an excuse. I mean, so I'm an academic professor, and I mean, I've looked at some of the things I've written, like hate crime hoax, which is, and there's no bitterness or irritation about this at all. You're free not to read my book, But I mean, that's a book that broke down the actual frequency of fake hate crime allegations. There's nothing really theoretical about most of the book. And the last time I looked it up online on Google Scholar, it had been cited something like 30 times in total, like not a very large number. And there's no real reason you wouldn't cite something so apolitical, at least in the early chapters. It's just, if academia is 93% left slanted right now, and it roughly is, I would tend to suspect that Tom Sowell doing Tom Sowell things, had he remained at one of the historically black colleges or something, there would not have been a large attempt to bring him into the spotlight, no matter where he was. You don't see a lot of citations to Charles Murray in the journals of late. And there are other people on the opposite side of things, like Robin DiAngelo, I think, has a teaching sinecure now, but was a diversity consultant for most of her career. And again, no hate. I mean, a political opponent, but nothing evil about her writing or anything. She's, I think, wrong. But I mean, she has tens of thousands of academic citations. So it's not necessarily that you need to be in that world. I mean, Nicole Hannah-Jones is a New York Times journalist. DiAngelo ran a diversity consulting business. The book that's most frequently brought up in academic conversations is White Fragility, which is a popular press book about the...
You know what Wilfred's not bringing up is that Robin DiAngelo, she was better at building a business off of her thinking than motherfucking Thomas Sowell was. He did not go to a think tank to be paid. Robin DiAngelo fucking invented her own shit. Whether you think it's shit or not, whether it is worthy, Robin DiAngelo did not go to the Hoover Institute or any institute. She did the shit herself. She built her own business. Kind of the same thing with Nicole Hannah-Jones. Nicole Hannah-Jones is set for life at Howard. She had an idea and she motherfucking made the 1619 Project. And yeah, she was working for the white man, but they let her do it because she had an original idea. Thomas Sowell has never been able to build a business, and the motherfucker's a goddamn economist. The motherfucker has literally never monetized his own ideas. Wilfred Riley is pointing this out, not commenting. The little boy who should be detecting these chinks in the armor that Wilfred Riley's trying to build is just sitting there silent. Thomas Sowell never built a motherfucking business. Literally never built a fucking business. But yet, it's such
insecurity
such a
blanks for certain
problem.
kinds of conversations. So I think Sol perhaps could have contributed more in economics, but I also think that no matter what he said, if he was saying,
You know
violent
what?
crime is the
SKC,
problem,
hop
that's
off
not
the
really
train.
going to be
D'Angelo
regularly brought up
is
in a lot of classes.
richer than fucking the economist
speaking of
Thomas
Charles
Sowell
Murray,
ever was.
actually
So
did
is
one of my
probably
class
Hannah
presentations focusing
Hannah
on his book Being Apart,
Nicole
and
Hannah
I'm
Jones.
entertaining
You
myself
got the
with
H and S
second
wrong.
possibly
They
the most
are
controversial New York
richer
bestseller
than
of the
the
90s.
motherfucking Economist.
So I've only scratched the surface here, but I really enjoyed reading it. It has a lot of
This
helpful
dumbass
graphics, and
actually enjoyed
it's an
reading the
academic
bell
book, a
curve.
serious
Really?
academic book, but it's written in a voice that non-academics can understand.
I love
But of course,
fucking
the
shitting
controversy
on
that
morons.
makes the bell curve so heatedly discussed is it's touching on the topic of average IQ and race. So I wonder.
So
I'm
this
sure Thomas
motherfucker
Sowell was
wants to
around
talk
when,
race
the bell
science
curve
now.
was written. So what did he think of it?
Well, Thomas Sowell wrote a famous kind of friendly critique of the bell curve for the book The Bell Curve Wars. I mean, I assume we're both pretty well read in the literature. There was a great deal of response to the bell curve that wasn't just sort of sociological screaming, as I think of it, from people like James Flynn, Dickens and Flynn. I think it's Rich Nisbet. I think
Well,
of him as
James
Arndt
Flynn
and
and
Tom Sowell
Charles
himself, so on
Murray
down the line.
had a
One point that I
huge
want to make
falling
is that
out.
there's an extremely strong academic culturalist position where people will argue that there may be some small baseline group differences, but that if you're looking at, say, Northern Europeans, Southeast Asians, and West Africans or something like large human groups, the idea that the IQ gaps we see currently are primarily genetic is extremely dubious. And there are points from the Flem.
Did you hear that? The IQ differences due to genetics are extremely dubious. Y'all listen to a black conservative motherfucker who's actually good at math, by the way. Yep. So let's listen to more. I don't agree with everything that Riley says, but at least he understands shit. He understands the arguments, and most of the people in this space don't.
Effect itself, which I believe was named by Dr. Murray. But there are points about that from the 18-point surge in IQs globally, and that's a hard one to get around from a hereditarian perspective, to the internal IQ growth within countries like Ireland and Nigeria. I mean, when Lynn and Van Hanen surveyed Nigerian IQs, and this would have been 1998, I mean, they published in 2006, recently, the score they got was 69. And this was frequently used to argue, well, there are serious deficiencies in Black Africa song. And a lot of people pointed out that seemed highly implausible, that this fairly civilized country known for the Igbo population and other groups that perform at the white or Asian level in the West had an average IQ of 69. It didn't really make a lot of sense. If you go to the website Brain Stats now and you look at the redo of that paper by Nigerian and European surveyors, the IQ is up to 84. I would suspect that in the Igbo country, that's going to eventually get to 102 or whatever as schooling becomes available to everyone. So there's an extremely quantitative
Well, quite frankly,
position,
who
and I guess
cares
we
about
Tom
any of
Sawyer,
this?
around
Why
these IQ
care to
questions,
think
where
about it?
people say, I don't dispute there may be some genetic differences. I mean, Sol, I believe, is the guy who said, if you compare Ashkenazi Jews to Australian quote-unquote Aboriginals, you might find a gap. Which, I mean, is not supposed to be funny, but I mean, when you think about that, yeah, maybe. But whatever you might think of that, and that I don't consider this question conclusively resolved, even at that level. There obviously are things like intensive study prep that boost tested IQ that we see frequently.
100%.
So what Sol said about the bell curve was he thought it was an interesting book. He thought that the current tested IQ gaps were real. This is important. whether or not this is genetic and enduring. Right now, if you've got, say, Black Americans that have a tested IQ of X,
And this
whites
is
that have a tested IQ of
actually
X plus
something
11,
that
that's going to
I can appreciate. It's not so much the why as much as the is. So, make the argument that we need to understand why, but if you don't understand or if you don't accept that there's a genetic thing, what are you doing to prove the genetic thing wrong? That's where this is going to go.
explain a lot of differences in proportional representation across fields. You need to just be honest about that. So Sol says that. And then he essentially makes the culturalist case. I mean, he points out that the Appalachian IQ is generally identical to the Black IQ. Appalachians are almost purely North English, quote unquote, stock, although working class. There's no genetic way to explain that. Scots, Irish, English, I guess, is a bit of a mix. But I mean, he does a solid response. It's only about 12 pages long, so I don't think he debated the book in depth very often. I will say one additional thing about the bell curve, which I won't take credit for. Sol has also mentioned this, but I mean, writing about Murray's latest book, or not his latest book anymore, but writing about facing reality for commentary. I was asked to review that book. I looked at the text and I noticed that the Black IQ, according to Murray, is now 91 or 92. I mean, that's just that his estimate based on NAEP scores and IQ norming, and I think he's correct. I'm not an expert in that field. You can do the math. So in the bell curve, he famously said the Black IQ is, I think, 84. It's often given as 85. So if you assume just 85 and 91, being conservative, that's a 6-point gain that no one really disputes in, 20 years? So, I mean, that kind of thing gives strength to what Sol said about the book. I mean, that's basically my conclusion. But yeah, the bell curve's worth reading, and people should read it. It's not written by the devil or something like that. It's an interesting book. Last comment, I tend to ramble a little bit, but a last comment about the bell curve. They're also, computers weren't that good at that point. I think because Murray and Herrnstein are solid methodologists. I think there was a reason for this, and I don't think it was racism or something like that. But most of their comparisons of effects are looking at basically which predicts more in terms of outcomes, SES, social economic status, or IQ, and looking at the predictive role of SES on IQ. And I think a serious culturalist would say, well, that's pretty limited. I mean, today, if we're looking at things that might impact IQ or things that at a certain level of IQ might impact job performance, you would focus on, for example, hours of study and training time daily. We now measure that, father present. I mean, there'd be a bunch of things that you would throw in there. You wouldn't just look at income and use that as your culture proxy. But I mean, that's a purely methods critique. The book's an interesting one. Sol thought it was as well, but he did respond to some of the points that could be critiqued about it.
Now, Thomas Sowell's most famous book, I think, is The Conflict of Visions, wherein he distinguishes between the tragic vision, or at least the constrained vision, and the unconstrained vision. So I think a reasonable critique of that work would be, well, if someone is resigned to the tragic/constrained vision regarding, say, race in America, he or she would never dare to believe that Black and white Americans could ever be equal. And I certainly don't get the impression that Thomas Sowell believes in that, resignatory vision. So how would you characterize Thomas Sowell's views on race relations in America?
Well, I think Thomas Sowell, first of all, yeah, one of the things that you hear often if you're a right-leaning Black guy, a conservative, a businessman, is, well, you must be an Uncle Tom. You must hate yourself and want to be white.
Again, this is where Wilfred Riley wants to go through the victimization. Oh, you must be an Uncle Tom. Motherfucker, stop thinking about the names that you are called and defend what you're thinking. This is literally a whataboutism. So anyway, the bell curve is not science. It is writing about what the science appears to present. It's not science in and of itself. It's more commentary, and dumbasses literally want to take the bell curve as science. Like Wilfred said, interesting reading, but it ultimately means nothing unless, you're a politician and want to make policy off of what was written about science. Um, from, written by someone you tend to agree with. It's not difficult to keep up with you, Stanley. You talk in circles. And foundational white Wakandan, apparently you're not in my circle. So what can I say? If you know, you know. If you don't, you can't follow, even if it's a circle. What you're calling a circle, I call looping back to build my foundational argument. So keep up or don't. Thank you for chatting. Or hit the link, it's pinned to the top. Come up and tell me where I'm going wrong outside of the chat. Chat ratism is not like really a thing to make me think about my own arguments.
And in fact, there's no empirical evidence of that whatsoever. As part of my dissertation, which later became a book, I looked at the influences on identity valuation among people. Fairly standard social science project, but it was actually designed to respond to a particular experiment done by a guy named Andrew Hacker. So in the late 1990s, Queen's University professor Andrew Hacker did something that became pretty famous, which is asking all the white kids in his upper division classes how much they'd have to be paid to be black. And the average answer was $50 million, which Hacker used as a proxy for racism and all the terrible things we people of color endure every day in the USA and so on. But there's one oversight. I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with the New York neighborhood of Queens, but it's very well known for Irishmen and Italians that talk like this. It's a lot like my old neighborhood in Chicago, except for fewer blacks. And he's got a mostly Caucasian pool of probably working class origin students, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't ask any black people, or at least not any significant number of black people, how much money they'd have to be paid to be white. So in the dissertation project, I do that. I actually ask people a series of anonymous survey questions where I create kind of an original position scenario. And I say, in this case where you could, how much would you have to be paid to change your race, your sex, your sexual orientation? We go into some depth. And what I actually found is that if you consider this a proxy for racism, both blacks and Asians are a lot more racist than whites, which didn't really surprise me, but I mean is very contra to the literature there. And in terms of black conservatism, one of the things that I had as a secondary factor variable in the project was level of self-esteem, level of racial esteem. And black conservatives were as proud of being themselves and as proud of being black as black liberals. Black people in general almost have a self-esteem.
I think it's really weird.
I mean, they were.
Hold on one sec here. It's really weird that you would measure black esteem between black conservatives and black liberals. Why do you do those sorts of studies? Weird. There must have been a question about whether black conservatives have self-esteem. I don't know what to say other than that.
Most positive group on every metric, to the extent that about half of all black women rated themselves a 10 in appearance terms. So you get the claim that you are a self-hating anti-black bigot if you're a black conservative at all. Very few of us are. Soul certainly was not. My impression, I think, was that
Soul
thought that
was self-hating.
could be pretty good, and often had been where he lived.
Soul was self-hating. I think that's a fair assessment. SKC, where are you? You seem to have disappeared. Soul, again, couldn't teach that a John Galt would talk about Oh, these motherfuckers, they don't even understand themselves. I don't think the anti-black blacks actually understand black culture. As a matter of fact, I think they're the most deficient um, within the black community. Living in the ghetto does not make you blackety black. It makes you a fucking abuser. And we often hear, oh my God, you know what? I don't even want to go into some of that depraved bullshit. Motherfucker, if I have to live in the ghetto as a landlord and do that shit to people, damn.
I mean, so Soul's a military veteran. He's a New Yorker. And I think that's one of the important things about him. We often forget that segregation and all of that existed in the deep South in the USA. There was racism
My
towards
ears
all
are
groups,
fine,
including terrible racism
Deacon
against white
Dave.
immigrants outside of that region. But there was no Jim Crow, so on down the line. So Soul never struck me as especially bitter toward whites. He never struck me as especially doomsaying about race relations. And I don't think the idea that he would be, by the way, follows logically from the tragic vision. The tragic vision of humanity, as you know, is simply the idea that knowledge is widely dispersed and solutions are hard to obtain without.
Talk about motherfucking theoretical nonsense. You don't need widely dispersed knowledge. What you need is white people in America understanding that black people can acquire, display, and think about knowledge. This is what these motherfucking and again, I think Wilfred Riley is actually smart. But motherfucker, this is performative.
Trade-offs. So, and that's actually like worth teacher style repeating. Like knowledge is widely dispersed. Solutions are very hard to get to. What you get
Conservatism is
so I think Soul
what
would
the
say, well, we've got a
fuck
lot
is
of
this
bigots.
motherfucker talk? Dude, this is egregious. Deacon Dave, being conservative is not naturally anti-black. What the fuck? I think we are anti-black because we have conservative views. That's it. So, motherfucker, you're so stupid that you think being conservative automatically means being anti-black? The fuck are you talking about, Dave? Oh my lord. Maybe that's the problem. If you have a conservative view, you have to be anti-black? The fuck? Dude, I'm disappointed, Dave.
It's on both sides. We have economic incentives that underlie that. There are only so many jobs. It's going to be harder keeping the peace in an
It does
democratic
explain
society.
a lot,
But at the
though.
same time, that description would apply to most of the major societies on Earth: the USA, Brazil, Malaysia. I mean, Canada. You know, India is beyond belief in terms of the number of groups that are able to live reasonably amicably. And I mean, they're no longer following the old laws of Manu over there. I mean, so his comment would be it's going to be a little more difficult, but yeah, we can do this. I don't think he would view it as impossible to achieve democratic peace among diverse people. But I think he would have some less comment. But I think Soul's point about race relations, when I read him on this topic, which wasn't really his focus as opposed to economics or the cause of gaps or whatever, but when I read him on this topic, Soul almost seems to take a Lee Kuan Yew kind of position, where his idea is that this can work
Soul
quite well, but you
seems
have to be
to
honest.
take a
So why
position
are
that has
black people
nothing to
trailing
do
whites
with
when it comes
economics.
to the academic
Soul
outcomes
talks
of
about
tests?
everything
One
but
obvious reason
economics.
is that,
I
again, he would
love
attribute part of this to
Wilfred
racism to whites.
Riley
He doesn't. But one obvious
deconstructing
reason is that the
Thomas
average black
Sowell
guy studies about half as much as
into
the average
a
Caucasian American, a little less than
non-economist.
a third as much as the average Asian American. So
This is hilarious. While he's trying to defend Thomas Sowell, he is literally he's literally denaturing Thomas Sowell. Funny that.
as long as you've got that, as long as you've got that kind of spanner in the works, you're not going to have black academic outcomes that match those of white
I'm
straight
not a
males.
black,
So
Deacon
making
Dave.
excuses
That's
about that and claiming
another
that there's some
a
boogeyman
real
out there that's
weird
holding black
assumption
kids
you
back,
make. Um,
preventing them from learning how to
I'm
read, but
probably
it
as
doesn't apply to
conservative
Nigerians
as
or
you
Jamaicans
are.
or whatever.
What
I
you
mean,
need
that
to do,
is
Deacon
foolish,
Dave,
and
is
that's a point he makes over
understand
and over.
what
So, in regards
conservatism
to the
with a
conflict of
capital C
visions,
is.
why
It's
do
not
Council believe
necessarily
that the most
anti-black.
reform programs
Please do your
fail?
homework, son.
Well, it's worth starting with what the visions are. I mean, so the conflict, because I'm not sure every listener is aware of the Soul says that there's a tendency on the part of upper classes, especially educated quasi-intellectuals, especially in the West, to believe in what he calls the vision of the anointed, which is the idea that knowledge is easy to get for a certain group of the select and almost impossible to get for everyone else, by the way, everyone below, let's say, IQ 125. So it's easy to get for the select.
Okay,
It's impossible to
again,
get for everyone
not a
else.
racial
We should trust,
argument,
quote
but a
unquote, the
bad
experts,
argument.
THUH, to lead us. And the
Thomas
ideal
Sowell
society is a
pretending to
society that's
be
led by a
Charles Murray.
small coterie, like the Russian nomenclatura, the list of names, that makes the decisions for everyone else. And these anointed are going to improve every generation, and they're going to bring us closer to utopia. This is what every smart leftist believes, by the way. I mean, like, if you were to discuss anything, urban planning, so on down the line, should that be centralized among a group of high IQ, majority left-wing DMs, decision-making individuals? All of them, from the surveys I've seen in business and in academia, would say yes. The tragic vision is the counterpoint to that, and it argues that it's hard for humans to get things done. There are no godlike leaders. We've seen what great man theory actually wrought in practice. Knowledge tends to be quite dispersed, so that the average housewife with a family of 5 or local general practice doctor or successful yeoman farmer is very often as smart as a mid-level college professor within a couple points of him, and more importantly, has more specialized knowledge, i.e. the farmer would know how land drainage worked, which is absolutely critical if you're growing wheat or rice. I mean, the college professor would not. They might have read a book about this. They'd have no in-practice idea. So knowledge is, in fact, widely dispersed. Everyone can get it, but it's hard to put together. And as a result of this, there's a lot of conflict within society. Knowledge is widely dispersed, so on. You very rarely get to perfect solutions. Instead, you get to sort of trade-offs. In reality, we saw this during COVID-19, where the idea is if you shut down much of society to prevent a certain number of disease deaths, you're going to get a certain number of suicide deaths among younger and, to be blunt, more contributing people very often. Horrible to put it that way, but these are the decisions you're going to have to make as a leader. So that's the tragic vision. That's why he gives it that name. So if I can ask, what could you redirect me a little to your question? Like, what was the?
He got
So
way
the
off
question
into
would
his
be,
own head.
according to Soul, why do these reforms fail? Like
Conservatism is not
Yeah.
conservatism is not anti-black.
So Soul,
To
I think, Soul.
what
It's
are
not an
you
I think
talking
actually.
about?
Soul
To a
argues that
liberal
most
black,
high-level reforms
you
fail
want to
because they
be a
follow the
liberal for
guidelines
some
of the
reason.
anointed vision and they ignore
Well,
on-the-ground reality. And
let's
this is
stop
something we
this.
notice very, very often.
This very mediocre video, which I'm kind of glad because I'm watching a very smart black conservative deconstruct Thomas Sowell. You don't understand politics, Dave. You don't understand capital L conservative versus capital L liberal. You're thinking of movement conservatism. It is different than like a philosophical conservatism. You need to know this shit, son, to make the kind of argument you think you want to make. Capital C conservative is not anti-black, or it's not even race. Movement conservatism, the Bill Buckley National Review, the American version, movement conservatism. Google it, you'll figure it out. Please understand that you're making a fucking black and white argument where there are a lot gray areas. Do better, Deacon Dave. Don't come at me unless you actually know um, the details of your own argument. You're not, you don't know what conservatism is.
That people will begin with a set of theoretical premises that come out of non-vulgar Marxism or later wave feminism or something like this, often something very academic. One premise might be, for example, no one can ever be made to do anything without their explicit verbal or written consent when we get into homelessness. And beginning on the basis of those premises, people often draw up these very complex theoretical frameworks and then try to apply them untested to the real world. It's actually a quote from Saul, apply them untested to the real world. And that generally doesn't work. The best way to do things, speaking as someone who's been a not unsuccessful leader, is what I would call the Kip Semmelweis approach, which is the exact reverse. I mean, obviously, Semmelweis is the guy who discovered disease germs. And that's because as a doctor, he would notice certain things on the ground that weren't supposed to be happening. You know, you'd see these pustulate infections of wounds if certain conditions weren't met. And if you did certain things that were actively discouraged at that time, like alcohol washing your tools, this didn't occur. So he began building up a framework. There must be something going on that we don't understand. This is how I'm going to document it. That led to a great deal of modern medicine, cleanliness in the surgery, and so on. KIP is the chain of schools. I forget what it stands for. Keeping in whatever. But KIP is a well-known chain of charter schools that decided to look at the practices of the most successful public and private schools and implement them. They didn't decide beforehand which practices were good and which practices were bad, i.e. a teacher should never take dominant control of their classroom, something you have to learn in education classes. They looked at what actually works, i.e. if you reward students in ways that are sometimes considered unethical, $5 or a book, do they perform better? If you do everything short of physical discipline and sit the damn kids down and shut them up, do they perform better? If you kick out troublemakers, does the class perform better? And based on this real information, and the answer to all the three of those is obviously yes, that improves educational outcomes. Based on those real discoveries, those real findings, they implemented what probably is the most successful U.S. chain of charter schools. So the reason that broad sweeping policy programs often fail is that they're based on anointed rather than tragic starting assumptions. You don't go to the ground and see what works in Black or Appalachian schools. You decide beforehand what must work because it's good, and you try to implement that in schools while kids laugh at you and hook up in the hallway and play cards. I mean, so you can't do that. And that's why we see so much non-success in that field. Or in all of those fields, all those NGO, governmental, kind of broad program prone areas of enterprise.
Yeah, the idea of whether humans should be ruled by an elite class and whether we should rule ourselves, so the sense of democratic self-rule is constant in the annals of Western thought, really. I think Socrates and Plato proposed a guardian class, and the tension between the Catholic Church and the Reformation was whether we can interpret God through our own readings of the Bible, or should we rely on a clergy class? And so touching it in very precise and very profound ways. And so I must wonder, most of Soros' attacks are on, I guess, liberals, or what we call people of the center left. Now, they wouldn't be the ones who would rally to causes of equality. But why does Soul believe that despite this, they have this vision of the anointed for themselves?
Well, could you clarify a little bit what you mean by that? Like, why do leftists have the vision of the anointed more often?
Despite advocating for equality, or at least their vision of equality, that would be.
Well, that's an interesting question. I think that there's probably a comparison to traditional kings here, where the idea is that one group of people, one very small group of people, is superior and deserves to lead, but everyone below them is roughly equivalent, if that makes sense. So that actually is a very fascinating question, though. Why do leftists advocate for equality? I mean, basically, I think it's what I just said. Serious leftists tend to favor equality across groups within society, but themselves as individuals as the leaders of society. I think that, and this is not
And
on my
that is a bad
based,
argument.
personal perspective from years of life.
Depending on people
But
not knowing what the fuck he's talking about.
The leftist idea is almost total blank slatism in cultural and genetic terms. So, I mean, I have many feminist friends that think that the reason men are bigger and stronger than women is that society conditions us to be. And that
Okay,
genuinely believe
this is
that think
so
there would be maybe a 2 or
disingenuous.
3% difference between male and female babies that were raised identically, for example. So the attitude that comes out of these perspectives tends to be,
Wow.
across all racial groups, there should be total equality. I agree with that. I don't think that adult, white, black, Asian American, so on, citizens differ in too many significant ways. But across sexual and gender groups, even across age groups, if you look at the old children's rights movement, so on down the line, across immigrant and non-immigrant. But very separate from that is the idea essentially is that those people that are over a certain IQ level and that believe in the one true God should lead. So I don't think this is something that's unique to leftists, really. It's the idea that certain people should be in a leadership caste because they have the correct ideas and they're.
You know what? I have suddenly become bored with this. This is rather let's figure this out. Is it because he makes a political point he's trying to make? Not all leftists. He's doing the same thing that it's almost a shorthand, I guess. Let's see. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's really like that. No idea what that means. Bottom line is, I don't like seeing Wilfred Riley. This does happen. You need to make it short. I don't know. I don't. This is just not even picking low hanging fruit. It's just
They're smart enough. But
not
below that group,
elaborating.
everyone is roughly equal. And this actually goes back quite a while. I mean, if you look at medieval upper nobility, many of them were in constant feud with their barons and knights and so on, because they pretty much felt that below them, below the, what is Sangre Bleu? I mean, everyone was just a bum. Everyone was an inferior subject. I mean, that would literally be the term used at the time. So a count, or certainly a king, would often decide a dispute in favor of a rich peasant over a knight. Because to that guy, all these people were roughly the same. They were simply in the caste that really oversaw society. The Brahman caste is the obvious label. I think to some extent you see the same thing. Also, one thing I will say, because I've been kind of rambling on here with the pop philosophy and all that. Another thing is that leftist ideas are not necessarily logically consistent. I mean, so when you ask, how can someone favor equality in the law because the doctrines of Marxism or feminism specify it, but also view themselves based on, personal reads of pop psych as inherently superior? I mean, you could.
We're talking left ideas not being logically consistent. So just left ideas are not logically consistent. God damn. I'm on the John Gall Urban Landlord channel every day, or almost every day, most of the week. By the way, please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Share it out. Where else will we introduce Wilfred Riley into the wild? Please make sure you're hitting the like buttons. Most of all, we need the likes. We like the likes. It is so nice to see folks. Hit the like button, enjoy the banter of the show. And I don't know. This is getting close to done, and I might have to end this early. Um, I really I've seen Wilfred Riley actually be better. You know, he's kind of hit or miss um, in this video.
Could also ask how someone could at once side with Palestine and trans people. I mean, there's as much writing on the left as there is on the right. I mean, you know, Christian conservatives are one of the groups most likely to get divorced. How can you rationalize a swinging lifestyle alongside literal belief in the Bible and the idea that the world is 6,000 years old? Well, because you're just full of shit. You're dishonest. And I mean, I don't think that's any less common among leftists than anybody else. But the rational defense is probably what I just said. Like, every society needs some leadership clade. It's us because we're over IQ 125 and we know the one true way of Kendi. But below us, everyone is equal. I think that is.
See, this is literally sometimes what I do. He's confused a whole lot of points. Bottom line is IQ is fucking a white thing. Black people don't give a fuck about IQ. Kendi wrote a good book, and someone thought, hey, you can do more with that book. They were wrong. This John Gall Urban Landlord channel, you know, the anti-black spaces that are similar to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel are literally ignorant. They literally don't know what culture is. They don't know, and this is white and black, the people who frequent these spaces. I'm not making a racial argument. I'm basically making an education argument. Y'all don't know shit. White Wakanda bear, or whatever the fuck you call yourself, you don't know enough to be making the arguments you're trying to make. And it fascinates me. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. Well, quite frankly, at least the chat doesn't blow up, so it can't be that dangerous, but I bet it could be. So, let's see what else. I see SKC's probably left. I think I've done my damage for the day, and we'll come back with another Wilfred Riley. This isn't his best. He's basically kind of unimpressive here. The little boy who isn't challenging. All that stuff. Let's see what else we got. Whites built Wakanda and black stole it. You know what? I don't doubt you think that. I bet you do. I bet you believe Wakanda is real. Wakanda is real, and if I don't say it's real, then it's gonna get dangerous for the people who are around you, right? Uh, right? FWW, I fear for your mates. Please tell me you're calm right now. So, I actually do have to go because I have outlived my usefulness. And as you can tell, I'm starting to slur. We was Kangs. What the fuck are you talking about? Foundational white Wakandans were Kangs. I've never been a Kang, never wanted to be for that matter. So do better, son. Do better. So, I will drop the link in the Stanley Cross chat. I'm guessing no one is there. But I'll drop the link. 5 minutes. This is going to be last call. And it can be pretty much a 5-minute open panel. We don't have to talk about, you know, what I've been interested in for quite some time. So let's set a timer. It is 11:46. So we have till 12:01. I'm sorry, 11:51. I am getting a little tipsy. Oh my lord, I am tipsy. So 12, 16, 17. Let's
Is in practice what people would say.
wander out.
Now,
Last
Sewell
5 minutes,
also
folks.
authored a couple of books
I'm
critiquing
actually getting hungry.
American intellectual culture. I think Intellectuals in Race and Intellectuals in Society are two of them. Now, when people, at least when I think of intellectuals, I think of people who use their brain power to challenge the status quo, whatever they are discontented with. But notices that there's a lot of one conformity in the American intellectual sphere, and also, of course, the desire to rule over society. So why do American intellectuals conform, going to Seoul?
Well, according to Soul and to a lot of other people, one of the ideas that comes up here pretty frequently is the concept of almost a virus in American intellectual life. So, I mean, I remember talking to a friend of mine that was East Indian recently. We were talking about our high schools, and some of it was just stupid stuff, sports team hazing and that kind of thing. But he mentioned that at his high school, there were people who identified as monarchists.
Okay, so well, maybe it is kind of a young person's thing.
Of course,
We
the
never
desire to
fucking
rule
talked
over
about
society.
monarchism in
So
high school.
why do American intellectuals conform, going to Seoul?
Well, according to Soul and to a lot of other people, one of the ideas that comes up here pretty frequently is the concept of almost a virus in American intellectual life. So, I mean, I remember talking to a friend of mine that was East Indian recently. We were talking about our high schools, and some of it was just stupid stuff, sports team hazing and that kind of thing. But he mentioned that at his high school, there were people who identified as monarchists. There were people who were Hindu advocates of a caste system. There were people who were real communists. I mean, in the Eastern sense. I mean, there were people that so on down the line. Like there were people that were Western advocates of democracy that wore blazers to class, and so on down the line. And I remember thinking that in my school, and certainly among the teachers, there was no such diversity. Most of the kids were either completely ignorant politically, and this wasn't a terrible school, although it was in a working class area, or believed, and this was more common, kind of what I think of as the conventional center-left package. If you asked a high school senior, outside of a few guys on the debate team, what he thought of abortion, he would probably say something, well, that's her body, it's a women's issue. I mean, there's almost a pat set of responses you hear in the U.S. middle and upper middle class. I don't think that is a coincidence. So when Gad Saad, for example, talks about the woke mind virus, what he's referring to is the extraordinary prevalence in U.S. intellectual life of specific ideas from the...
Well, here's the problem. You actually think Gad Saad is fucking someone who should be listened to and quoted. Do better, Wilfred. Gad Saad is a motherfucking moron. And why should high school students be talking politics like this? Dude, my God.
Field of critical theory. So you have class-based
Why
remarks
should
by
high
myself,
school
you have
students
the
care about
CRT,
critical
quote-unquote,
theory?
critical race take on group relations. You have the later waves of feminism. And this is an extraordinary amount of what you learn in the humanities or soft sciences in an American college. And a lot of that has to do with the extremely non-diverse nature of the intellectual clade in positional terms or intellectual terms. So, I mean, Econ Live recently, I don't know if the Econ sort of warehouse website conducted the study originally, but a piece that's on there and that's gotten a lot of traffic is titled The Prevalence of Marxism in U.S. Academia. And based on a large survey of American college professors, about 93% identify as being on the left rather than the right. And if I have these numbers correct, 18% said they were actually Marxists or communists. And these are all distinct questions. Answer only one.
Motherfucker,
21% said
it's
they were
less than
political radicals,
20%.
and 24% said that they were social activists. And again, each of those numbers could be off by a point.
Okay, nothing
So
to
I
do
think that
with
when you have that kind
economics.
of incredible concentration, that's akin to the concentration of conservatives in the Marine Corps or kind
Okay,
of the most
this is
strict
just a
traditional police.
motherfucking dumb argument. My God. I thought he was smart. I remember him being smart. Yeah, Deacon Dave, I pick SKC apart. The picking apart of an argument, this isn't the best I've seen. This interview is from a year ago. His interlocutor is not the guy interviewing Wilfred Riley should be picking them apart. I should not be doing it from this panel. So Wilfred can defend himself. I can't. You don't let a Wilfred Riley or you don't let these people run rampant. You got to check them. You got to fucking deconstruct their arguments in real time. What the fuck is this kid doing? So anyway, you know what? I'm done nattering on. I'm done fussing. The numbers are dwindling. No one likes to hear a relatively drunken Stanley ramble on about Wilfred Riley and just general nonsense. So I will learn my lesson. So man, all the motherfuckers who were here earlier got so bored. And let's see here. Over 80% of college teachers identify as liberal progressive. That is supposed to be insignificant. Well, I don't think there's a problem with 80% of college teachers identifying as liberal progressive. It's insignificant because I'm not surprised. And it's also insignificant if you are expecting me to be surprised. Of course they are. They have brains. God damn it. What the fuck are you doing, FWW? You're not bringing me challenges. So, anyway, this has been a show. Deacon Dave, you have almost been my guardian angel here. So don't think I'm just fussing and not noticing. Always appreciate you being here. And thank you. You have more patience with me. You're always like my fucking brother. You kind of get my foolishness. But I do think Wilfred Riley is awfully smart. I do think he's not being challenged here. And yeah, I admire a lot of people that I pick apart their arguments. That's why I admire them. When I pick the arguments apart, they're actually able to go, well, Stanley, here is the answer. Why are you upset? They're able to address the questions, the pick aparts, and Wilfred Riley's not doing a good job of it today, but he can. Dude is smart. So anyway, let's see what else. I will be back round about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. All new news stories, no idea. I do know that there's a part 2 to that Midtown walkabout that this little girl did, Nina J. And I think she's cute. And she makes me want to be younger, but it'll be all right. So our time is done. What else is there? So artifacts and that whole gang that came over today. Certainly appreciate it. Who else? My lord, I was not expecting them. And they were so nice for coming through. DJ MFB, I always appreciate you. You're a good guy. Leon, Broke Genius. Even King Shenard. Even Be Brave. Y'all always make it interesting. DiCaprione was here. Some of the gang. Richard, Innate, y'all are always around, and I always appreciate your inputs. Dolomite, Shredder, John Galt, SKC. God damn it. I should never go back through these chats. Badass, who hasn't been here in a while. The hell you been, Badass? Apparently Florida. You went out fishing in Florida and you're just getting back. And Roz was here. So Portia was here. So anyway, I do need to bring this to a close. I start my run when you came on. Consistency has shown results. You know what? You're absolutely right, Deacon Dave. So 5 o'clock works for me. I get enough sleep. So I'll try and be more consistent. I'm always going to be a few minutes late because sometimes when tea comes on, y'all subscribe to Here for the Tea. There's a new lovely podcast. YouTube show, might be a podcast. 907 Good Eats. And you know what? She is in Alaska. So I hopped on a panel the couple nights ago, and we were talking food and fishing, and it was just a lovely experience. The Drip Show, Breezy. There's some good podcasts out there. Sean Bracey. And I never go on these panels because I'm just cantankerous. But I enjoy listening to them, especially Freezy and Drip. Those motherfuckers are really good hosts. What the fuck? God damn it. Why can I not be as good a host or hostess as T, Drip, Freezy, and Mo Love? Mo Love is just like, she's not even a host. She's just like, everyone likes listening to Mo Love. Everyone. Roz Girl, another good host. You know what? I'm going to give up this fucking game. God damn it. I shouldn't have started thinking about all the other motherfucking show hosts who are better than me. This is what happens when you start making these comparisons. And humble presidents, thank you so much. I always appreciate it. Dude, I like news. I like politics. I like being silly, apparently. And the folks who always support me, support the show, support the host, support Portia, who put me up to this silliness. And Portia does. She's always hovering in the background, and she does correct me. If y'all think Portia doesn't ever show up like Stanley, don't do this, don't do that. Portia's always there, and I must always, follow her rules. And anyway, I'm fucking rambling. Humble presidents, you don't know how much that compliment means to me. And Deacon Dave, SKC, kind of, I consider y'all friends. I love the challenges. The folks who weren't afraid to come up onto this panel, even Solid Snake and 12th Man. And Ryan, welcome back, by the way. But I love it as much as I complain. We will hear from Wilfred Riley Moore. And folks, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Share out the silliness. Unfortunately, I tend to be a little bit in my own head sometimes. Make sure you support the host. The weekend will come around. Make sure you support our executive producer, Portia J. You better be supporting her. She is the only reason this channel sounds as smooth as it can be. Often is, but not always is. And subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. I debuted a clip from a show from last week. It's Joel Chandler Harris, Uncle Remus, Brer Rabbit, and Brer Fox, and the Tar Baby. It was funny. So, all right, folks. 5:00 tomorrow morning, I will be around with a whole new round of news stories at a minimum, and silliness will it be a bug or a benefit? Who knows? Talk to y'all later.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he don't have a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.